What's up?
It's time to go. Time to watch this draft.
I wonder what time it was going live at. No way CJ Henderson goes before Okuda. Shut up, Bucky. Six finishes limited draft night challenges or not NFL draft players expires at midnight. Well, let's get on these. I wonder if I get to play these with these guys.
Top of his position group, he'll be hoping that teams are quick to get a signature post-draft, as he is expected to go undrafted. C.D. Lamb, wide receiver, Oklahoma. While CDs are a thing of the past, this CD will be hoping to be the future of the team. The Oklahoma standout is projected to be one of the first wide receivers taken in a strong draft class. He will no doubt.
I'm interested to see if this draft goes faster or shorter than the normal draft.
It's probably gonna go longer. 3 minutes. It's up. All right, here we go.
Where are you watching?
On the zone.
Okay, you're gonna be able to add me, I guess. I'm just streaming it.
Same here.
Yeah, but I'm not paying for the. I only pay for the zone through the football season, so I have it like it's on a free stream thing, so I'm always a couple minutes behind.
Technically, you can follow my stream because I'm streaming it on my. I'll be streaming it on my.
I'll check that out.
We are fighting to grow. And there's no better reason than that.
Oh, I can't wait.
Our stadium.
It's what keeps us cheering year after year. Favorite stars and our favorite teams, alongside our friends and family.
I don't want to just. It's so hard for me to find a good stream. I don't want us losing this one to go to your page.
The draft is when hope starts all over again.
As it anyway.
Well, just have it in the background if you don't mind, so I get the views.
Hope that the next pick will make this
Every pick counts, right?
the season.
Every pick counts, right?
Yeah.
Hope that the next name called be yours.
Let's go.
But this year, we're hoping for more.
No internet.
Future
I
stars.
mean, no internet. Because I'm playing on my Xbox.
Our
This
greatest fear.
computer's such a piece of
We're
shit.
hoping to fill a deeper need. With a future of full arenas,
Well, you're going hardwire then.
free reign, to
It's like a
gather,
little behind,
to feel the football together.
but not by too
That
much.
will mean life is back to normal for us all.
Just try and remember that a little bit then when they're announcing the picks and you get like super
So
hyped.
celebrate with
That's all I'm gonna say. Like, oh my god, I won't say
they
anything.
start their careers today. Looking forward to a stretch of glorious tomorrows.
Well, now that you're hardwired, you can't tell me there's no internet, eh?
We're not the Raider Nation or cheeseheads. We're not red and gold or white and blue. We're one football family. Sharing our hope with all of you.
That the voice of Peyton Manning talking about hope. That, of course, is Las Vegas, Nevada, where the draft was supposed to be held. But things have changed dramatically, and we have
What up?
changed with it. The draft, in all its glory, is still coming to you tonight,
Woo,
just from a
draft
different
season.
location and in a different way. And with that,
You excited?
we
Oh,
welcome
excited.
you in to the 2020 NFL Draft, presented
I can't. There has to be something extreme about to happen. There has to be something
and delight
extreme
to
about to
once
happen.
again be with you here tonight. And we
Trent
understand
sent
the
me an
world that
invite
we
to a
know
party.
has changed and may be changing for the foreseeable future, but we are still here to be a part of what is one of the great global sports experiences of all time,
Yeah, play-by-play
the
game.
NFL Draft. And as we
Let me see
deal
who's in
with
the
the
draft.
pandemic that is sweeping across this country,
Fuck
our
off.
thoughts and prayers go out to one of our own. Our own Todd McShay is not with us tonight because he's disclosed he is battling.
I'm gonna join
coronavirus.
Travis and then
We are
I'll
with you.
invite you.
This
I'll-
draft coverage
Invite
tonight
Josh to,
is for you.
or Josh, you're gonna call your
Forward
buddy.
to getting you back and with us as soon
Okay, yeah, I'll
as
do
you
that.
possibly can. But we have it
Okay,
all
so
covered
invite
like we
me.
do every year, people. You're looking at 60 remote setups of potential draftees across the landscape. We will have those reactions as we always do, the raw emotion when they come. We also have all 32 teams. We've got them ready to make the picks. You will hear for all of them, and we've got our team as well to break down every single pick. But ladies and gentlemen, let us get this party started with the commissioner.
Welcome to the 2020 NFL Draft, and thank you for taking the time to be with us. Like millions of fans, team personnel, and prospects, I join you from my home for the first virtual NFL Draft. This is different for us, and it's different for you, because it has to be. Our thoughts have been elsewhere lately. We have been thinking of those fighting bravely on the front lines and those whose lives have been profoundly changed by this unprecedented crisis. We marvel at the compassion and courage of our healthcare heroes and first responders. We appreciate our leaders and the men and women serving our country. Thanks to these heroes and to everyone who's done their part to help stop the spread. We will get through this together. And when we do, we will be here for you. As we celebrate the newest class of the NFL, we hope the draft will provide a break from everyday challenges. Let us dream of better days and help others. The Draft-a-thon will raise awareness and much-needed funding for those who need it most. For those able to help, we encourage you to visit nfl.com/relief to join the NFL family and make a contribution. We are so fortunate to have the most passionate and generous fans in the world, and we thank you for helping to make the NFL what it is and for being part of our family. Many families have experienced loss. To honor and remember those we have lost, please join me in observing a moment of silence. Thank you. To perform the national anthem, we welcome from his home, with help from his daughter Georgia, Grammy and Emmy Award winner and New Orleans Saints fan, Harry Connick Jr.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Why does he have all that shitty art in the background? There's that like retard with his crossed arms on the right.
Every night in cities across our country
What is
and
that?
all over the world, thousands gather in the streets.
You know what's funny, Trent? Me and you are on the same feed because we're on Rogers Ignite, but we have like a 3-second delay behind everybody else.
And working tirelessly to help.
Yeah, try being with Kojiko. It fucking sucks.
I know those things.
You still listen to Goodell talking? I got a TSN Bolt 24 commercial.
I'm in a commercial.
Are you in Windsor right now, David?
Yeah, I'm in Windsor. I just went to check in on my apartment to make sure that everything was okay.
Is everything okay, or just find Tori in there?
Well, Tori's still here from the last time I left her.
Huh.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I got him.
We could never
Did you make a sandwich?
But what we can do is be a partner that never quits.
Did you make me a sandwich? I forget.
I mean, just stir fry.
Oh, she made me a stir fry.
First responders.
Did you
I know, not a sandwich. Unacceptable.
Go get shawarma. Go get shawarma palace.
Everything's closed here, Barry.
Shawarma palace is closed?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, restaurants are still open here, though.
Yeah.
It's only right that at BMW we adapt the way
Like Shelby's and stuff is still open.
which is why if you need a vehicle, we're offering
It's practically the same
financing
thing.
options.
That's what you bring up with
Choose the model
Shelby's?
that best suits you by shopping
Yeah.
online.
That's the first shawarma place I know,
We're
yeah.
now providing service with at-home pickup and drop-off. Because in
I had their,
Is anyone else watching Roger
Dining
Goodell
room
pet his dog like a fucking weirdo?
Not yet. I'm still seeing a Hermes commercial.
I'm seeing a BMW commercial right now.
On the new financed BMW.
Oh, it's actually a thing.
I'm seeing a Final Fantasy.
Hashtag food and commish. They actually made it a thing.
I'm seeing Brett fill guys up on COD.
Oh, so apparently that was a commercial. So it was Goodell petting his dog. I wasn't listening to what he was saying. But then all of a sudden it was like a Bud Light commercial, and then it
Watching a
popped
weird
up
commercial
hashtag
for a
food.
video game that Mark would probably play and get off to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy.
Oh, it's Final Fantasy, yeah.
Final Fantasy amazing.
No, Final Fantasy.
The Sims, that's where it's at.
So apparently that hashtag food and commish is like a regionalized thing.
Oh, okay.
Because like
Fire race,
the
fun.
fans always do it anyway. Not even that. It was literally just like a Bud Light thing. It had nothing to do with anything. I just saw hashtag food and commish come up.
We've been there in person during trying times.
I guess they're leaning into it this year. Because you get food every fucking time anyway.
But we can still support you and the heroes who are with you. We're giving refunds.
I am broadcasting this and partnership my
Assisting customers with financial hardships.
And our foundation is contributing millions of dollars to
Oh.
charities helping with COVID-19 relief.
Broadcasting the draft?
To be on your side.
Then he gets sued by
Not all heroes wear capes. Yeah.
And so
I'm debating on going over to it because then I can put my headphones back on. I have it on 1 year and listen. It's not doing the audio.
Alex?
No, because the audio from my head. Oh, Alex.
a refuge.
What Alex?
What did Alex do?
Alex is like, I turn a billion seconds old in a few minutes.
We believe everyone deserves that feeling.
Yeah, that is actually a thing. When you hit
Which
like
beer
31,
should I crack?
What
The
unites
left
us?
one.
when you hit like 31 or something, like you do turn a billion seconds. It's
No,
a
his
thing.
birthday's not till August though, so it's just having a
No,
billion second.
But it's just like, yeah, that's the thing. It's like the last like milestone you'll hit because like you'll never hit 2 billion. You're like 2 billion seconds. I think you'll be
The
dead. or
NFL
something.
football draft is a very
Well, 2
important
billion seconds
component
should be
of the
62.
sports world in the
Yeah,
United
I guess
States
so.
and even in some respects
Who cares about 2 billion?
It's important players to be drafted. It's important for the
You're
fans
watching
who are
fucking
anticipating
Fauci talk?
what hopefully would be a really great season
Pardon?
of football. Unfortunately,
Are you related
we'll
to
now
him?
be
Yep.
set with a
Mark?
really extraordinary,
no.
unprecedented challenge of a pandemic with the novel coronavirus.
Come on!
This has really transformed what
Oh,
we
my-
can do right
I
now.
realize those are way more
It's
Italian than
unclear what the future looks like, at least
You
the
saying this guy's a phony?
we have important things
Yeah,
that
man.
occur in the middle of this.
My
One of
grandpa
them
couldn't even speak
is the
English anywhere
football
close to this
draft.
kid.
And I'm pleased to say, and I want to commend those involved in these decisions to show that we can have something as important as that in a way that safeguards the life, the safety,
That's
and
the best we
health
can think.
of the
The best
American
thing we can
public
do.
by doing
Something
the kind
the
of
best.
physical separations, doing things virtually, avoiding that kind of contact that puts you at risk. So it's a good thing to do. I know it's unusual. I know it disturbs the normal pattern, but it really is for your good and the good
Oh
of
my
the
God.
country.
There's
So the best
this
thing we
no
can do
this
now
draft doesn't
is
even happen.
hope
They're
for
just
the
gonna play
best and hope
37
that
fucking
sooner
motivational
or
clips.
hopefully sooner we can get back to some form of normality where we can all enjoy the sport that we love so much.
They're showing all the people's TVs and setups and screens, letting them into their house. There's one black screen at the very bottom.
Yeah.
And a red
Guess,
one.
guess he doesn't want to be there.
Red.
This is the group of players that have allowed us to share
Why am I not on the
their
NFL?
experience with them.
Why am I
Some
fucking-
60 players.
What is
So
wrong
when
with
their
me?
name is called, you will see that reaction. You will see that raw emotion. All
I didn't see this
32
much
teams
shit.
are also wired in with the head coach, the general manager, and the owner. Any one of those three
Just
people
fucking
can
start
actually
the
make
draft.
selection for their team. And all teams will
It's the
email
same
or
shit
phone
every
in their
year.
picks
You don't need to
bunch in the
explain
way
how it works.
There we go. That's
always
better.
do throughout every draft. So there may be some technological glitches, and we will ride through
Fucking
it. but
ABC
we'll
was
do
playing
it
some messed up
together
shit. I'm glad I'm on
as we
NFL
witness
Network.
one of the great spectacles in all of sports, the NFL draft. And we've got the fans here.
Bob,
as
where's
well
your
as
feed
they
like?
get
Where's your
set.
what
As
channel
you
are
can
you
see,
playing?
Bengal
From?
fans are
Want me to send it through
waiting, and
Messenger?
some are already donning the Joe Burrow jersey.
Oh, okay.
Will it be that simple? Because if it is, it would be the third straight year that the Heisman Trophy winner was taken as the first overall selection in the draft.
Zach Taylor.
There is Zach Taylor looking to rebound after a rough year as the first year as the
I
head
feel
coach
like his office is
of
very
the
small.
Cincinnati
I feel like that
Bengals.
I
TV's
wonder who
photoshopped
they're
into it.
The
drafting.
season on 11, but they're hoping they turned it around late and will turn it around tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado,
It's like his man
officially
cave in the
open
basement.
The 2020
Insane.
draft. Let's go to the commissioner.
Doing the draft this
Again?
way is a new experience for all of us, but some things remain the same. First, the hugs. Sharing that special moment with a player when he is selected is a big highlight for me. My body won't miss those great big bear hugs, but I
Ew,
sure
they're
will.
gonna fucking. Ew,
Instead,
gross.
we'll
They're gonna
find other
yeah,
ways
no
to
shit.
enjoy
Eh?
this
Fucking.
Second, I will miss the interaction I have with our fans over these 3 days. It's a draft
We're gonna be doing it
tradition
for the next bunch of
and one
years,
that I
and
genuinely
it won't
enjoy.
change.
Let's hear from you right now.
What's that?
Turn your volume up on your TV, you fuck.
Oh, come on, guys. You can do better than that. Let's go.
Well, you guys are
Oh,
good like
stay
10
in.
seconds
Come on,
behind.
let's go. Come on, you guys can do better than that. All right, keep it coming. Wow, even the virtual boos are good.
It's open.
Yes,
Let's
I
go.
can hear you from my basement, so keep it coming.
Every day.
On the
Yeah,
clock, let's go.
The
Let's
best
play
part of
something.
the draft is that it restores hope and generates optimism. Because every
Duke
team
Toad.
gets
Sports,
better
sports,
through the
sports,
draft.
sports, 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 sports,
So good
sports.
luck to every team, and let's get it started. It's now my honor to announce that the first ever virtual NFL draft is officially over.
There is no clock. They draft
The
fucking.
Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock.
Oh, they'll take the whole 10 minutes.
Commissioner,
Knowing
thanks
that.
very much. We told you we'd have some booze for you. Zach Taylor is there, looking to make his first selection. Duke Tobin also.
This is the most
clearly
fans of
working
all year.
through what is
Yeah,
happening.
there's 3
Of
people.
course, you earned the top pick in the draft, and the Cincinnati
look-
Bengals, well, they have had some playoff
Look at
appearances
this.
over
Oh, did
the
it?
last 10 to 15 years.
I saw a funny meme the other day.
Struggle.
And it was
Fifth
like
worst record
the
in
NHL's
49 winning percentage.
doing research on
20
what to
seasons without a playoff
or how
win,
they
the
would play in
longest
front of
half
empty
century
stadiums
in
for the remainder of the
NFL.
season. So they've
And of
asked
course,
Ottawa
this is the
Senators for
fourth
help.
number one pick in the
Yeah.
last 30 seasons, which is tied for the most in the NFL over that time frame. And there is the man from Athens, Ohio, the Heisman Trophy.
This is what I don't understand.
Joe Burrow,
People are saying he didn't want to go to
who is
Cincinnati. He's from
presumptive for
Ohio.
the next
Why the
few
hell
months
wouldn't he want to
anyway,
go to Cincinnati?
the number one overall pick. So let's get to know Joe Burrow, the former LSU quarterback, and the high hopes he hopes to bring to the
Stay in his
Cincinnati
home
Bengals.
state.
He comes from a football
Well, Malcolm,
family.
if he got drafted to the NHL, he wouldn't want to play for the.
Nebraska chose to not pick up on
'Cause
Joe
that's,
Burrow, even after he was a 2014
Everybody has
Bad
Joe Burrow
choice.
number one.
Athens High School in southeast Ohio. And
Joey,
then,
they've
of
already
course,
sent him
went
his
to Ohio
jersey to
State.
fucking thing yesterday. And they
At
sent him a
one
letter
point,
yesterday saying
He
welcome
was
to
considered to
Cincinnati.
be the next
Oh,
Alex
did they?
Smith, but never
I didn't know
really
that.
got going. Then he transferred to LSU. His first season.
That's
in
called
2018
tampering.
was
They can't do
okay.
that.
16
Schefter
touchdowns,
sent
5
a
picks.
tweet out
Oh,
saying
And
yeah.
that
then
Let's go.
2019 happened, and
Cincinnati
my
sent
God,
out
he
like all
rolled
jerseys
in
to all his
everything
family
you
yesterday.
possibly could. Single season records for total offensive yards,
Well,
total
if you have the
touchdowns
first
at
pick, you
60,
can do whatever
total
you want.
touchdown passes at 60, total touchdowns
Yeah.
at 65, a national championship.
And they've
and
already
a
come out
Heisman
too and
Trophy
said
as
that
well.
Washington won't be trading
It's
number 2.
arguably
So
the greatest
What, number
season
3
a
will be
college
traded?
They won't?
quarterback
You say
has
will or
they
ever
won't.
had.
No, they will
They
not.
beat
They're holding
7
on to it and
top
taking
10
it on.
teams and scored a record
have to take
726 points. So let's get to know
So
Joe
we're
Burrow
all
as
we're all
best as
correct
we
on
can.
number 1 and number
Well,
2.
Cincinnati is here because
Yeah,
last year
and then it
wasn't
comes down to 3
great.
when
I
Miami
meant-
trades up
And
to
it
get
looks, it looks like Detroit has number 3 there in the corner.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to dispel that myth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Detroit
for
hasn't
now.
traded
Well,
it
for
yet.
now, they would announce it before.
until they get the
Yeah,
Lions
come on,
King
Malcolm.
Gardner.
They have the
Minshew.
next 10 minutes.
20 minutes.
There's no
Yeah, they got
way
20
you
minutes.
trade Gardner Minshew for the 3rd overall pick. I wouldn't trade him for a fucking 5th rounder.
We're just joking.
Seriously, he's shit.
But how funny would it be if he did go to the Lions? He becomes the Lion King.
Yeah, but they could get him for like, they could get him for like a fucking 7th
He
round
was
pick.
absolutely
Who
Joe
cares?
Cool. Daniel
So-
Jeremiah, when you see Joe Burrow, what's the
He's not gonna
first
start
thing that
with
stands out
Stafford.
when you watch the tape?
Well, to me, it's just
Well,
the
here we go,
poise
Kurt.
that he plays
Gotta
with.
listen to
I look at
Shocking Bag.
accuracy, poise,
Kurt.
decision-making, playmaking,
Nope.
and Joe Burrow's off the charts at
Okay,
all 4 of those
should we
areas.
play a game
Kurt's looking
like
old.
Took place from
5
18
minutes
to
for the first 2
19
picks?
because they got 5 guys out into the route.
This
And
is
that's
the
where
whole
he was
first
able
round. It's
to
gonna be like 3.5
spread and
hours.
shred
Yeah,
every
like this is
single defense
because we know who
he
1 and
faced
2
with
is. Why are
LSU
we
this fall.
taking 10 minutes
Let's
off?
go to Kurt Warner next. Kurt, lots of quarterbacks have great stats.
They gotta
but
fix all the
you look at
glitches.
traits
They gotta-
in college
they gotta
quarterbacks
connect
that
the
can
internet.
Translate to the NFL. Yours certainly did. What are you looking at trait-wise that you like from Joe Burrow?
Even Burrow is fucking wondering what's taking.
Well, you're right,
so long.
Trey. There's not very many sure things at the quarterback position making that transition from college to pro. So what does translate?
Are we doing BR tonight, or what?
Should I crack a drink? Or
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, 100% you should.
The game picks up. You're looking at Joe Burrow.
You gotta see how many drinks you can get done before.
Should I try black cherry?
Yeah, I was just saying, do cherry, yeah. Pop your white claw cherry.
No, I've had 2 whites. I've had a
completion. That is something that also
Also,
translates
bro,
a couple things.
45.
Really
His dad's 82.
This is ridiculous if we have to actually wait 10 minutes for each pick.
I agree.
100%. I can guarantee you they're gonna like go over every single fucking pick.
Could be Chase Young. You never know.
They have to get the TV time. They have to get.
They've already told him, Joey. They've already came out yesterday and said.
No, it's Chase Young. I'm telling you, it's Chase Young.
Why don't you pick Chase Young then?
Because I'm not stupid.
Well, a little bit.
Joey, are you planning to play BR after this, or are you getting off?
I just want to see what the Lions do here, like actually do.
What if they trade to like the 30-second?
Well, then I'll throw on Codd.
There's
And I'll play
6
Codd.
of us in the chat, right?
I'm watching this draft.
Do you think we?
Listen, we've
Oh,
got
okay,
all
never
those
mind.
little traits. Michael Irvin, you talked about this earlier in our
I
pregame
think we
show
hit
about
split
above
2
the
teams
shoulder.
and trails and all hit it at the same time if we do the same
Trying to
match.
be a leader. He said everyone
Imagine
has
that.
their own secret sauce. You can't steal someone else's. If Burger King tried to make cane sauce, it would be crap. Everyone has to have their own. You just have to find it. And he seems like he's found that sauce.
Just by sharing that right there with you tells you he understands he has to be himself in order to win that locker room. But he has those 3 things that, as a young man, he's going in a grown man's locker room and trying to win that locker room. They want to know.
Mel's best available. Number 1, Chase Young. And then number 2, Joe Burrow.
Oh yeah.
But it's by need, right?
Well, no, that's based on like overall skill, but they need a quarterback.
Yeah, like if Cincinnati didn't need a quarterback, Young would be going more.
That should go a long way.
Yeah.
So where does Andy Dalton go then?
Bengals locker room and try to ascend to the
New England?
of that team, franchise, and community.
Michael, you're absolutely right. And Booger, you saw this unfold firsthand. I mean, let's be honest. When Joe went to Baton Rouge,
We don't need him. I guess if he wants to play
Southeast
backup.
Ohio, he was all the way an outsider.
Uh-oh.
You say fuck
By the
Buffalo?
end of this past college
Yeah,
football
for
season,
getting
he
Dalton.
could not have been more
No,
a
he
Bayou
said fuck
Bengal.
Buffalo. Quote him.
Wow. I heard that.
I'm wearing my Buffalo Bill sweater. I'm a Buffalo Bill season ticket holder. I'm allowed to say it.
And his ability to walk in the huddle and have the other team guys look at
Probably light your money on fire and get a better entertainment value than that.
but just confidence. Trey, I'll tell you a story.
Why not?
We were walking this
It's Trey.
I'm a Lions fan, so this is all I got. It's just chirps.
Clemson. He simply looked at me and
However, every year, and this year it's in Buffalo, you can go watch Trey play Buffalo. In Buffalo. It's just
I'm really interested to see the 3rd pick.
He did win the Heisman Trophy.
Hey, the pick is in, guys. You didn't notice.
The pick is in.
So we're watching fucking Joe Burrows from winning the Heisman.
When Joe
He
was
looks
at the
12.
pinnacle of individual achievement. He
A
took
good
pause
12, though.
In that Heisman Trophy speech.
What's a
And
good
for about
12?
30
Is it like a
seconds,
pedophile
he
thing?
spoke about something that was very near and dear to his heart.
I hate to break it to you. Your house is not. You haven't made any money yet, and your house isn't bad.
From
So
Southeast
clearly you're not
Ohio,
poor.
it's a very, very impoverished area. And
So at least when they
the
do the
poverty
Washington
rate is
pick, it
almost
should
2
be
times
like
the
7 minutes, but and
the
they announced
national
Joe
average.
Burrow.
There's so many people there that don't have a lot.
I don't know. It
And
hasn't
I'm
started
up
to
here for
come
all
on them
those.
yet.
all
Yeah,
those
I
kids
think
and
it
athletes
doesn't start
in
Washington.
Madison County
It's
that
supposed to
announced.
once the pick
They'll
is
go
in, but I
home
don't
to-
know how the fuck they're doing it.
Not a lot of food on the table. Hungry after school. You guys can be up here too. I'd like to thank.
And that has led to the Joe Burrow effect away from the field, including restaurants in the Plains.
just rubbing his
Ohio,
hand against the
meals
fence.
And omelets after him. Look at him celebrating with the fans after they came back.
He's probably got
after
COVID
that
now.
win over Alabama, and then changing his jersey name to Burrow in classic Louisiana style. He was in every way the Lion King as he won that Heisman Trophy in a landslide.
He's got the Bengals hat in his hand right there.
$500,000 raised to the Athens Food Pantry. Even got a giraffe.
Look, it's the Tiger King's
put up a
amusement park.
sign in Baton Rouge this week thanking them for everything they've done. And of course, self-deflecting as well, basically monitoring and saying, I haven't gotten a haircut in a month, so don't make fun of me. I couldn't get to the barber and get cleaned up. But ladies and gentlemen, the pick is in. The Bengals have turned in their selection. Let us go to the commission.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, here we go. With the first pick in the 2020 draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Joe Burrow.
It won't
LSU.
go crazy until you get to pick 5, 6.
Pardon?
And there you see Joe with mom and dad, and you have to wonder
Everybody
what's
has 2
going
points.
through his
Look at
mind
that.
right now. Remember when he
I'm
entered
in the lead.
transfer portal,
We're on
one more
board.
time he wanted to go to Nebraska, and Scott Frost, the coach, said, is he better than what we got? The answer is yes. Mel
They are
Kiper,
giving
what
Washington
can you say
7
about Joe
30
Burrow's
seconds.
game?
Good.
I'll tell you what, the improvement was so dramatic, and you were a little cautious
Yeah, you're
early
good.
on.
How much time's left on this
round
record?
He's 6'3" and a
7'23".
half. Come on, you're 6'3". You can measure half inches.
He looks like
He's a little boy.
Seconds behind.
every receiver.
You only do that when
They
you're like
got
5'7".
everything going. He started moving them up.
Hey.
Man, these throws
Hey,
are
I'm
so
5'6"
good.
and a half. Go fuck yourself.
Tony Romo. Then it became
I know,
Tom
but
Brady.
5'7".
Then you get late in the season after you won the Heisman Trophy, you say, boy, now the pressure's on. This is championship or bust for LSU, and he didn't blink. He got behind, don't struggle in the Clemson game early, and then all of a sudden, lights out. Again, Joe Burrow's poise, his confidence, the way he manipulates the pocket, he just has that.
I could have made that throw. Come on.
He has tremendous
Yeah,
awareness.
like, he's throwing a wide open
Stays away from
receiver.
trouble and then makes some accurate strikes down
Dude, that's
the
the
field.
one.
Joe
That's the
Burrow
one
put
thing
together
is
the best
is
season
him
I
and
can ever
him and
remember a
Tua
college
have way
quarterback
better
have.
receivers
As I
than
said,
the
you
other.
look at the elite
Back to this
competition
guy.
he faced, 7 opponents. There were
You see what
77 and 18. That's 77 and
Longo
11.
tweeted
Take
out?
those losses LSU out of it. So this is a guy
No.
every step of the way.
He said, yo, NFL draft, 30 seconds per pick max. That's how I run my fantasy leagues. You've either done your homework or not.
Historic, and I don't think we'll ever see it again, right?
For that one.
Look,
To be fair, the only reason that time is there is to like give them time, like it's like trade or something. Like they've already made their decisions. It's more so
It's
like,
more
oh,
valuable
shit,
later
something happened.
after a few picks, though, when if someone steals your pick. But they figured out they're going to be picking if someone picks their pick, though, too.
And Joe Burrow grew up right before our own very eyes, and I think the Cincinnati Bengals are getting a player.
So is this
They will take some of the same concepts
Thursday,
Joe
Friday,
Brady
Saturday,
brought
or
down to
what?
LSU. If they were
Yeah.
to see
Yeah.
4 days.
It's yeah. So round 1 tonight, 2 and 3 tomorrow, and then 4, 5. Or no, is it 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6, 7?
And
No,
he
fuck
will
it,
make
man.
sure that you guys go where you want to go, which is to the promised land.
Hey, Boog, a lot of people have asked me, why did he make that big transition from 18 to 19? It wasn't just the system. He got there late before that 18 season, didn't get a chance to get comfortable, and he had a little rust. He hadn't played a lot of football in 3 years. But what we saw this year was
pick is in.
outstanding. How about the field vision, the awareness? You read the safety, vacate, go towards the middle of the field. You've got a vertical with Justin Jefferson from the slot.
The pick?
You take that all day long. He
Wow,
identifies,
even
he
this
attacks,
year, eh?
and he drops this ball beautifully in the bucket. How about working in the middle of the field? Anticipation and ball placement doesn't get better than that. And then the toughness. We've all talked about that toughness.
The
with
pick
Joe
is
Burrow. His
in.
eyes don't drop under pressure. Hang in there. You take the big hit and deliver a strike right
Is
on
it
the
just
money
different
again, working in the middle
broadcast,
of the field.
though?
How about the pocket awareness?
Well,
Climb, feel it, keep your eyes downfield.
Different
find
overlays?
that
I have no
backside
idea.
Seam, and again, beautiful
I'm
ball
on NFL
placement.
board,
If you
that's
want to
all I know.
nitpick him, he played with an all-star cast of receivers.
What are you looking at right now?
Listen to-
And he got away with a throw
Tom Brady.
like this one that he might not necessarily get away with at the next
course.
level. But
You're
Lewis,
like you and Barry are
outside
like
of
25
just pure
seconds behind
top-shelf
me
arm strength, I love
because you said how
everything
much time was
about
left
Joe
in the clock.
Yeah, I mean, he really is technically proficient in many, many different things when you're talking about playing the quarterback position. First and foremost, when you want to look at it,
Ew, don't ruin his
guys
career and
who are
compare him
playing
to
in the league
Jared
right now
Goff.
as far as traits, we already talked about the pocket mechanics. Look at him move up in the pocket here, keep his eyes down the field, 2 hands on the football to make sure it's secure, and then hit Justin Jefferson coming across the middle of the field.
So if they
Tom
trade
Brady,
the pick,
again, has made a living doing this his entire
does the
career. He
timer
doesn't have
still
to be a
keep
great
going, or
athlete,
does
but
the
he's
timer
so
reset?
just smooth in the
Timer keeps
pocket.
going.
And now, outside
No,
the
it keeps
pocket, he's
going.
a guy who can escape the
They don't get a
rest of the
different
defense,
time
pocket
if
now
they
to
trade.
the right
I think
side
it go,
of the
yeah.
box, and just throw a dart down the right sideline.
If you
there and
trade
just
up,
put
you
it
have
on
to
the money.
go-
Jared Goff under Sean
Because you do not get
McVay,
more
someone
time.
who was featured outside the pocket. Look at his throw right here to Brandon Cooks in the back of the end zone at the back pylon. Doesn't get any better than that. And then his recognition and athleticism
It
to
isn't
be able to
odd,
recognize, hey, all the defenders'
quiet.
backs are to me on the second level.
Yeah.
They're running down the
Mhm.
field man to man. I'm going to take
So, like,
off. I'm
the
going
ends
to burn
are
you
like
with my
you.
athleticism. Ryan Tannehill does the same thing. He carried the Tennessee Titans in this manner all year long in 2019. When he sees the defenders turn their back, he's going to take off and run with the football.
I'm just
This
checking
is what
Twitter right
makes
now because
Joe
I don't
Burrow
care
the
about this
total package. This is
Redskins
why you
pick,
go
so I want
number
to see
one
if fucking
overall.
Detroit's
Yeah,
trading down.
listen, it's hard to go against anything that we saw from Joe Burrow this past season. So he is truly the Tiger King. So let us go for more on that. He goes from a Bayou Bengal to a Cincinnati Bengal. Our Susie Colbert standing by with Joe Burrow.
Oh, Lord.
Well, we all knew this was coming. Doesn't make it any less powerful. Joe, you were in Nashville last year for the draft. If I had said to you then, you're going to be #1 overall in 2020, what would you have said?
I would have told you were crazy. You know, I knew I was going to have a really good season because I knew, you know, we had really good players coming back. I had great coaches, and we were going to work really, really hard to do it. But to jump up to #1 overall is crazy to me. But it's a dream come true.
Mel Kiper shared earlier that going into last season, he had a 6th-round grade on you, but then you won the Heisman, a national title. You're #1 overall. How do you process that?
Well, I wasn't very good my junior year. You know, it's pretty simple. I worked really hard to get better. All my guys worked really, really hard to get better. We just gelled as a team this year to do exactly what we did. We weren't.
That's some
I just
fucking
wasn't
bling
as
he's
good
got
as I
there on
was
his
my senior year.
necklace.
I worked really, really hard to improve.
Tell us what the area code represents on your shirt.
But they're not supposed to show people on the phone.
740. This is, you know, Athens County area. I wanted to get
I'm
something
watching
to,
Young on the phone right now.
you know, represent my home area, my hometown, and Nike made this for me. It's been great. I just want to show as much appreciation to this area as I can.
Joe,
Best player,
congratulations.
quite frankly, he
#1
says.
overall.
Thank you. Thank you. I
Oh,
appreciate it.
shit. I'm fucked.
Susie,
Why?
Joe, thanks very much. Congratulations.
Unless something
Washington
changes
is
soon,
now on the
Detroit is
clock, and
expected
you're
to hold
looking
on
at
and make the
Chase
3rd
Young,
overall selection.
presumptive
So
to
you
be
made-
the pick there.
you
Really,
thought
eh?
Best
Dolphins
defensive
They probably only
end
have
in
like
this-
5
the best
minutes.
player, quite
thought
frankly,
Dolphins
in this
were gonna hold
draft,
that pick?
based on total talent.
I thought
So
that the
let's
Dolphins and the
tell you a
Chargers,
little
one of
bit
them
about
would
Chase
have jumped
Young
up.
and the things that
Fair.
he's been able to do at Ohio
The
State.
issue is I don't think
A
either of them
long
care
list
who
of
the other
great
one gets.
defensive ends over the years have come out of
I think they're perfectly
Ohio
fine
State.
waiting, and whichever one gets who, they
Chase
just
Young, of
stick
course,
with.
born in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Here's the entire list of Ohio State defensive ends that have had multi-years with double-digit sack seasons. Mike Vrabel and Chase
Okay, here
Young.
we go.
That's the entire list. That's why a lot of people think that they are zeroing in on the man they call the Predator because of those long dreadlocks he likes to wear. There's Ron Rivera, the new head coach of the Washington Redskins, and Kyle Smith, the VP of Player
Really, Ron
Personnel.
Rivera?
Nice
But he's
sexual
at 4
touch.
points.
So we believe the pick is in. Let's see what Washington is going to do. Once more, let's go to Roger Goodell.
With the second pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select Chase Young, defensive
The
end,
Lions are
Ohio
on the
State.
clock. Let's go, Detroit.
Congratulations, Chase.
So there you see Chase, a very, very happy young man, a team captain in the nucleus of that defense that allowed the fewest total
Chase
yards per
Young
game
looks
in the
scary.
nation last season. I guess crab cakes and football, that's what Maryland does, because Chase Young, born in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, second straight year that Washington has gone the Maryland route for a first-round pick, taking Dwayne Haskins. They're played with NBA #1 overall pick Markelle Fultz at one point. Dwayne Haskins grew up about 27 miles away from where the Redskins train, and Chase Young about 55 miles from the Redskins practice facility in Ashburn, Virginia. So we are clearly seeing a pattern. Booger, Chase Young was a dominant force. We talked about the sacks that he was able to get at Ohio State. What is Washington getting in Chase Young?
Well, quite simply, Trey, they're getting the best player in this entire draft. He can affect the game not only on first and second down, setting the edge, playing the runs, but he can also be a dominant pass rusher on third down. You want to overset him as an offensive tackle, I have the agility to come inside, and he learned that at Ohio State from one of the best defensive line coaches in America, Larry Johnson. Got to give him a lot of love for what he's done the last few years with the Bosa brothers and now Chase Young. But you're getting a guy who can be a Hall of Fame type player. Bill Polian once said, when you draft guys in the top 10, they have to be worthy of wearing a gold jacket. And this young man, Chase Young, he definitely is a versatile defensive end that can play the left side or the right side. And if you're the Redskins, Montez Sweat on the right side, now Chase Young on the left side, you have a very, very good pair of bookends.
No question, Corgan. I think you made that decision with Dak Prescott, with Carson Wentz, and an emerging Daniel Jones. Now you get the outside.
He's going.
Hopefully Sweat comes on.
He's getting ready. He's getting mentally ready for the Lions pick.
How funny would it be if Detroit completely goes off the fucking board at 3?
And they actually get Tua?
How funny would it be if they run out of time and they just lose their pick?
Not Chase Young, but certainly the Redskins, after thrilled, as you say, to get the best player on the board pretty much all year has been Chase Young.
They already knew. They already knew. They had the hat. They already had the hat. Like.
Yeah, they all know.
Well, here I don't know. After this, I don't think anybody really knows what's on.
A guy like Jadeveon Clowney and
Lions pick is in.
They look almost identical as far as their body type. When you just look
Yes, everyone's got like 3 around, but we're also different between like 11 and 15. That'll be interesting to see who wins this thing.
Fuck off, the Lions pick is in. I'm scared.
Yeah, I've told you they're taking.
If it's not Tua, I will be upset.
It's not gonna be Tua.
Why?
They're not taking Tua. They're taking Acuna.
I know. That's why I'm going to be upset. I don't want Okuda.
They're taking Herbert.
Washington take Tua and then trade him to Miami.
They're 100% taking it. They're 100% taking Okuda.
I know, because I thought the Lions were going to trade.
Why do you want them?
Does anybody have Okuda number 3?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, 5 people do.
Put your inside pad down and sprint to the quarterback. And then with Jadeveon Clowney, you see here, he's just going to throw the rip, continue high side, and
so if I win this, I'm getting into the NFL mock draft.
Mock draft business.
Yeah.
And then you
lead any mock drafts while making your picks?
That I watched, even the Clemson game,
No, it's the next pick that I'm
but I
worried
charted
about.
5 pressures in that game despite getting double, triple teamed.
Yeah.
Well, the issue is, so the weird part is there's like 4 tackles that are going to go in the top 15, and potentially up to like 4 wide receivers that are going to go in the top 15. It's really fucking ugly.
Was destined to be a football player. He was playing flag football at the age of 5.
Fuck him.
Do you guys remember?
As if he's got a pencil in his hat. What's wrong
Do you
with
guys remember
The
Chuck
other parents
Swirsky?
complained and said it isn't fair.
Yeah.
Sometimes life isn't fair.
Just tweeted out.
And it
I
may
know
not
you
be
would,
fair
but
to
just
get
tweeted
that
out
much
Joe
talent
Exotic and
in
Carol
that
Baskin
kind of
both
body for
endorsed the
Chase
Bengals
Young. You
pick.
saw that picture, by the way.
Here we go.
on his desk.
How long has
That's
Trisha been in
Oh,
quarantine?
there's Joey. There's Joey's place.
3 for 3.
Carl H. Robinson died at 74 after a long illness.
Matt
He was a
Patricia.
big part of what Chase Young was as a boy,
Oh,
and they are
fuck
honoring
me.
here with that picture
3 for 3,
tonight.
Joey.
So that means we are at pick number 3. That's the
Jeff
Detroit
Okuda.
Lions. There you see Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia.
With the third
Give me
pick
the money.
in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jeff Okuda.
Top 3. We're so
defensive
far.
back,
All right,
Ohio State.
now which of the 4 fucking tackles is going to get drafted here?
And there you see the reaction in Grand Prairie, Texas, where Jeff Okuda is from. The cornerback goes off the board. Here's what's really interesting. The top 3 picks in this draft, at one time or another, all played.
Fuck, you could have traded down and still got.
I really hope he.
The fuck
Taking
you.
a look
Oh
at
my
Jeff
god.
Okuda.
They could have went to 5.
He was the number 1.
They could have gone to
They
9
could've went to
and
ESPN
Okuda still would have been there.
2017.
Fucking
No,
bunch of little boys.
Oh, Okuda would have
Yeah,
went.
could have went away.
100% someone would have taken him.
Who would have taken him? Who would have taken him?
Okuda Matata.
Yeah.
Carolina would have taken him.
For his mother, Maria Kuda, in her memory, and
That's
wrote
7.
a really heartfelt letter to her after she
I'm getting
passed
Okuda
away,
in Madden
saying
next year, by the
all
way, just because of that reference.
that she had meant to him and helped him along the way. And now Jeff Okuda, by the way,
I'm not gonna let you get him
also
in
was
Madden
an
next year just
academic
because of that
star at
reference.
Ohio State.
I'm gonna get him in Malcolm's fantasy league.
Of 3.0.
I'm gonna get him.
Jeff,
I'm gonna get him, and then I'm gonna.
No, I don't want Detroit's defense.
Yeah, no one does. Why would you ever want that?
First question.
I'm gonna get him,
in the
Trent,
press
and then I'm gonna.
conference
I see the size
Hey?
and the length. and
First
somebody
question.
that is outstanding in
What do you think
press
of the
coverage.
University
He
of
wants to
Michigan?
play physical at the line of scrimmage. We saw him do it against some of the best wide receivers in this year's draft
No,
class.
first question
He's
is,
got
do
the
you think
fluidity
you'll
to be able
fit
to
in
open up.
Matt
He can
Patricia's
drive on
defense?
the football.
No.
He can find and play the football. So I thought he was the most.
Nobody fits in Matt
I'm
Patricia's
getting paid
defense because he doesn't know what the fuck he's
millions of
doing.
dollars. I'll do
Matt
it.
Patricia needs to go. He's
The
horrible.
Detroit Lions have to get better against the pass.
So does
and this
Bob
was
Quinn.
The best option for them
This
to
right
get
here,
that done.
it should get him fired, in my personal opinion.
See, that the coach
I don't have
before
this
Matt
pick
Patricia was
right.
a
I picked
better
Okuda
coach than
round
Matt
four.
Patricia.
You look at him and you got a complete
Fourth
corner, a
pick.
guy that will tackle. That's so important in this league now.
So that means you have
Short
three
passes,
full wrong.
Make the tackle on
Yeah.
those elusive receivers and in the run
I
game.
should have
Jeff
stuck with
Okuda's
Jim
very
Bob Shooter.
confident corner. Doesn't get called for penalties. He understands how to
JBC, eh?
pass and not draw
Yeah.
a flag, and that's critical in the
All right,
national football.
I was very impressed by JBC.
the next pick is big. The next pick is
It's a funny
big.
name.
But you got Darius
Well, it's gonna be a tackle. I just don't know which
That
one.
girl does look high, doesn't she?
I'm saying Tristan.
That's how I got Tristan Riffs or
Yep.
whatever.
There you see a very happy Matt Patricia, the head coach.
I think it's
Yeah,
Isaiah
that's
Simmons.
why I
This is the
assumed.
sixth time
They
in
were
7
linked
years
to him
the
for a
Buckeyes
while.
have a cornerback taken
No,
in the
Simmons.
first
No,
Yeah,
no.
Simmons won't go this.
And there you
Go
see
on like
Buckeyes
8 or
are
9,
also
yeah.
very, very happy. And we have a theme for the first
I
three
have
draft
Simmons
picks
going
of
like 9.
2020. Burrow, Chase Young,
I got
and
Brown
Okuda,
going before
all
Simmons, I think.
teammates at Ohio State in
I have Brown going like
2017,
12 or
and the
something like
first
that. I can't
three
remember.
picks off the board
I have
in
Brown
the draft in
going
2020. We're just getting started.
7th to Carolina.
The 2020 NFL Draft is presented by Lowe's.
Oh, Bud Light's
official
getting in the
home
Celtic
improvement
game?
Sponsor of the
Yeah.
NFL. And in part by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com.
See, I thought EA Sports was supposed to be developing something intense for this. Like a virtual character walking up to the.
It was. Didn't you see that guy fishing in the kayak?
They've done stuff like that before.
Why did... sorry. Why do so many people have Jedrick Wills going to fucking Giants?
We can do this. Our spirit is what unites us.
You
It
never
is
know.
what bonds us and reminds us we
What'd you
are
say?
all one.
You don't. You
Which is
just
why
said
if you need a
there's like 6
vehicle
people that have
time,
Jedrick Willis
we're
going to
offering
the
0%
Giants.
financing for 84 months with no payments for 90 days.
Really?
And the
Do I?
ability to
I
shop
remember.
and buy from the safety of your home. Better
Malcolm,
days are
I
ahead.
don't know.
And Chrysler Dodge
me,
Cedric Will-
Ark,
I have Cedric.
all have, and Leonard all have Tristan.
New appliance now, the Home Depot has the appliance help you can
Oh yeah, a
count
lot of them do
Welcome
that.
as
Alex.
worse.
higher order online with
No.
ratings, reviews,
No.
and free delivery.
No,
Get
Willis.
special buy savings like the Samsung Top.
Malcolm
Load
has worfs. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
Worfs.
How
Oh.
doers get
Yeah.
more done.
Alex, Jamal,
Taylor, and
Brian.
Josh.
Brian, Taylor, Josh, Alex, and Jamal all have Willis. I have Willis
That's
going like
interesting.
fucking 9 or something. I can't remember.
Don't do it.
Go play COD after the Dolphin pick if you want.
Yeah, I'm same. Yeah,
I'll play
I
COD
was
after.
going 9.
I'll play COD after the Eagles pick.
Same.
When do they pick?
21st.
Next year?
21st.
Auto insurance through Progressive.
I'll be down for some COD after
Yo, so I was saying this earlier.
top 5.
The Eagles are moving up.
You get relentless protection.
To get
We're getting a wide
Tonight
receiver.
on NFL Total Access after the draft, the four
No, we don't
words
need it.
we've been waiting
This
for.
is the deep wide receiver draft. We can easily get one in the second or third
And
round.
every surprise. Who is winning?
I think we need a. I think we need a linebacker.
Well, we do need a linebacker for sure.
We have none. We have none on the fucking roster.
The place where
Great.
football and culture collide. It's the collision of the GOATs and the MCs. Tell me about the offensive side of the ball. With the fashion.
But we have 6 in the top 6 picks in the top
That's
4 rounds. So I think they'll, if they get a good linebacker here, get like a wide receiver in the second, and then a couple.
What if
others.
Miami? What if Miami takes a fucking lineman at 5? Gives the Chargers the choice.
And the oohs and ahs. It's the fantasy.
He's going to be your number
Well,
one
when's Miami's other pick?
and the reality.
13th? So, sorry, 5/18/23.
Yeah, so I was looking at too many mock drafts today. There's like a whole bunch of them. They're like, oh, they'll trade their 2 late first round picks for like another early first round pick or some bullshit like that.
Every day. Because there's no such thing as too much football.
Is your pick in yet? Come on.
All right. No, still a minute 18 left in mine, and he still hasn't picked. I don't give a shit about these fucking New York Presbyterian Hospital people.
Here at New York Presbyterian, every day we can hear the people cheering. We
Probably
feel
all
it,
of
and it
coronavirus
gives
now,
us hope.
judging by the fucking
Working
state
on the
of New
front
York.
lines of this crisis can be overwhelming, but knowing we're in this together keeps us strong.
It's what you're not doing that's keeping us safer. Just by staying home helps us save lives. So keep it up.
We just want to thank
Yo, you
all
wanted to
of
pick Tua,
our families
but you
and
picked
loved
Justin
ones.
Herbert to go
Thank
3?
you too.
Please know that we are
Yeah, because I
cheering
thought
you
the
on,
Dolphins
too.
were going to trade up.
We are stronger.
I thought the Dolphins traded up. I thought it was for Tua.
I didn't pick them based on any trades because like, what are like the odds I could call a trade? Like,
Now help make a difference. Huddle up for COVID-19 relief efforts.
The only reason I
Fans
did
and communities
the
around
only
the
reason I
country in
did
the
that,
NFL
that's the only
draft.
trade I did, but the only
If we
reason I
unite
did that
behind
was
this cause,
because Miami
we
and
can
Detroit
provide
had
relief for
pocket
those
like 3
significantly
weeks, so I
impacted
thought
by
they would have
the
done
pandemic.
something.
Every dollar counts. Visit
Like the rumor
NFL.com
was it
relief
was Miami's
to donate now.
5th,
So the
but their
Giants
2nd
are now ready to
for the
roll.
3rd.
You know, they won that Super Bowl.
There was also the Jags 9th and 20th.
Yeah.
That seems
like
a
Yeah.
long time ago for Giants fans.
Which
But
I
if the
would have
Jags
been
went,
failed to make the playoffs.
but if
all
the
in.
Jags went up, they weren't drafting a QB. They were drafting a lineman.
They lost in the wild card round. Eli retired
or defend or
following this
defense.
2019 season. Once a Giant, only a Giant was the line. Head coach
This is an
Pat
organization
Shurmur
that's
fired
fucked.
in December.
I hate to be a
9-23.
Giants fan.
Joe Judge hired in January, and Joe Judge, now of course, went the route last spent time with the Patriots
room is that?
as not only their special teams coordinator, but also worked out with the linebackers there.
Is it like an
And he
apartment?
sort of
Is it
had a
like
little viral
shades?
moment here.
It's in lockdown.
Was on the cover of the New York Post with this Giants Twitter account posting a photo of Judge working from home, and Abby became an internet sensation. And Judge said right now Abby could probably tell you more about who we're going to take in the first round than anybody
He's
else.
got like
Pretty
a
sure that's a
fucking
casting.
60-inch TV. He's got like a 60-inch TV beside his fucking beside him. He's not looking at. He's looking at like a 40-inch in front of him.
We need to know that the dog
I don't think the other. I think that was a painting. Oh,
I love how he's got a mask there and everything.
With this. We know their GM Dave Gettleman loves the big
I feel like they're
guys,
photoshopping
but we
these
see a run on
TVs in.
thickness starting here.
Someone,
And your franchise
Joey.
potential franchise quarterback in Daniel Jones.
Someone
You gotta
just
keep him
tweeted out
upright,
saying
too
Matt
many hits
Patricia's
on the
son
quarterback.
looks
I thought
much
he had
less
great
that's what the
rookie
Jeff
year,
Okuda
Daniel
picked
Jones,
than his
but
dad.
Junior, Alabama.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but Quinn's kids look high as fuck.
Probably were.
That's what someone said his daughter looked fucking hot.
Daniel Jones.
All right, listen, it certainly seems Dave Gettleman has made it clear he loves what he likes.
Ooh, Andrew Thomas.
The hog mollies, the big
Thomas
guys
went
up
there,
front.
eh?
Isaiah
I mean, I
Simmons
got a
is still
poll,
there.
but still.
Dabo Swinney is
Yeah, I
still
got
there.
Thomas
He's a
going.
wonderful football player. What will the
I don't
Giants
think
do?
anyone had him
The
going.
pick is in.
Yeah, the
Let's
Giants.
No
go
one
to
had him
commish.
going for. The highest anyone had him was 5.
In the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Andrew Thomas, tackle, Georgia.
For 6. Or...
Nobody. Hey, so everybody is no longer perfect.
That it's an offensive
But we're
line,
all still tied at first.
We all got it wrong?
No.
that it's this.
Yeah, no one
Everybody got
had
it wrong.
Thomas going through.
No one had Thomas going first.
As a
Everyone
junior
was
last
being like the
season,
3rd or
he won
4th tackle off the
SEC's
board.
Jacob
Right,
Blocking
won
Trophy
10th.
Like,
and was a
Cleveland.
consensus
We're not tied for
All-American.
first. There's other
Now,
people.
Everybody
that
picked
have
No,
him.
I'm talking
first
about
three
like
rounds.
the 3rd or 4th
is
tackle
that
off the
not
board.
only did he play high school football, but as you can see,
Like every draft,
he was
everyone
what
had
we
him like
call a
ranked 3rd, 4th,
percussionist
not fucking
at
there.
Pace Academy, which is a fancy way of saying
Everyone's
played
draft
the
is
drums.
messed.
Now, his high school coach was Chris Slade, a
Does
defensive end.
Justin
who
Herbert
played
go
a lot
right
of
now?
years in the NFL,
What's
and
gonna
he
what's
said,
gonna
"Look,
happen?
Herbert goes right now.
Yeah, Herbert will go
Tua.
now, and then
but if you
Tua
take
goes
this
6.
football thing a little more
I think
seriously,
Tua's going to Miami.
you might play
No.
in the NFL. And DJ, that turned out to be very sage
And he'll be Herbert
advice
then, too.
from Chris
I think
Slade.
Herbert.
Yeah, Trey, starting 41 games in the SEC. He's
I picked Tua, and I figured the Dolphins were going to trade.
You know, everybody
get
had
Herbert
these
at 3.
tackles in a different order. For me, he was my
Well, it
favorite
said here,
offensive tackle, but I
Rappaport
do
just
feel like
tweeted
he
out
has
saying
a
that
very
if the
high
Dolphins
floor.
were trading to
You know
3,
exactly what you're getting.
they were
He's gonna
taking
be able to up
Thomas.
people in the run game, and he's going to have a firm
Oh, really?
anchor in pass protection
Yeah.
to hold up there.
Oh, it's easy to
I
say
did
after
not
the
see
fact.
elite recoverability,
It said, had the
elite
Dolphins
quickness,
traded up
or
for an
elite
offensive
athleticism.
tackle,
Wow,
would have
did you
drafted
hear what that guy
Georgia.
just said? He doesn't have elite quickness, strength, or vision.
If they were going to go tackle.
I think there's much better players on the board. Oh, well, that's nice
Why
to
is
say.
he the mask on? He's alone. The fucking
look,
Giants
I
guy,
kind of
David
agree with
Gettleman, is
DJ.
putting a mask on right now. He's alone in a room.
Was one of the guys who I thought would go off the board first, but I can tell you this about Andrew Thomas: when you talk
Perfect
to
for
people
the
around the league,
Giants.
they feel as though he has absolutely pristine football and personal character. It's just some of the concerns.
Why is
for
David
me
Gettleman
as
putting a
far as
mask
the
on and he's in a
power
room by
he can
himself?
play with in the run game because he plays with a little bit of a narrow base. But I will tell you this: he has tremendously long arms. He is real good in his pass sets, and you're getting a quality.
He doesn't even know how to put the mask on though.
When you're drafting this high.
Maybe it's like a pitcher and a catcher talking to each other. He doesn't want everyone seeing what he's saying.
It's true.
Very possible.
That the Miami Dolphins have.
But can he just put his hand in front of his mouth?
No, he's not that smart.
Schefter just tweeted out saying Giants pull off another bid first round prize. Would have loved to see the fans' reaction if this was in real life.
Since Dan Marino, and you look at all the
Yeah,
things that have
they
gone
drafted
on.
like the
Other
fourth
notable
best tackle in
players
the
they
draft.
traded in the last 14
Fucking
months. Robert Quinn went to the Cowboys.
with the fourth overall
Kenny
pick.
Stills as part of the Laramie Tunsil trade. Pico Alonso to the Saints. Kenyon Drake. They have
Is this round
picks in the
just
next
round
two
1
drafts.
tonight?
They have
Yeah, just round 1.
first-round picks and
1
4
tonight,
second-round
2 and 3
picks.
tomorrow, and then
So
like
they
4
have
to
the
7
draft capital
Saturday.
to do essentially whatever they want. But the Dolphins
Got my
well, they had Dan
press
Marino, they
conference
didn't
at
really
3
worry
o'clock
about
on
much.
Sunday.
But they haven't had Dan Marino since he retired before the
Yeah.
2000 season. That's
As the
21
Bills
different
sent
starting
us a thing as being a
quarterbacks.
season ticket
And
holder,
they've
that
only
we're doing like a
drafted
Zoom
one quarterback
meeting
in the
with the
first round,
GM,
Ryan Tannehill,
live
8th
question
overall,
and
and now
answer
he's
Sunday
signed
at
to be
3.
the Tennessee Titans quarterback
Yeah,
and take
yeah,
them
with your dick
to
out?
the AFC Championship
Yeah.
game. And their 149 and 171 record, only 7
Not that anyone would ever
winning
see it, but-
seasons. Ryan Fitzpatrick,
No, but it's
we
just, it'd
know
be kind
is
of
there,
cool
the
if you
bearded lunatic
can ask a
from Harvard.
question and
But
gets answered
could
by the
this
GM.
be the spot where
I guess I can ask you
I like how he's
questions
all
all the
dressed
time.
up.
There you see
Are
Tua's
my
family
tickets going to be
getting
valid?
set to
No.
hopefully
Okay.
hear their name. Let's go back to
Well, they
Kurt
are.
Warner
The
from the
Buffalo.
NFL Network
See, the
and
Bills
a
have
Hall
already
of
come out and
Famer.
said that if
Tua
the season gets
Tagovailoa.
canceled or there's
We
no
know about the
fans,
health
you can
issues the
they'll
Dolphins once
you'll get a
passed
full
on Drew
refund or
Brees
you can push
with
it to
health
next
issues.
season.
What do you think of Tua here?
Well, I would love the Tua pick right here. I think when you're at this spot in the draft, you're at the number 5 pick,
who the
you say
Dolphins
to
taking?
yourself, do we feel there is a transcendent player?
He's got
at the
Herbert.
quarterback position
I'd
if
love
you
the
do not
Tua
have
pick
one?
right here.
When I look at
I
across
got
the
Herbert
board,
right here.
Trent, you're our
who's
inside
top
source.
here
Come on.
class,
I have
Tua
Tua.
to me is the only guy
I
I
got
see that
Herbert.
say this guy could be transcendent. Now I understand
Who do I have?
the injury
Like,
issues.
Okuda?
How do you feel about those injuries?
The rash
Do
related
you
gentleman
feel there's another
fumbling the
guy that
mask
is that
around in an
transcendent
empty
guy
room
where
has
you
been the
could
funniest thing
jump
I've seen on TV
over
in a
to
long time.
picking someone else, but I love the Tua pick right here. I think he's got the potential to be a really,
He
special
doesn't-
quarterback at the next
He doesn't
level.
realize
All right,
social
now there's
distance.
a shot at Chris Greer, who
Nah.
was with the Dolphins in 2006 when, as a unit, Lewis Riddick.
People are
they
tweeting out
decided
saying
to
Dave
pass
Edelman doesn't
on
even
Drew
trust
Brees 'cause
himself.
They didn't clear his shoulders. A safer pick in Dante Culpepper, and let's just say
He doesn't understand that social
that
distance
worked
doesn't
out.
apply to
Drew Brees
fucking
is still
computer
going
screen.
strong and setting records for the Saints. As an organization, Lewis, you've been in these meetings. There's a medical issue. How do you weigh the medical versus the talent?
Yeah, it's all about managing risks, right? It's all about future performance projection. And a bunch of the future performance projection as far as Tua is concerned is, first, is he going to be on the football field? And I think when you're picking in the top 5 here,
Trent,
obviously,
if
you're
they
gonna
draft
be
Tua
a little
right
bit
here,
cautious
get
as far
Tua
as saying, hey,
jersey.
look, we don't even know
I
if
have
he's going
to.
to make it to a second
I have to learn how to
contract.
Well, you
We
gotta-
don't know
you have
if
to
he's going
wait.
do that.
You have to
Maybe
wait
in
and
that
see if his
first
hip button
contract,
works before
he
you
just
get the
sets the
jersey.
world on fire. And if we get lucky and he does learn how
The
to
smart thing
Wait,
goes
because they'll probably
further.
trade him by the end of the year.
we may have that generational guy. We may have that lefty that we
Herbert's
put
a
in
lot
the same
easier to say.
category as the Steve Young. And
They took
Jim
Tua.
Jones
He can get
a Herbert.
when they played
He
the
can get a
NFL. So
Herbert jersey,
let's
no
just see if they
problem.
go ahead and they
It's
throw
Tua.
caution to the wind and make the pick, or do
Tua
they back
Tagovailoa.
Listen, the great Spanish philosopher Santayana said, "Those who do not remember history are
Sorry,
destined
Trent.
to
The
repeat
Bills
it."
are gonna
So we'll
break
see
his
what
hip again.
happens here.
Yes.
If that's the case, again, the pick is not in yet. But as we go through this process of looking about what Tua may bring to the Dolphins, if it is indeed him. Let's go back to Mel.
These guys,
Mel,
man.
Listen, we've
like
been
these
through
guys
this,
know
and we know
who
we're
the
in a
pick
weird
is.
It's
situation
fucking
here.
stupid.
The medical
Malcolm, I
can't
don't know how
really
you're
get
gonna
hands
sit
on
through this whole
these
fucking
guys.
draft. Like,
If
this
this was a
stupid.
I'm
normal
getting
run-up
pissed
to the
off right now
draft,
too.
would this be as much of an issue as it is right
Because
now?
like the element of
Probably
surprise
not,
is being
Trey. And I think you
eliminated.
look at it, if he wouldn't be there at 5 if it weren't for the injury. They would have had to trade up to get him. But the offensive tackle is interesting. And then do you circle back and get a
The pick is in. Who the Dolphins take?
They took Tua. It's been announced.
So my buddy says
Oh, is it?
Tua's going
Listen,
to
it's gonna be
Carolina. I
interesting.
doubt it.
So, again, the Dolphins have the capital to
No.
do whatever they
Schefter
want
even
here.
just
Again,
tweeted
this
out
is the
Tua as a
first of
Dolphin.
their 3
Oh,
picks
they
in
just
the
took them.
first
I'm watching
round.
it.
And
they
there's
did?
still about
Yeah,
7
it's true.
minutes to go. Oh, wait. We're hearing it now. The pick is in.
Yeah.
Let's
Like,
go to the
don't
commissioner
show
and see what
who's
happens.
2 points.
With the 5th pick in the 2020
Yeah, but you got
NFL
0
draft,
points for the last pick.
the Miami Dolphins
And the one
for
before.
Third,
Tua
yeah,
Tagovailoa.
Actually, no, I got 1 point for
Even the
him.
GM
you got
can't
one.
say
You got
that.
1 point for each of them.
Well, there it is, which means for the first time since
Okay, who wants to play
Kellen
some-
Moore, who is now the Cowboy
Yeah.
offensive coordinator, threw a pass. We're
Have you
gonna
guys
have
updated? Herbert here, then?
who's gonna throw a pass
Xbox mute.
in the NFL.
Yeah,
provided
Herbert's going
Tua
to
is
Charger.
healthy and ready to go
Yeah,
in the
I didn't
second
think
half.
that.
But it's not just about the fractured hip and the dislocated hip.
Oh,
As
look
you
at all
can
those
see,
injuries.
Tua has dealt with
Next
a
one,
lot of
September
injuries over his time at
2020.
Alabama.
Broken
A
leg
sprained
from
knee,
Buffalo.
A left quad, a left ankle, a broken index
Broken
finger.
femur.
He's had spiral surgeries on both of his ankles.
Herbert.
And then, of course, in November of 2019
went
on this
Herbert.
play against
God damn
Mississippi
it.
State. The
Well, the
dislocation and the
Chargers want
fracture of
Herbert
the
all
hip
along, so
that sent
falls
Tua's
into their
draft
lap.
status into doubt. But I guess the medicals
Damn
came
it.
back as clean as everybody was saying they were going to be. Kurt Warner, you see him going through that, 9-minute and 20-second workout that he sent out to all the teams. Kurt, I guess the Dolphins liked what they saw.
Who was that?
Well, no question about
Brett.
it. It's interesting, Trey, that when he
Oh
suffered
boy,
this
is
injury,
Brett
a lot of
here?
people going
This
into
is
the
saving
draft
like half an hour.
well, he's going to have a red shirt.
He just said something with his asshole.
We draft him. We're going to sit him for a year. I think when people saw that workout, they
I
said
guess
to themselves,
Panda?
well, maybe not.
Yeah.
He looks
Yeah.
really good. He looks
I've been playing this
explosive.
whole time.
Those are things that he was built on.
Brett,
in college.
fucking break
The
Tua's
use
legs.
of his feet, the ability to redirect his feet, to buy time
Barry,
in
if
the
you're
pocket.
scared
I think
of
we all love
the
what we
Dolphins,
saw
you can
in
admit
that
it.
Video, but
No.
no.
Fuck, I would be.
What will Miami do with him? Will they try to rush him onto the
Tua
field?
is
I'm a little
Will they give him a
No,
year to
I'm
get
not saying
healthy?
he's not good.
Yeah, Kurt, I
It's
really
just
believe
his
the medically
injuries.
red shirt let that
They got
body.
to fight to be the fucking third best in the division.
Stay away from trouble. He's got
No, they're gonna be
tremendous
better than
field
the
The problem
position
is,
to put
no, the
And the
problem is
Jets.
he's got no one to throw him to.
That too.
And the thing about him is he's
He
not
won't.
active.
He won't even play
Yeah,
this year. He'll redshirt this
Yeah,
year.
he's going to redshirt. We all know that.
Yeah,
The Dolphins will
because
tank
Magic's
one more
playing.
year.
They had passed on Drew.
No.
Yeah,
wide
they'll,
receiver.
they'll
Now
ride
next
some
favorite
magic.
quarterback Tua. If they don't pass on him, they take him. Now I think they got to sit him for a
Okay,
year.
so
build that
who's
offensive
playing
line
right
up
now?
And get ready for
I
Wow.
just
Yeah.
went out of it.
I'm watching NFL draft.
And Mel, it's interesting when you look at this division.
Yeah,
now,
but there's
Tom
too many
Brady
people,
no
Joey,
longer
to
there. It is wide
send an
open.
invite to
The
anyone
Bills
'cause you don't
got
have the
their
full game.
quarterback with Josh Allen. The Jets have their quarterback
What are you
with
talking
Sam
about?
Darnold, and now
There's
There's
literally
me.
somebody in
Well,
my
I
game
want
right
to
now.
play.
quarterback
I
to
want to
build
play
the rest
BR.
of their roster around.
Yeah, I wanna play
There's a
BR,
lot
but
of
there's
talk
me,
about them
Mark,
potentially
Brett.
taking a
There's
tackle
5 of
here,
us
but
is
you
the
don't
issue.
move on from an all-pro
Mark, are you
tackle,
playing?
all-pro safety, so you can go out and
I
take
mean,
4 tackles
I was
and
going to,
safeties.
but-
You did all of that.
Well, you guys can
Well,
so
play
I
you
that.
do-
continue to build this program. It starts with the quarterback.
We can do
That's
3
the
and
big
2. I don't care if I'm on 3 or 2.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Then we have to play plunder with 2, don't we? Or you just mean 2 on
No,
No, just do
Three
2
on
in a
three.
trio.
Many things to, yeah, there's just so many things to like Trey
What
about
the-
him, and I'm glad that they wound
Malcolm.
up
OVO.
feeling comfortable taking him because he has so many traits that really transfer very
I like
well
the time.
to the NFL. And just take a look, first and foremost, on the deep ball that we talked about earlier, looking off the middle of the field,
Yeah.
safety, and then just throwing an absolute beautiful touchdown down the sideline to Devontae Smith for the touchdown. And you see Steve Young, again, we saw this earlier, but look, he throws the absolute perfect ball to Jerry Rice there in the corner of the end zone. But don't underestimate Tua.
Who's watching the draft and who's playing
college
college?
velocity here on the RPO. Just
You're the
playing
only
college.
one that's watching the draft, I think.
I have it open on my laptop,
Again, a
though.
left-hander
Well,
who
I'll
can
let you
throw
guys
the ball
play
the
COD
same
and I'll
way.
try to
He's
chat
throwing it to
before.
one of the best wide receivers in the NFL at the time,
All right.
Jerry
Sounds
Rice.
good.
And then
Hey, Rory,
throwing
fuck
on
the
the
Lions.
move.
That's all I gotta say.
Hey, did you give him a steak? Oh, he's gone.
Who's Roy?
Nobody was
Rory.
better than Steve Young, who was one of the best athletes to ever play quarterback in the NFL, and Mark Brunell. So these two guys, I mean, look, they hit a home run right here. I'm glad they wound up taking him.
All right, Lewis, thanks very much. So, again, left-handers, here's what we're talking about. Boomer Esiason leads the way with most left-handed touchdowns. But the legend of Tua is a real thing. Lane Kiffin, when he was with Bama, went out there to scout him. And as soon as he saw the kid play, he said, I found the next Steve Young. He threw as a 13-year-old, he got into a live practice, and his first throw for his high school team was a 70-yard touchdown. For more on this, let's go back to one of our insiders, Chris Mortensen. Hey, Mort.
Hey, Trey, yes, and it was the Dolphins, as we mentioned in an earlier show, who were able to choose the independent doctor, hip specialist, who did the medical recheck on Tua recently, and that was Dr. Thomas Hyde in Nashville, Tennessee, where Tua was working out and rehabbing. And he said, and he told our medical analyst, Stefania Bellis, that his CT scans were pristine on the hips and as good as he's seen as anybody who's had this trauma. And I will say this, I think Nick Saban's words, not just about Tua, but about what they happened to Drew Brees when they failed him on a physical when Saban was the coach of Miami. I think it resonated with owner Stephen Ross, and there's no question the owner, Stephen Ross, had to sign off on this.
Yeah, absolutely. We heard there might have been a split. Some in the organization like Justin Herbert out of Oregon, but at the end, Tua Tagovailoa, the talent was too much to pass up.
You there?
So now that leads us to the 6th pick, which is the Los Angeles Chargers. They are also in need of a quarterback. So will we see quarterbacks come off the board? Well, we take a look at quarterbacks dropping in the draft.
Brady Quinn doesn't even put him in the league anymore. Geno Smith was a bust. Johnny Manziel. Horrible choice.
All right, that was the Pizza Hut moment there. We appreciate the draft moment from them about quarterbacks going. Mel, what are we thinking here with the Chargers? Does it have to be a quarterback?
Well, Justin Herbert looks awfully good. Tyrod Taylor's there. You obviously have offensive tackle Jedrick Wills and Tristan Wirfs there that can come in and be right tackle starters immediately. But I think Justin Herbert at quarterback Oregon, he nailed the draft process. He's got to go somewhere in this area. And if he doesn't go here, then you get into that no man's land we've always talked about.
Yeah, listen, the two teams that were at the top of the draft that were desperate in need of quarterbacks were the Miami Dolphins and the Chargers behind it. You mentioned they lost out on the Tom Brady sweepstakes. Phillip Rivers is now a member of the Indianapolis Colts. They need something to build a franchise around as they move into that brand new stadium in Los Angeles with the Rams, and getting a quarterback early in the round or in the first round would certainly be something that they could hang their hat on for the franchise. The pick is in, so let's find out what the Chargers are doing at 6.
With the 6th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Justin Herbert, quarterback, Oregon.
Yep.
And there you see the reaction in Eugene. One thing you won't have to worry about when you're talking about Justin Herbert, his ability to understand the playbook. He carried a GPA of over 4 while earning a general science degree with a focus in biology. I think picking up naked blitzes might not be a problem. Amazing story for him. He came on as a 6th stringer and slowly but surely worked his way up the draft chart and the quarterback chart at Oregon. He has a lot of family history. He is a kid from Eugene, Justin Herbert, and a lot of Ducks in his background. Grandfather Roger ran track at Oregon State. His other grandfather, Rich, played football at Oregon. His father, Mark, played at Montana for the Grizzlies, football and track. His brother played at Montana State, a football player there. Patrick also played at Oregon. And then there's Justin. Played basketball, baseball, and football in high school. And, of course, Justin Herbert wearing a Joey Harrington jersey. And now Justin Herbert, another one of the Oregon quarterbacks going high in the draft. NFL Network's Kurt Warner. Kurt, what do you think about Justin Herbert?
Well, there's a lot to like about Justin Herbert, Trey, is that we've seen the big arm. We've seen the ability to push the ball down the field. He's got athleticism where he can work outside the pocket. So I love the mix. You know, when you're a top 10 pick, you usually go to a team that's rebuilding. He gets to throw to Keenan Allen, Mike Williams. He's got Austin Eckler in the backfield. I mean, he's got a good group of guys to build around. My biggest question with him, Mel, is getting the ball out quick. A lot of things that he threw, he seemed very measured, and he wasn't able to get the ball out quick. Can he do that at the next level is my biggest question, Mel.
I'm with you, Kurt. He was streaky, you know, and he made some head scratchers. You know, he gets them down to the 35-yard line late against Auburn, then air mails it out of the end zone, doesn't even give his receiver a chance. Then in the Utah game, he had 7 straight incompletions late in the year, but he won those games, and then he finished strong, and he had that really good Senior Bowl week, and that was the key. I think players gravitated to him down in Mobile. Everybody said, well, he's not that big-time leader. Well, he showed it there. The Combine, the same thing. He did have a pro day, which was very impressive. Oregon didn't have a ton of talent around him, and when he got out of that offense, he went down to Mobile. He took to it really well, and I think that's what I think sealed the deal for him. Not just being a talent, but a kid that can prosper and flourish in the NFL, Trey.
Yeah, listen, everyone talks about what an introvert he is, but a lot of introverts have done very successful things. So we've had 3 quarterbacks go off the board. This is the 3rd time in the common draft era, going back to 67, that 3 quarterbacks have taken in the first 6 picks. Happy times all the way around in Eugene as the draft continues.
You're watching the 2020 NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's.
Dear team members, for 30 years I've been a pizza guy, delivering door to door and family to family. But now the world has changed, and we do more than bring pizza to the door. We help make people feel connected. We bring a sense of normalcy. Yes, we are the pizza guys, and we're proud to serve.
You know, you've already got a home team. Willie, Lauren, Steven.
What's good?
Deborah.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. I don't know what the hell's going on.
300,000 members of the team working hard to keep your home working for you.
That's not really convenient.
Well, it's kind of basic and straightforward. I was expecting more.
Well, you say it's pretty straightforward.
When we first opened our doors,
okay, so I'm looking at
it didn't take us long to realize.
We knew that the Giants were going to take a tackle.
Alexis,
I was just caught off guard. I didn't think they were going to take Andrew Thomas. I thought they were going to take Tristan Wirfs.
To treat people like guests.
Now,
it's what
Andrew Thomas is a more
and now
polished tackle,
most,
but
people do what we've always
raw
done.
strength and talent from Tristan Wirfs would have been a lot better, in my opinion, against the Giants.
Will follow.
And then I thought Justin Herbert was going to go first, and then Tua. Because the guy next, and I'm telling you right now, I'm predicting that Isaiah Simmons goes next.
Bud Light Seltzer, available for delivery.
He is
Welcome to the NFL Draft. The Heisman winner, the champion, Joe Burrow.
Isaiah Simmons should be the next pick playing out for Carolina.
Legend of Tua has begun.
This draft, join the NFL and
Sorry.
help make a difference at NFL.com/relief. The
NFL season
is 17 weeks, 32 teams,
256 games,
retired. Plus preseason and playoffs.
Yeah, but
that's over 50,000 players. Like this one, each generating thousands of data points that can help the NFL understand player health and safety like never before.
Well, you never played for the Patriots, so I don't think you ever had any desire to play for the
we'll
Patriots.
simulate
So
in-game
that's
scenarios
fine.
millions of times to pinpoint where and how we can advance player safety. And that's building a better game.
But I don't even know, like, I'm thinking of it right now, like, over there in Miami, who's their quarterback right now?
There's just some things that are bigger than football. And I felt like starting the
Pardon?
Players Coalition and I felt like
Miami's quarterback.
We focused on police community
Oh,
relations,
yeah, it is
education,
Fitzpatrick.
economic advancement, and criminal
Well,
justice reform.
Oh no, two is sitting out for the whole year. He's red carding or red shirting.
Is that facts?
As I was drafted, Carolina's.
That's part of the reason why he
so
went into
inspired
the
by
draft
heroes
this year,
I've seen
because he
in the
knew
past
if he
few
waited
weeks. I
another
recently
year, he
launched
wouldn't get
22
drafted so
and
high.
to support healthcare
He's
workers
red
in
shirting.
Carolina's
The only quarterback next year that everybody's
my
talking
partners at
about.
Lowe's Home Improvement jumped in to help me launch the program.
Next year, yeah.
And I want to say thank you to them and everyone's hard work on the program. Lowe's 300,000 associates are working hard to keep our homes working for us. Because home is what unites us. Be safe and keep pounding.
No, they'll be back at the food chain.
That's Christian McCaffrey there. On April 2nd, Christian McCaffrey launched his own new initiative, 22andYou, a fund that supports frontline medical workers battling the pandemic.
Then you basically
in
have,
Carolina. Glad you're with us for what is a really fun draft, the first virtual draft. And here we are in the Bud Light Seltzer virtual huddle. Teams
I don't know, man. You never know. Patriots might have something up their sleeves this year.
We have a regular gang of Lewis, Booger, and Mel Kiper Jr. from ESPN.
I can never, discount Belichick? Man, you never know.
Network this year, Daniel Jeremiah and Hall of Famers in Michael Irvin and Kurt Warner. There is Matt Rule, the former Baylor head coach. He rebuilt Temple when he was there. He rebuilt Baylor in a short time when he was there. And now it's his job to rebuild the Carolina Panthers. One of the first things they did, signed Christian McCaffrey, who we just heard from, to that long-term deal. But Greg Olsen is out. He's in Seattle. Cam Newton, the quarterback.
Well, we don't know who their quarterback is.
He's looking for a job. It is a new Carolina Panthers team. And where are they going? The pick is in 7th overall. Let's find out.
But that's another thing, too. You know, a lot of these teams may not be going for quarterbacks.
Come on,
right
Panther
now.
fans.
Unless they see Cam's available.
With the 7th
you know what I'm
pick
saying? I think that's what you're going to see.
in the 2020 NFL
I don't know what other
Draft,
quarterbacks
Carolina
are
Panthers
in the
select
draft.
Derek
Right now,
No!
defensive tackle,
What?
Auburn.
D tackle went to Carolina.
Well, there you see Derek Brown. His teammates called him Baby Barack. One of his teammates, Marlon Davidson, referred to him as Channel 5 reporting live because he knew something about everything. He is exactly who you want your player to be, both on and off the field. He has political aspirations. He actually wants to be a lobbyist. That's why he called Baby Barack. His father, James, served in the Army and the National Guard and is now working with the local police department. And he said, I'm a man who starts what he finishes, and that's why he came back for his senior year. Now we recognize Auburn defensive tackle Derek Brown's connection to our armed forces in the salute to service moment presented by USAA. For Derek, mediocrity was just not acceptable. His father, James, instilled a strong work ethic in his life. James served in the U.S. Army from 92 to 96. He was stationed overseas in Italy with a 3rd 325th Parachute Infantry Regime. James also served in the U.S. Army National Guard from 96 to 2000s. And Derek's lifelong friend, Ashton Barnes, was a running back at Air Force. He says Derek always wanted to be involved and help make other people's lives better. Well, he certainly had an impact on everybody he played with and went to school with at Auburn. He was the president of the Student Athlete Advisory Committee. What are we getting on the field from Baby Barack?
Boy, went back for his senior year to get better technically, and I think you look at Isaiah Simmons, outside linebacker Clemson, was probably tempting, but Derek Brown, consistent production, gave him the edge over Jelani Kinlaw. South Carolina is the first defensive tackle off the board. How did he do against the big games, against the top-level opponents? Texas A&M, I was impressed. Florida,
I'm just caught off guard
Alabama,
because
7
Simmons
tackles,
would have been the better choice.
for loss against the quality opponents. LSU with 7 tackles, 2 for loss. That's the difference in Derek Brown over Jelani Kinlaw, in my opinion, DJ, was the consistency week in and week out.
And Mel, to me, when I watched him, the thing that jumped out to me, I thought he played with tremendous effort in every game that I watched. I saw
Arizona
him
who else in
plays
that
all the way
division?
across the field. He can really reset the line of scrimmage with his power. And I was fascinated to see what Matt Rule would do with this decision. His first pick. Would he go Isaiah Simmons to get some speed and athleticism at the second level?
I can't remember that
He
cross
decided
right
to go with a defensive lineman who can generate some of that interior pocket push inside the division where you're going to have going up against Tom Brady, Drew Brees, and Matt Ryan.
No?
So fascinating choice there. I love Derek Brown.
I can't remember this class.
Yeah, DJ, I love him too. You know, K1 Sharp was hurt last year. Jared McCoy is now gone. You need that guy inside to push the pocket. They drafted Brian Burns from Florida State, who's going to turn the corner. Derek Brown is a perfect fit of a guy that can control the middle of the field, push the pocket, and he plays sideline to sideline just the way I like him, Lewis.
You got to think right now, they try to go all in on that.
Yeah, look, he is a high-effort player for such a big man. Look, him and Javon Kinlaw are both in that mold. Look, when you think about the Carolina Panthers, the fact that they lost Gerald McCoy, no Vernon Butler, they need some beef in the interior. And look, there's an argument made for inside players over outside players when you're talking about pass rushers, since they have the shortest distance to go to the quarterback, and quarterbacks hate pressure in their face. There's no question that they need edge rush to go with Brian Burns as well, but there's no one worth drafting this high that could truly be a 4-3, put your hand on the ground, rush the passer. So, look, Derek Brown's one of the most powerful, explosive players in this draft. Matt Rule said he likes positionless players. You'll see Derek Brown all up and down the line of scrimmage. And I'll tell you this, the NFC South better get ready, because big number 5 from Auburn,
he's probably one of the Patriots.
He certainly is. By the way, defensive coordinator at Auburn, Kevin Steele, said of Derek Brown, I was at Tennessee when Reggie White was there, and at Alabama when Marcel Darius was there. That's the kind of player he is. Meanwhile, the pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. Let's check it out.
All right, let's go. With the 8th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Isaiah Simmons, linebacker, Clemson.
Well, it is hard to fault anybody picking Isaiah Simmons. If you just listen to Dabo Swinney, his college head coach, he said he's just a beautiful football player. He checks all the boxes. In fact, he checks some boxes that don't even exist. Not bad for a kid who was only a 3-star recruit out of high school in Olathe, Kansas. But he did a little bit of everything, and it wasn't until Brent Venables, the defensive coordinator, went back to his home area of Kansas that he stumbled upon Isaiah Simmons, who was nicknamed Isaiah Slimmons when he was in high school. He did a little bit of everything. Here he is running with his running back on Clemson, Travis Etienne, and that's a dead heat. And the time he put in at the combine was absolutely spectacular. And we take a look at where Isaiah Simmons plays. When you ask Isaiah Simmons what position he plays, he says defense, because he plays slot corner. He plays outside linebacker. He plays corner, inside linebacker. He plays safety. Daniel Jeremiah,
Seattle does well under pressure. Let's be honest. When their backs are against the wall and they have to make playoffs, then they'll make a push. They don't start great.
And you'll see him used in different ways
Seattle.
on a week-by-week basis. And I think we're going to see Isaiah Simmons in that exact same way, because he can do so many different things. One week he might be lined up and covering George Kittle. The next week you might use him as a spy on Russell Wilson. You can blitz him from off the edge.
I don't think so.
You can even play him in the deep middle third. This guy can do so many different things for a creative coordinator. He's an outstanding prospect.
I can see Seattle being a wild card.
Yeah, DJ, he's a great prospect. You know, I talked to several defensive coordinators, and
I'm
while
just
they
saying,
love the
there's
idea
gonna be
of a positionless player, they can line him up in
huge
safety
change
corner.
in that
They said
division.
really simple. When you draft a guy this high,
I have high hopes for
front
Arizona.
seven where he can impact the football game. So I look for Isaiah Simmons to line up in the front seven, outside
Trust me,
linebacker,
I have
maybe
high hopes
inside
for that team.
linebacker. He's going to blitz. He's going to come downhill. They're going to put him in a position, Lewis, where he can affect the football game every single down.
But like,
yeah, it's interesting, DJ, that you said Derwin James. Look, I watched some tape on him and said, look, this is a guy who can come down in the box, he can go out on the perimeter and come
out the line.
When you have positionless players like that against multiple personnel grouping offenses, that's what gives you an advantage, or at least gives you a chance to compete against the high-flying offenses in the NFL. This is a
we need to see who else gets put on to Tampa Bay.
Well, it's ridiculous. His 40 time at the combine was 4.39 at 238 pounds, and he is moving in the desert now.
Like, Tom Brady has so much weapons right now on offense. Let's see, because they have the 14th pick, I believe. We'll see if they take a wide receiver too.
They don't need a wide receiver.
I can see them taking one. They'll probably trade one of them. None of them. I wouldn't be surprised if someone gets traded off of Tampa.
I don't think they trade anybody. You know what I mean? They low-key do. I think, what the hell is the other tight end's name? I can't remember the other tight end's name.
Cameron?
No, not Cameron.
Jordan?
It's only human to find inspiration in nature. And also find answers. Our search to transform farm waste into renewable natural gas led Chevron to partner with California Bioenergy, working to provide an alternative source of power for a cleaner way forward.
Well, what's Taylor saying about that squad?
No, to be honest, I haven't even talked to Taylor about it.
Seriously? O.J. Howard.
Oh, it's O.J. Howard.
Yeah, one of them got
Cameron Brate?
Miracles.
Yeah, Brate.
What we deliver by
Brate, O.J. Howard, and Gronk.
At CDW, we get you're always looking at numbers.
Yeah, I'm just not sure Office Jones is the way to do it.
L-O-L.
Our market share looks good, but where are the bagels?
Well, CDW can help modernize your company the right way with a scalable infrastructure from HPE, making you more efficient and secure.
Great. I'm not saying they're going to, but they might.
No.
Let's find a different room.
For transformation that works, you need Hewlett Packard Enterprise and IT orchestration by
They'll go higher than the
CDW.
Patriots.
People who get it.
This is NFL Network, the place where football and culture collide. It's the collision of the GOATs and the MCs. Tell me about the offensive side of the ball.
Trust me, you need to see what happens with the NFL because like a lot can change, right? Like you gotta look at it from this aspect. Maybe come season time, are they playing with or without fans? 100%. Fans matter so much, especially in Seattle.
Yeah, but that's what
It's the fantasy. He's going to be your number one quarterback. He's going to be your number one scorer.
And the reality. It's the access. People are going to count us out every week. And the attitude. It's the trash talk. And the crazy talk. It's all here. All day. Every day. Because there's no such thing as too much football.
So wait, I'm looking at it. They have 6 tight ends right now.
You're watching
you have Gronk, who still needs to pass a physical before he can play.
Presented by
I haven't seen that update. Cameron Brate, Jordan.
I'm gonna say thank you to all the doctors and nurses. We know that y'all on the front lines, and we think about you.
I can't thank you guys enough and gals for all your sacrifices. We appreciate it and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. It's all love.
Niggas know we depend on y'all.
But didn't he just sign a deal with
We're gonna
WWE?
get through this sooner or later.
I thought he signed a deal with WWE.
Stay strong. Everyone, please stay safe.
Special guest for WrestleMania. Oh, it was.
Well, look, we are all in this together. Please help us make a difference now. Huddle up for COVID-19 relief efforts and join players, teams, fans, and communities around the country in the NFL Draft-a-thon, and let's give them those high hopes. If we unite behind this cause, we can provide relief for those affected. Visit NFL.com/relief to donate now.
And I was reading an article saying
shop.com tonight for official
trying to figure out if Bill Belichick got finessed by Gronk, and it's like, well, Gronk was tired, so we didn't expect to get anything from Gronk. So the fact that he's coming back and trades him for his 7th round pick,
Super Bowl classics,
or trades him for a 4th round pick, giving up his 7th round pick. Hey, that's amazing. That's amazing for Bill Belichick, though.
We are moving at warp speed through the first round of this draft, and this is, we thought, something that might happen because of the virtual reality, and we are already in with the Jacksonville Jaguars pick at number 9. Let's go to the commissioner. Keep it up.
Tom Brady's the GOAT of NFL. We all know that.
Pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Jacksonville Jaguars select C.J. Henderson, defensive back, Florida.
Well, there you see C.J. Henderson getting the phone call and realizing he is not going to go far away from where he played his college ball at the University of Florida. His hometown's in Miami. He played running back in high school. In fact, his high school coach said, I could have put him at guard.
He's already past Joe Montana, though.
He received scholarship offers.
He's already past Joe Montana.
He was first-team All-SEC. Mel, tell us a little bit about
there is not another quarterback right now that I would say is better than Tom Brady right now in all time.
A little bit, Trey, but he has a talented cover corner. That's where he's going to make the money in the NFL. He's going to have to shut down receivers. Tackling has to improve. He's got to be a little more aggressive.
You can't though.
You can't play with 10 men in the NFL. You got to tackle.
You can't. It's impossible.
And support the run, but in coverage, 6 interceptions in his career, 22 pass breakups. Even this past season, Lewis, when he had the injury with the ankle, he still finished top on the team with 11 pass breakups. Lewis, his forte is coverage ability. That's what you're looking for in the NFL.
Like, it's almost impossible. There's not a single quarterback in the league,
about it. And look, the Jacksonville
past or present,
no longer have Jalen Ramsey. They no longer have AJ.
Who's better than Tom Brady?
I can tell you that
say
CJ
right
Henderson is one of those types of guys. He's the kind of guy who can match up with your best wide receiver, and he will shadow him all over the field.
Aaron Rodgers can't even be in the conversation.
Just about every snap when they played LSU, and he's a guy who's proficient playing both in press and in off. He has the feet to line up in press and shadow you at the line of scrimmage, and then run with you downfield.
I know everyone argues this. You can't talk about rings in a situation like this, but I'm sorry. 20 years in the league with the Patriots, and Patriots were always the #1 team to be worried about. There's times where no one cared about the Green Bay Packers, they forgot about them, and then they'll come back, and then they're gone, and then they'll come back. Like, the best duo was Tom Brady and Bill Belichick as coach and player, and he's the best quarterback because he's got 6 rings on top of that.
Clearly needed help at the cornerback position. His defensive coordinator in Florida, Todd Grantham, in 30 years.
But those cats need to get off of their gerbils.
The NFL said he's the best cornerback I've ever seen. All right, now we're at the 10th pick. Introducing the Browns pick is St. Jude patient Fletcher Rollison. Fletcher was diagnosed with a rare brain tumor, and his family turned to St. Jude. He had the tumor removed and completed his treatment at home, and he now joins us from his home.
Patrick Mahomes has the potential to get there, but we can't even have this conversation until he wins 3 rings.
First-round draft pick from my hometown, Cleveland Browns. The wait is finally over. Thank you to the NFL for your support of St. Jude. While my journey with cancer has been hard, I cannot say enough about St. Jude. The doctors and staff are amazing, and they have taken such good care of me. And now back to you for the Browns
Pardon?
pick. Go Browns!
Well, Patrick Mahomes was on the cover last year.
Thank you, Fletcher. We are so happy to see that you're home and doing well. We're very proud to support you and St. Jude in the fight in childhood cancer. And we're all in your corner, Fletcher. Go get him. So I have the Browns pick.
The first year he didn't do anything because he was on the bench. Second year he started.
Cleveland Browns select Jedrick Wills, Alabama. I hope you like it, Fletcher.
And everyone's forgetting.
That they go offensive line.
Don't forget, there's still a quarterback that hasn't played last year at all. No one's talking about him.
The alpha male in
Alex
the
Smith.
offensive line group for Alabama. And remember, Jonah Williams was the 11th pick last year for the Cincinnati Bengals at left tackle. A lot of people studying his tape kept looking at the right tackle saying, who is this guy at the right tackle? It's Jedrick Wills and Daniel Jeremiah from the NFL Network. Remember, they got Jack Conklin in free agency.
But like,
so now
he took a whole year off last year. He always got hurt.
To protect Baker Mayfield. What do we think about Jedrick Wills?
Well, I think he's going to be the one making the move over to the left side with the Browns. You'll keep Jack Conklin at right tackle because Jedrick Wills has the athleticism to be able to match up with
what happens if by now he's good to go? Does Bill Belichick know about this and potentially is holding off on everything because he knows he could probably get Alex Smith?
But the Browns did not draft him for that. They drafted him for
you know what I mean? Like we're talking about a free agent agent class. We're talking about a free agent class that we don't know the variables right now, right? We're talking about Cam Newton, who needs to be picked up, right? Name who's the other quarterbacks that need to be picked up this year?
Yeah, I thought they were going to go that route early on. I think about where the Giants went with the injury time.
This conversation is being recorded on my thing.
He'll get the job done.
Yeah, but I can write it down later. We can have the conversation.
We're going to have all year at that right tackle spot. He keyed that running game as well for Alabama. But Arizona takes Isaiah Simmons. Kyler Murray was hit a lot. So that was a little bit of a surprise when Simmons is there. They pass on the offensive tackle, allowing Wills to get down this far to the Cleveland Browns.
Mel, thank you. He got his good feet from his mom who played college hoops, but no surprise that we have an offensive lineman from Alabama being drafted. He's the 7th offensive lineman from Bama drafted under Nick Saban, including, as I said,
send a trade to Washington, or maybe they're going to release him. I don't know the specifics.
It's his job to protect Joe Burrow. It's now Will's job to protect the also former #1 overall pick, Baker Mayfield.
You're watching
they already have all their backups too.
NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's.
If you're over mac and cheese and PB&J's, have we got good news for you? Right now, get Pizza Hut's best delivery deal. Large pizzas with up to 3 toppings for just $9.99. Available.
So Alex Smith is technically under contract till 2022. With guaranteed money on his deal.
Won't be a new thing.
And
it won't be their first experience with social distancing. Overcoming
there might be a chance that we're talking about Andy Dalton, who's gonna need a new team because
USAA has been standing.
We know Andy Dalton needs to go to a new team.
We'll be here to serve you for 100 more. Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
I don't think they I don't think they realize there's chemistry in every single
Make a difference in your community. Serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Uploads that way, OR's the other way. What do you want to do?
Upload. Anytime you need me, I'll be here for you. In-app purchase required.
Right.
I'm not even supposed to be here.
You think I wanted to fall into the Grand Canyon?
I saw that video. You dabbed on the way down.
That's how you get the likes.
I have a reason that he's ran, but I can't really compare him to that. He's like a cat. He's like a cat.
Together, we can do this. Our spirit is what unites us. It is what bonds us and reminds us we are all one. Which is why if you need a vehicle during this time, we are offering 0% financing for 84 months with no payments for 90 days. And the ability to shop and buy from the safety of your home. Better days are ahead, and Chrysler Dodge Jump and Ram will help you drive forward.
See, that one I don't know yet.
You see what I'm saying? Because now, they may say, hey, listen,
I'm George Kittle. Now I'm here to bring you my top tips for the NFL draft. We're going to be covering topics like acceptance speeches, awkward hugs, are sweatpants okay? This is a big moment, but you're in good hands. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the biggest moment of your life. Join Bud Light Seltzer and support the NFL Draft-a-thon for COVID-19 relief.
So, on the flip side over here, we'll be up here and wait because there's some silence and violence going on.
Nah. Oh, I might be on PS4 later. Alright, we'll talk.
Yeah, man. Sure.
As we work to get through these times together, you may not be thinking about blood donation, but blood is needed to save the lives of people who are sick with a range of illnesses. It's easy and safe to give. If you are in good health, please donate. We need heroes now. Visit redcrossblood.org to schedule an appointment.
A reminder, we are all in this together. Help us make a difference now. Huddle up for COVID-19 relief efforts and join players, teams, fans, and communities around the country in the NFL Draft-a-thon. If we unite behind the cause, we can provide relief for those significantly impacted by the pandemic. Every dollar counts. Visit NFL.com/relief to donate now. As we continue to work our way through the first round, we take a look at Mel's best available, brought to you by Lowe's. Mel.
See, Jerry Jeudy, no receiver has come off the board yet. And there's Javon Kinlaw, a grade similar to Derek Brown, but not like Brown because of the lack of consistency. And Xavier McKinney, all he is a heck of a safety. And Michael, the playmaker, the wide receivers are still there. Who do you like, and who do you see maybe taking one of those wideouts first?
Well, Mel, I'm glad we're getting to the best part of this draft, and I talked about it earlier. It's the diversity we have in these wide receivers, and I love Jerry Jeudy. He's such a great guy inside and plays in that slot. I love how he, what I call, gives you that stanky leg and takes it right back when he's running with the football. But CeeDee Lamb, he does everything. People liken him to a Dez Bryant, a guy that can go up and get the ball, but he also can run the whole route tree. Or do you just want pure speed? And that's Ruggs the third. This guy can run with anybody and everybody, kind of give you a Tyreek Hill kind of player.
All right, listen, we appreciate that. It's somewhat surprising, by the way, guys. We haven't had a trade yet. The last time we didn't have a trade in the top 10 picks, as we look at Henry Ruggs, waiting to hear his name called. Last time we haven't had a trade this late in the first round was 2015. The first trade came around pick 15 that year, so we'll see what happens. But Henry Ruggs, again, a speedster, and waiting for his name to be called, as is CeeDee Lamb, and again, also a big play waiting to happen. And then there's Jerry Jeudy. These are the receivers, and once they start to go, it could be they go on a run. Will they go here with the Jets?
Come on.
With the 11th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Mekhi Becton, tackle, Louisville.
So the run on receivers is going to have to wait, but Mekhi Becton, ladies and gentlemen, human beings that large should not run as fast as Mekhi Becton did. At the Combine, 364 pounds, ran the 40 in 5.1. According to ESPN Stats and Information, that's the heaviest player ever to run a sub-5 140. And if you like people just abusing other humans, the Mekhi Becton tape is for you. Why is he so big? Well, his mother is a caterer who specializes in soul food, and as you can see, Mekhi specialized in what his mom specialized in. In fact, he can do a little bit of everything. He has incredible feet. He was an amazing high school basketball player.
Yo, what's good?
And then we talked about the Combine as you see him moving in the pivot. But back to the
Y'all
Combine.
good?
You've got to see him run. It is absolutely incredible. Again, 6'7", 364 pounds, and he crossed the line at 5'1". Lewis, this is a guy who came to Louisville a little out of shape, but they worked on him, and then he's been working on people ever since.
Yeah, look, he is a tremendous athlete for his size, as you've alluded to. And look, when you get to see that is when they run some of their zone schemes, their inside and outside zones. This guy at 6'7", 350 pounds, looks like he's about 209 pounds. Tremendous athleticism and quickness, and then the power.
How you doing?
The power to just take defensive ends and just toss them on the ground. And if he gets up to the second level on linebackers, it's really all over.
How's this draft going for you guys?
Well, without a doubt, and to me, this is a great pick. We know how big he is. Reminds me a lot of Trent Brown with the way he's able to move at that size. But to me, this is all about Sam Darnold. You need a left tackle. You need to protect your franchise quarterback. And now, the New York Jets have a guy that they can put out there, and Sam Darnold knows his backside is protected.
Well, Boog, I tell you what, I think they got the best tackle in the draft in Mekhi Becton, and somebody that when you watch how hard he's been working through this process, I know there was something.
They needed to take O-line though.
There's Joe Douglas there celebrating with the New York Jets with his family. I know there was some concern about his weight. I actually texted with his trainer yesterday and said, I need a proof of weight video. So he got him on the scale and showed me he weighed 363 as of yesterday morning. So he's been able to control his weight. He's been working really hard. Even some of it in unconventional fashion, as you see right here. Go get you a big truck and start driving it. And that's what he does against everybody you watched him on tape for Louisville this fall. This is a giant of a man. This is Mount Becton, who's been brought in to protect Sam Darnold. And I can promise you, Le'Veon Bell will be a big fan as well.
DJ, I want to read something to you that you talk about where he's come from by his strength coach at Louisville. He said when we got him, he was about 390 pounds, and he couldn't make it through warm-ups. It was gross. We knew he had potential, but over the next 7 months, he worked his bleep off, and now you see what he's become. He is an amazing story.
You not see his dad?
Yeah, his dad must have been like 420.
His dad was
So we'll see what happens here, and now we're taking a look at the first of 2 picks in the first round by the Raiders. Again, we were supposed to be there celebrating the potential of the Raiders moving to Vegas in 2020, and there you see their bright, new, shiny Allegiant Stadium. But the pandemic has forced us and so many others to dramatically alter our plans. We're here sharing a message of hope and some of the iconic stars of Las Vegas. There you see John Gruden. Knock on wood if you're with me, John. Knock on wood if you're with me. And there's Mike Mayock, who spent a lot of years analyzing this. Taken up here. So let's go back to Daniel Jeremiah. Jeremiah, what are you thinking about what the Raiders may do with the first of their 2 picks here?
Well, I thought it would be their corner receiver here, and I think with C.J. Henderson already being selected, I would think that points towards a wide receiver.
I like it.
They need to find a Z receiver to replace Antonio Brown. They were so excited about that pick, and obviously bringing him into the building did not work. I think they find his replacement right here. I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb would be my guess here for the Raiders.
All right, Daniel Jeremiah is in on CeeDee Lamb going to the Raiders. We'll see what happens here. We believe that the pick is close to coming in. In fact, I can confirm that the pick is in to Commissioner Goodell. Let's find out. Does Daniel Jeremiah know what he's talking about? I mean, he does, but you know.
There are many first evers that are part of this draft.
For what?
Including the first ever official draft selection by the Las Vegas Raiders. And I've got it right here.
Instead of the LA Chargers.
So with the 12th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Henry Ruggs, wide receiver, Alabama. Congratulations, Raiders. Congratulations, Henry.
Well, there you see Henry Ruggs. Daniel, you nared the position, but not the player. Henry Ruggs is a fascinating football player. Just so you know, he had 98 catches at Alabama. 24 of them went for touchdowns. In other words, 25% of the time when he caught the ball, he took it to the house. And when he celebrated those touchdowns, you always saw him throw up 3 fingers. That was for his friend, Roderick Scott. They played high school basketball together, and one weekend they were supposed to drive in the same car to a high school tournament. Ruggs was feeling under the weather, had the flu, didn't go. Scott was in a one-man car crash on the highway that trip and was killed in that crash. And Henry Ruggs celebrates his honor throwing up that 3 every time you see him score a touchdown. John Gruden, very happy that he's got the burner that ran the 4.27, as is Mike Mayock. Hi, Mike. Make sure the dog is taken care of. But if you want to talk about an athlete, my God, watch what Henry Ruggs does playing basketball. It was absolutely a rim obliteration. He was jumping from everywhere to throw it down at Robert Lee High School. So you know he can play hoops. You know he can fly. His mom once unofficially was clocked at a 4.2340. He can absolutely scoop Michael Irvin, and he can take it to the house no matter where he gets the ball.
Yeah, and we knew that this was a possibility because of that 4.27 speed. And let's remember now, the Raiders, what do they have to do? They have to face that thing they have in Kansas City with Tyreek Hill. So they wanted to match speed for speed. They wanted to match explosion for explosion. When they score, when Kansas City score, now the Raiders come right back and score fast. This kid can run fast, but he also goes up high and grab that ball, just like you saw him dunk in the basketball.
Nice, Malcolm.
Come on, Tessa.
You know, one thing about Ruggs, Michael, you talk about that speed. He didn't have the drops, and I think the production wasn't up to the level of Jerry Jeudy. But you talk about 4 first-round receivers that Tua was throwing to. Ruggs, and obviously this year Jerry Jeudy, and then next year Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith. So a lot of talent, only one football. Ruggs, though, with that speed. I'm sure John Gruden with the Raiders. Cliff Branch had a heck of a career.
Which one? Your fantasy league?
That kind of ability to go vertical and beat you deep, and that's what Henry
If I don't have to work.
With the Las Vegas Raiders. Lewis?
What do you mean? Everybody works when we play
interesting thing about Henry.
No, when you guys did the draft, I was at work.
What he really is, he's a catch and run threat, and they did a great job at Alabama of doing
No one would take my shift. Taylor, you want to take my shift this time?
Just slice through the defense and have those tremendous running catch type situations. He's a guy who can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's a guy who can play all 3 positions at wide receiver. And he's a guy who, DJ, I think the #1 thing that he really can do is he can also give you some reps on special teams if you needed him to. But getting drafted this high, I have a feeling he won't see very much action on that phase of the game.
And look, Lewis, talking to Mike Mayock this week, he talked about Josh Jacobs running for over 1,100 yards in the crowded boxes last year. You put Henry Ruggs on this field, you're going to scare the safeties out of there. You're going to have a lot more room for Josh Jacobs to run. And also, Darren Waller at tight end, he ran in the mid-4.4s. Now you've got Henry Ruggs, who ran in the mid-4.2s. This Raider team got fast real quick.
So I can drop it and drop.
Can we all just take a moment to acknowledge what we're seeing here? Michael Irvin, you of all people have to appreciate this. Henry Ruggs is sliding in a row. He's just chilling in a row. Michael, that's what you did in the pre-draft meeting.
And that tells you something about that wide receiver right there. It's letting you, he's letting you know. Big plays, touchdown. He's right at home with that. That's why he's wearing his robes. He's making a statement early, and the Raiders hope that he can make that statement late when he gets on the football field.
Listen, I knew you would appreciate the robe, Michael. Just so you know, from 1985 to 2010, no Alabama wide receivers were taken in the first round, and now we've gotten 4 in the last 5 years, and quite frankly, I'm going to make a pretty safe bet that we're going to get a 5th one in Jerry Jeudy coming off the board at some time in this first round. But for more on all of this, let's check in with our fine ESPN insider, Adam Schefter. Hey, Adam.
So we are 12 picks into this draft, and we have yet to see a single trade. Not one team has traded out of the draft slot. We had Detroit at number 3 taking calls, but no team ever made an offer for them. Miami didn't make an offer. The Chargers didn't make an offer. Same thing with the Giants at number 4. We thought there would be other teams that would move. No one did in the top 10 picks for the first time since 2015. We're now at a pick right now where the 49ers are going to trade. They're going to trade with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tom Brady's Bucks are moving up 1 slot to come up in this draft. There's still a tackle on the board to get Tom Brady more protection. That would be a logical pick for Tampa Bay to make with Tampa
Wait, what's
Bay
going on?
coming up to get that pick. That's the trade. Tampa to 13.
All right, Adam, thanks very much. Guys, let's talk about this here for a second, because obviously Tampa Bay has plenty of weapons. They just signed Rob Gronkowski. He's going to be there ready to roll. It is protection, right? They gave up 47 sacks last year, Louis Riddick. I get it, some of those were because Jameson hung on to the ball too long, but we've already seen a couple of tackles go off the board. It's understandable why they might get a little nervous thinking their guy might not be there.
That's the story we're sticking to. The guy in the black shirt, I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, look, there's no question.
Are they playing Wii bowling?
Sure, particularly at right tackle, that they take care of that position for Tom Brady. Look, everything else is set for them. Maybe they could use another running back as well, but they have the perimeter weapons.
I work at Tasty Room.
The middle of the field. They're pretty set at guard and center. They just need to take care of that right
Never seen you there.
And you would assume that they're going to try and solidify it here.
You live in Waterloo?
All right, so who's the best one left, Mel? We've seen.
So why'd you move to Waterloo?
We've seen Wills go off the board. somewhat surprisingly,
went to grad school here, and then I
we've
got a
seen
job here.
Andrew Thomas.
Oh, what do you do?
Tristan Wirfs here for you, Mel?
It would be Tristan Wirfs, of course, the right tackle at Iowa, but he did play left tackle when Alaric Jackson was hurt. Obviously, still needs a little work for his
I got my
freakish
master's in
talent. There
clinical
are
social
times
work
where he
and
needs to
social
pay a little more
policy.
attention to detail, but Tristan Wirfs upside for
Yeah, but
Wirfs,
I
is
was
through the roof. And obviously, the left tackle spot, he's got the ability to do. I thought he more than helped.
Didn't see you.
Where he was forced over to left tackle when Jackson was hurt, but as a right tackle, he has a chance to be really good.
Oh, so you,
Coached up in the NFL.
what day was it on?
That's his specialty at Iowa. He got work to this level. Now he needs to step it up.
I should have been there.
To become a Pro Bowl caliber player protecting Tom Brady.
By the way, is that the most perfect picture you see from Bruce
I'm a
Arians
bartender.
right there, the Buccaneros head coach? Everybody else is inside.
Kara was making my drinks for me that night.
Just, you know, enjoy.
It was a
the
Friday?
weather in Tampa. Bruce Arians seems very comfortable in being Bruce Arians right now. So, again, is there any?
It was either Thursday or Saturday.
You see Jason Light there.
If Kara was then I was on the floor.
So, by the way, it was part of the scouting department for New England when they picked Tom Brady, 199th overall.
I was there, but I was serving.
In that draft in 2000. Is there anybody else, Lewis, from your perspective, that would match up with what we're talking about with Wirfs here? Is there anybody that they could pick, if it is offensive line, that you could understand if it wasn't
I love
Wirfs?
the garlic dip there.
Everyone does.
No, not really. I mean, he's the logical choice here because when you think about where you're picking at right here, look, there aren't any more slam dunks in the NFL, in the NFL draft anyway. But really, when you're picking,
I'll make it.
Picking right now, you're
Well, as long as I get the day off.
Sticking out on your board, and Tristan Wirfs is one of those interchangeable guys as far as being able to go from the left side to the right side. He did it in the course of games, and there's no question that down here at this pick. This is the best player that's available for them at a position that they need. Is probably a slam dunk for him.
Lewis, thanks. Before we announce his next selection, we have some very special guests out of Tampa Bay from the air base in Qatar.
Hey NFL fans, I'm Staff Sergeant Bethany LaVille, currently deployed to Al Udeid Air Base, Qatar.
Who are you gonna take, Taylor?
And we're happy to be a part of this year's NFL Draft. Let's see who gets to wear the Buccaneers uniform. Throwing it to you, Lieutenant Colonel Caldwell. Go Bucks!
Hey NFL fans, we're the airmen from the 28th Expeditionary Air Refueling Squadron stationed out of MacDill Air Force Base, Tampa Bay, and currently deployed to Al Udeid Air Base, Qatar. We are proud to represent Tampa Bay and our home team, the Buccaneers. Now back to you, Commissioner Goodell. Go Bucks!
Hey, no one caught on to that?
Shoulder.
The pick is in.
You can't see me?
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Caldwell. And thank you to all of our service members for your courage and sacrifice on behalf of our country.
Yeah,
San Francisco
he was the host.
49ers have traded the 13th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. With the 13th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Tristan Wirfs, tackle, Iowa.
That's actually a good pick.
Well, now we're seeing this run on offensive linemen, and as you see Tristan Wirfs there getting the phone call right there and a little bit of thumbs up. Another freakish athlete. He's 6'3", 322 pounds, ran a 4.85 40. He was raised by his single mother, Sarah, and he was going to walk with her down the red carpet in Las Vegas. That didn't happen, so he brought the red carpet to her. This was this afternoon. By the way, can we just take a moment to honor the mom's t-shirt that she's wearing? Respect. And then respect that Tristan Wirfs has for his mother, walking her down
Perfect
the
for
red
Tom Brady.
carpet. And they are in this thing together, and Tristan Wirfs' job is now going to be protecting Tom Brady. But this is a guy who is a state wrestling champion. By the way, had to shed some 37 pounds to get down to the 285 minimum. He also won the Drake relays as a senior in both the shot put and the discus. He won the discus title 3 times and the shot put twice. He also set a hang clean record at Iowa. And if you know anything about the strength program at Iowa, that is something people take very seriously. And oh, by the way, explosive? Yeah. And if you're a visual learner, this will help you see how explosive he is. Tristan, jump out of the pool for us if you don't mind. That's 320 plus pounds jumping out of the pool about 3.5, 4 feet of water and sticking the landing. Mel, he's an athlete. What do you see when this athlete is on the field?
Well, I'll tell you what, he was impressive at right tackle. Like I said, he held his own at left tackle. The thing is, with his size, he can manhandle people.
Well, I'll be there this year.
About impressive when he plays with proper leverage. That's the key with work. Proper leverage. Sustaining at times is an issue. Pass protection, quick feet to look for, good technique.
We'll just kick someone out.
Balance at times is a little bit of an issue as well. As I say, Kirk Ferentz coaches them up. Now in the NFL,
we can kick.
Step it up as well to work and maximize all that awesome and physical talent he brings to the table. Obviously, I didn't think he'd be here at this point, Booger, but he is. And for Tampa Bay and Tom Brady, it's all about making Tom Brady great and keeping him upright and not letting anybody hit him. And that's what workshop's going to be, Booger.
While the Cisco song is playing.
Talk about this guy being a great athlete for an offensive line. Let me tell you, he's a great athlete for a football player. He ran faster than most tight ends did at the combine. And when you look at how the run game is built today, the zone scheme, you need.
Why, you finished last?
Offensive line, whether it's a guard or tackle, and also you talk about Tom Brady. You're gonna need that guy that has a strong punch. We know Brady is an iron deer in the front lawn. He's not going to move much. You want somebody that has strong hands that can solidify that punch. The Buccaneers got a steal here at this pick with Tristan Wirfs.
Well, again, he's the
Nope, I could have told you that.
5th Iowa offensive lineman to be selected in the first round since 2004. There you see Tristan Wirfs. The draft nervousness is over for him, and Bruce Arians and Jason Light hope they have their guy. Bruce is fired up as we continue with the first round of the draft.
The New York Giants select. This week, a couple hundred young football players are getting their dream job.
Saquon Barkley.
But millions of small business owners are having a tough time right now.
I have an older brother that has his own small business. That's why, even though I'm a Giant, I'm standing with the team at Johnson Barkley Handyman Service. I'm with the team at Camelback Barbershop.
My team is Western Gym.
Join Visa in supporting small businesses because where you shop matters.
Category 3 hurricane left more than people without power.
You say that. You always say that. You gonna work tomorrow?
We've always tried to be there when you and your home have needed us most.
8 o'clock, and I gotta be in Stratford.
Working together to keep your home working.
Nothing you can't handle. Nothing I can't.
It's just what we do.
You're gonna stop drinking in like 5 minutes though.
What we'll continue to do.
I know.
Because home.
Alright, that means you have to do a double shot then.
Alright. Yeah. Alright, get in here. We're all gonna do it together this time, Tessa. Yeah. I'm waiting.
No, I'm sorry, I already had my phone.
Hey, Jay, one, salute.
27 test plus the 7 plus whatever that
That's good stuff. Real good stuff, guys.
Got another Miami pick coming up here shortly.
Malcolm, you haven't seen Cuddy's outfit yet.
You'll see it.
Ready to see my dog's outfit?
Yeah, for sure.
It's humiliating the dog. It's wearing a hat.
What's up, everybody? Tony Gonzalez here. Stay at home. Take care of your family.
That's hilarious.
We're at the end of another day here at the cousin's household.
Oh my god, that is hilarious.
I wanted to share what I've been up to. Staying home and staying strong, baby.
That's amazing.
Family, as I'm doing right now, as we're doing the puzzle, me and my daughter Joy.
So where does Cam Newton go this year?
Family just pick up their phone, FaceTime, call them. As an NFL community, one of the things we always do, we come up and we come together so many times, and we're better for it. This is the time for all of us to come together as a
Well,
world.
I can see the Patriots picking up Alex
America.
Smith.
It's all of us.
Someone will be stupid to think about.
Like a great team.
I hope you're staying
Cam
safe.
Newton's not bad.
Protecting your families, protecting the whole world.
And I know we're going to get through this together. We're going to be all right,
Who? The
baby.
Patriots?
We're going to be all right. I promise you.
Alex Smith is going to the Patriots.
Yeah.
Calling that now.
Welcome back to the draft as we're taking a look at Kyle Shanahan and company, trying to figure out.
You're going to need him.
Microsoft Teams is proud to play an important role in the 2020 NFL Draft. Microsoft Teams, official collaboration platform of
Yo, I'm down. I'll take him. I'll take him.
Casually comfortable in his setup, the general manager there. And of course, you would be very comfortable too if you were the defending NFC champs with the job they did last season. One of the big moves the San Francisco 49ers did last year was trade late in the season for Emmanuel Sanders, and of course he has moved on to New Orleans. And there was Oklahoma wide receiver CeeDee Lamb. Some consider him to be the best wide receiver in this draft class, but Henry Ruggs was the first to go. And now we're looking at Jerry Jeudy. Our own Todd McShay says Jerry Jeudy is the best route runner at a wide receiver he's seen in all his years of studying film. So could San Francisco be looking here at a wide receiver to replace what they lost in Emmanuel Sanders? Let's go to Michael Irvin here. Michael, what do you think? If it's one of these two, which one do you like better?
Trey, this is what I love, Trey. I talked about the diversity of wide receivers, and you talk about Jerry Jeudy. Remember, Jerry Jeudy does most of his work from the slot. He's about 60% in the slot, scored 7 touchdowns out of his 10 in that slot. It's all about what San Francisco needs right here in this spot, Trey.
I like when the Eagles beat the Patriots.
We'll see what happens there. And again, you take a look at Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They're clearly enjoying this virtual draft, I think, more than most people are. But again, San Francisco plays in the toughest division, arguably, in the NFL right now, the NFC West. As we said, they lost Emmanuel Sanders. There are some concerns about offensive line as well. But the pick is in. Let us see what San Francisco did. They moved one slot back so Tampa could move up. Where is San Francisco going?
With the 14th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle, South Carolina.
Well, perhaps another surprise, but Javon Kinlaw is one hell of a football player. His story is also amazing. But what you need to know about him is how he grew up.
Yo, do it.
He split time between his mother and father in Goose Creek, South Carolina, as well as in Washington, D.C. And he spent some of that youth homeless in the nation's capital, where he would ride the metro because either it was colder than it was inside or hotter than it was outside. And he has been a remarkable story, talking about the things that he went through as a kid. He related to that sometimes in Washington, D.C., walking over dead bodies to get to where he lived. Todd McShay said he showed up at the Senior Bowl, didn't even work out. And didn't even play, rather, just went through some drills and made a bunch of money. And there you see the reaction of his father. Javon Kinlaw is now a member of the San Francisco 49ers. His story is absolutely remarkable. Booger, his story is incredible, as is what we saw on the field at South Carolina.
Without a doubt. You talk about the rich getting richer. He reminds me a lot of Richard Seymour. Long, big, and powerful. And the San Francisco 49ers are going to love it. Can he play with leverage? When you're a tall player, you got to be able to play with leverage, extend your arms, control the offensive lineman. He can do it with the best of them. Like one of the guys that I played with a long time ago, Richard Seymour, doing the same thing. Defensive linemen being able to use both hands to control the offensive lineman, they do it well. But this is now a passing league. Can you be a 3-out player? Can you rush the passer? Javon Kinlaw showed outstanding pass rush ability and power, especially at the Senior Bowl. Just like Richard Seymour, long arms, long levers. He can do it inside. And dare I say, John Lynch, they traded away DeForest Buckner. Now they get Javon Kinlaw now, and this defensive line is going to be dominant once again.
Talent-wise, 6'5", 324. Remember, he was 340 early on, managed his weight, got it down to 324. Played through a hip injury in 2018. This past year, first 5-6 games, he was dominant. Actually, 5 sacks in the first 6 games, but he won the rest of the way. And that's where Derek Brown, week in and week out, was dominant. Kinlaw had a great start. Then teams adjusted. He wasn't quite as much of a factor, but he's got incredibly long arms, huge hands, DJ. Physically, if you could draw up a defensive tackle, Javon Kinlaw would be that guy.
What is it?
Yeah, he reminded me of Marcus Stroud when I watched him, Mel. And this is somebody, when you put on the Georgia game and the Alabama game, the best opponents they played, he was dominant against those quality offensive lines. So that's what jumped out to me. And Louis, I just add one thing here with this selection. This is outstanding by John Lynch. You trade DeForest Buckner, you get the 13th pick. You trade back to 14, get an extra pick, and you replace DeForest Buckner at the same position with a younger, cheaper player. John Lynch putting that Stanford education to good use.
What? Just like what?
Without a doubt, look, it's great value for them. It's smart team building, and they're staying true to who they are, DJ. They're a team that likes to build it front to back, inside out, on the defensive side of the football in particular. And Javon Kinlaw, you're right, when he went up against the best offensive lines in college football, that's when he really raised his level. And it wasn't just at the point of attack. It was chasing people down the field. I remember in that Alabama game, just seeing him run downfield and just put haymakers on running backs, catching the ball out of the backfield with his extra effort. That's the kind of thing that epitomizes San Francisco this year, and he's going to fit right in very well.
Well, Dad is feeling it right now for the
No idea.
And oh, by the way, sometimes things just work out perfectly. Kinlaw actually wanted to go to San Francisco, saying they're just a wonderful group of guys, a talented group that works together. They work together for the same goal, not individual achievements, and that's to get the win at the end of the day. That's something I want to be a part of. And guess what, Javon? You are a part of it. Javon Kinlaw, now a San Francisco 49er. We'll be back in 30 seconds after a quick word from Verizon.
If we were able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
We're all home right now. That's why Verizon is giving you more of the entertainment you want. Daily is usually watching a TV show, and that is almost always listening to music.
We love Verizon.
I get the shows I need when I need them. Now, unlimited plans come with your favorite artists on Apple Music, shows and movies on Disney Plus, and over 70 top channels of live TV with YouTube TV.
Music plays a huge role in our family. That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 so your family can mix, match, and save. Shop online today, only at Verizon.
Cheers.
All right, glad you're with us as the first round of the 2020 draft rolls on. The Denver Broncos are sitting here at 15, and we've only had one wide receiver go off the board. John with the power flex right there. Give me all the Super Bowl trophies, put them over there, and make it a wide shot so everybody can see. I mean, I respect it. A good friend of mine said, when you have the opportunity to stunt. And John Elway just did that. Then, of course, there's Vic Fangio waiting to go into his second season as the Broncos head coach. The pick is in for the Denver Broncos. Let's see where the Denver Broncos go.
Just trying to get someone drunk.
With the 15th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jerry Jeudy, wide receiver, Alabama. Congratulations, Jerry. Come on, Broncos.
And there you see Jerry Jeudy and family waiting to hear the official news, but it is done. Jerry Jeudy is a Denver Bronco. And again, according to our Todd McShay, maybe one of the best route runners he's ever seen. By the way, real quickly, you see that straight ace his senior year of high school? He had already done. He was already going on to early admission at Alabama. He was at an all-star high school game, and he got his report card, and one of them was a B+. He said, no, that's wrong. I got the A. The teacher went back and recalculated. Turns out it indeed was correct. Jerry Jeudy was a straight A student, but he has dealt with some tragedy in his life. In November of 2016, Jerry Judy's 7-year-old sister, Aaliyah, passed away. Aaliyah was a miracle baby and had suffered health complications since birth. Following her death, Jeudy posted a photo of Aaliyah with an uplifting message. I love you, sis. You're in a better place now. I swear I'm going to make it for you and Mommy. R.I.P. Aaliyah. Jerry's daughter, Journey Aaliyah Jeudy, was born on March 27th. And there you see it. Jerry Jeudy going to go work with John Elway, the quarterback there, Drew Lock, Cortland Sutton, the other wide receiver on the side of that ball. Michael Irvin, take us through what you like about Jerry Judy's tape.
I love this pick, and I'm telling you, when you hear people talk about how great he is at running routes, that's because he transitions so well in and out of cuts. This guy is incredible at the line of scrimmage. That's the #1 thing that he's going to have to work on.
It's
getting
right.
off that ball, being able to get deep. He ran a 4.4 at the combine. It's great. He gets his work done in the slot. I already told you, 60% of the time he was lined up in the slot, and he made 7 touchdowns out of 10. Now, when you line up Courtland Sutton on the outside and you put Jared Jeudy in the slot, that is a disaster for any defense when you're trying to stop Drew Lock and the Denver Broncos. Great pick for the Denver Broncos right there, Trey.
Yeah, Merv, I think it's fascinating when you look inside this division. Everybody's chasing the Kansas City Chiefs. So are they going to load up on defense to try and slow down that Chiefs offense? It's like forget that. We're not going to be able to slow them down. We're going to get some firepower. So the Chargers go out and get their quarterback of the future in Justin Herbert. We saw the Raiders go get Henry Ruggs. And then now you have the Denver Broncos go get his teammate in Jerry Jeudy. The AFC West is loading up on offense.
Yeah, they certainly are. By the way, Alabama has 2 wide receivers in the first round now. It's just the 5th time in the common draft era since 1967 where 2 schools, or 1 school, had 2 wide receivers go in the first round. John Elway is very happy right now.
Do you hear that?
I got it. One more?
That's a turkey. Show me this.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be
We're all home right now. That's why Verizon is giving you more of the entertainment you want.
Haley is usually watching a TV show, and McKenna is almost always listening to music.
We love Verizon.
I get the shows I need when I need them.
Now, unlimited plans come with your favorite artists on Apple Music, shows and movies on Disney Plus, and over 70 top channels of live TV with YouTube TV.
Music plays a huge role in our family. That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 so your family can mix, match, and save. Shop online today, only at Verizon.
When we first opened our doors, it didn't take us long to realize
We weren't in the car business.
At Lexus, we were in the people business.
We needed to be helpful
respectful,
and
I remember
compassionate.
that one time I had my first
To treat
party
people
online.
like guests.
it's what we all
You guys are looking like.
And now when people need this most, we will do what we've always done.
Take care of people first.
the rest
You and
will
Sean,
follow.
like Kara was last night with their mom.
What does an apron have to do with insurance?
No.
An apron is protection. An apron is not quitting until you've helped make something better. What does an apron have to do with insurance? For us, especially right now, everything.
What else can we do to entertain ourselves?
Put your bib back on.
Dave, closet organizing and jigsaw puzzling? Get Pizza Hut's Big Dinner Box. 2 medium pizzas,
Pardon?
breadsticks, and your choice of pasta or wings. Sealed for your safety, all in one box.
Yeah.
Choose contactless delivery or new curbside pickup at pizzahut.com.
I got my, what is that? My
Fuck the leaves. He doesn't play for them anymore.
This is Khalil Mack, and this is what Khalil Mack does. Text me. Want to see more of that?
You guys are
Us
all
too.
this year.
Picture, perfect, form. That's why the NFL created Way to Play, using science, research, and data to promote proper technique. To teach better tackling, we help make this happen. Smarter equipment, so that we can have smarter play from the NFL down to JV.
That's what I'm talking about.
For a future that looks a lot.
That's a bib. That's a bib.
Fuck you, Malcolm.
Yeah.
My mom actually was a nurse at St. Jude. She would come home and tell us the stories of all the children that she got to work with on a daily basis. We were taught and raised that we all exist here on this planet to benefit others. That's how my wife and I
Taylor.
feel when we give to St. Jude every month. Our giving is right up to
Taylor.
our mortgage. That's the priority that we put on giving to St. Jude.
Check your phone.
What's up?
Check your phone.
I can't be as you want me.
Welcome back to the draft. Roger Goodell doing his part, FaceTiming with all the quarterbacks taken in this draft. You see Tua Tagovailoa there. You had Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert as well. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Mel's Best Available, brought to you by Lowe's. Mel, what do we got?
Yo, Taylor.
So you got Philadelphia, Minnesota, New Orleans, all the receivers are CDYAC. Already after catch, he's phenomenal there.
Check your phone.
CeeDee Lamb is, and you got the heck of a football player, Xavier McKinney. Justin Jefferson improved by leaps and bounds this
Check your
season.
messages.
Chase on had some injuries, but he's an outstanding pass rusher. And Kenneth Murray, all this kid does, sideline to sideline range. Great football player, Booger at Oklahoma. One of two outstanding inside linebackers, one with LSU, Patrick Queen.
Yeah, when you look at the Falcons and the Cowboys coming up, both of those teams need edge rush, and the second best edge rusher in this draft by a lot of people, including myself included, was Caleb Chase-on. You got to think at some point
how you live,
he's
Tessa?
going to be up to come off the board pretty quickly.
Chase on now.
All right, Boog, thank you. There you see Dan Quinn, Arthur Blank, and GM Thomas Dimitroff. By the way, if anybody's going to nail the virtual draft, it would be Thomas Dimitroff. He was showing off his setup like 3 weeks ago. So we'll see what the Falcons are doing. We know their head coach, Dan Quinn, is a guy who built his reputation on speed defenders. That's what got him the Atlanta head coaching job, the things he was
better
able
give me
to
your number
do
then.
in Seattle as their defensive coordinator. So where will Dan, Arthur, and Thomas Dimitroff go as we reach the halfway point
It's whiskey.
of the first round of the draft? The pick is in. Let's find out what they're doing.
Here's your team. With the 16th pick.
All right, see it now? I'm on my phone now.
The Atlanta Falcons select A.J. Terrell, defensive back.
519.
Well, there you see A.J. Terrell and family, and it gets emotional pretty quickly, ladies and gentlemen. And A.J. Terrell announced his presence with authority in the 2018 College Football Championship game. He scored the first points of that game with a pick six. Now, Terrell, by the way, changed his major from business to sociology because he said, I like to size people up. I like to understand why they think the way they do. Mel, he sized up people pretty well as a college player at Clemson.
Well, yeah, he had some really strong games. Go back to the Alabama game in 2018, final game of the year, returned an interception, 44 yards for a touchdown in that game. Talking about 8 tackles as well in that football game. Then you go to the final game, you think about what happened there against LSU where he had trouble there in coverage. I think you look at A.J. Terrell, he has the length, he has the recovery speed, gets a little grabby. That's going to result in penalty flags in the NFL. Fast for the clock, recovery speed at times looks like it's an issue, even though I say he does have that outstanding speed. Has to become more of a wrap-up tackler, and I think when you look at him, Lewis, the talent's there, needs a little bit more coaching.
Oh my God, what are you, like 100?
He just needs to be more consistent, Mel. Look, this is a guy who really can get up on the line of scrimmage and challenge you in press man coverage. He has good route recognition.
He's on his
The last third of the down is where I struggled with him as far as his ability to then go ahead and consistently finish. That's where he got into trouble in the national championship game against Jamar Chase. He struggled down the field playing strong at the catch point, but if he can improve that, he'll help the Atlanta Falcons secondary.
All right, so A.J. Terrell goes to the Atlanta Falcons, which means, how about them Cowboys? The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock, and Jerry Jones. Jerry, very impressive setup for the virtual draft there.
Don't worry about it.
Cowboys owner, president, and GM is there, but they're trying to reverse a trend. It's been a while. The Cowboys' last conference championship appearance was in 1995, and they went on to win Super Bowl 30. And these are the teams without a conference championship appearance since '96. And as you can see, Cowboys are the only one on that list. They're the proud owners of 5 Lombardi trophies. But wait a minute, let's go back to that cartoon. Who was that on the right? On a horse? Michael. Michael. Now, you don't look very comfortable there in cartoon form on the horse. So, are you okay with us putting you on the horse like that?
Yeah. I'm from Miami. I'm a city boy all the way. But I must admit, when I did get here to Dallas, you start falling into the cowboy ways. I started wearing cowboy boots. So this next pick, no matter where he comes from, when he gets here, he will be like the Cowboys. He'll get in some boots and on a horse also.
I do think we need to have a comment about the bowler hats that you and Deion wore after that last Super Bowl. That was a fashion statement, my friend. I will never forget. We showed you Jerry Jones. There's Mike McCarthy, maybe a little close to the camera, as you can see. Mike McCarthy had the year away, obviously, after being let go in Green Bay, but he was a very successful coach. They won Super Bowl 45. By the way, interestingly, in Dallas, 31-25 over the Pittsburgh Steelers. 9 playoff appearances in 13 seasons. Lewis, let's start with you. We look at the Dallas Cowboys. Obviously, they lost Byron Jones in free agency, making that mega deal to go to the Dolphins. They have needs on the back end of that secondary. They may have some needs on the edge rush, but where do we see them going here? Because I think a lot of the corners that the Cowboys might have been looking at are now off the board.
Yeah, you really think about it. In the middle of the field, someone who can play a little bit of safety, play a little bit of nickel and dime linebacker, someone who comes to mind for me. And I'm looking at Xavier McKinney from Alabama. I think he would fit nicely in the middle of the field and give them some versatility as far as their defensive packages are concerned. He's a guy who plays with tremendous energy, tremendous tackler, good cover skills, very instinctive. I think he's the kind of guy who would look perfect with that Dallas Cowboys star on his helmet.
All right, look, he's sitting there
Lewis,
for him.
Interesting thing.
Go ahead, General.
Interesting thing, real quick, Trey. Which when you look at this team right here with the Dallas Cowboys and the decision that they have, is if they took CeeDee Lamb, they'd be taking him right out of the lap of a team in their division, with the Philadelphia Eagles having a huge need at wide receiver, a couple picks away. So that's another interesting storyline to keep an eye on with the Cowboys. I know they have those needs on defense, but CeeDee Lamb would be pretty tempting right here.
Well, this is CeeDee Lamb as he's waiting to hear his name called. Daniel, that's a really interesting point, right? Because you want to build your team, but sometimes you can do things to make sure that you don't help an opponent, a guy you'll see twice, a team you'll see twice. And Mel, listen, from the value of the pick here in terms of where we are in the draft at 17, are you surprised Lamb is still there?
A little bit. I think you look at a guy like CeeDee Lamb. Inside, he was 50% of his production. Outside, 50%. DJ mentioned Dallas. I had Lamb going there in a mock earlier, one of the earlier mocks, because of that third receiver being an issue. You got Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup. That third guy, whether it's Lamb, Justin Jefferson, would make sense. Obviously, I go with Lewis with Xavier McKinney. Love him as a football player. Antoine Winfield Jr. is obviously a kid, playmaker at Minnesota. And they need maybe a center at some point where they look at Cesar Ruiz from Michigan, who played guard, then was an anchor of that Michigan line the last 2 years. No. But I think that third receiver, if you want to do that, it's tempting here with Lamb or Jefferson.
Well, it looks like they're having a good conversation. Smiles on the faces right now between Mike McCarthy, the head coach, and Jerry Jones, the owner, president, GM, and master of time, space, and dimension for the Dallas Cowboys. There's a lot of ways this team could go, and this is a team that has their franchise quarterback, although not fully signed, has the running back. That offensive line that we looked at from a few years ago is not the strength that it was, but the pick is in, and we don't have to guess anymore. Let's find out where they go.
Get messy. What's your bet on?
With the 17th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver, Oklahoma.
No!
Well, Dak Prescott just got another
CeeDee
weapon
Lamb
to throw to, and CeeDee
No,
Lamb is a weapon in every shape of the word. By the way, his first full name is Sedarian. He was trying out for 4th grade football, and the coach couldn't say Sedarian, so I said, I'm just going to call you CD. By the way, he wears the number 32 chain in honor of his uncle, Chester Ramirez, who passed away on a business trip when he was in China a few years ago. But CeeDee Lamb is a big play waiting to happen, and there you see the reaction as CeeDee Lamb is coming off the board here. Michael Irvin, we're talking about a player at Oklahoma that was a big play almost all the time.
Yo, I'm letting it grow so I can get that lineup that I want.
Yes, he is, Trey, and this is a perfect pick for the Dallas Cowboys. I know they wanted to shore up the defense,
let it grow.
But they know that I knew, as talking to them, that Lamb was the first receiver they had on their board. And they talked about if he falls, they would have to snatch him up. Let me tell you what's great about this, because you know they got Amari Cooper, and they got the young guy outside, Williams outside.
Embrace
what this kid does, he can play in that slot position that was vacated by Randall Cobb. He played 70% outside last season, 30% in the slot. But he had productions from both spots, 7 touchdowns outside, 7 TDs from that slot, Mel. So he can play in the slot, and when he has to, he can go outside and make plays also.
4 career catches, Michael, of at least 40 yards.
Yo, Tessa, did you get my number?
Talk about top
Did you get my text?
history in that area. 2 things. I would say CDYAC, the yards after the catch, the stiff arm, yards after catch, the tough catches in traffic. He can do that. He was very explosive. He'll take that big hit, hold on to the football, knows how to find the open area in that defense.
519.
Obviously, coming out of Oklahoma, they schemed to get him the football. So
702.
We'll have to transition to with the Dallas Cowboys. But
77.
as that third receiver with Cooper and Gallup, now you got
89.
Dak Prescott, 3 big-time options in the passing game.
Well, listen, Michael Irvin's going to love this. CeeDee Lamb forced the most missed tackles as a patch catcher among wide receivers last year. Lincoln Riley is happy another Sooner is off the board. He ranks first at OU with 24 career receptions of at least 40 yards and 6 career games of at least 160 receiving yards. Jerry getting congratulations all around. Michael is happy, too. Stay with us.
In nearly 100 years serving the military community, we've seen you go through tough times.
And every time you've shown us you're much tougher.
Your heart, courage, and commitment has always inspired us.
And now it's no different.
So we're here with financial strength, stability, and experience you can depend on.
Wait, what?
And the online tools you need,
what
because
name
you
did
have
you
always
say?
set the highest standard.
And reaching that standard is what we're made.
What name did you just say?
Every home has things it needs, things that need to be maintained, fixed,
What
or
name
replaced.
did you just say?
And Home Depot has online ordering, free delivery, and the low
Isn't he
prices
gay?
to help you get it done. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Settling in okay?
Yeah. Are you both,
Dead?
Yeah.
Does he have a twin?
Welcome to Lakeview,
Does he have a
a
twin?
digital afterlife environment.
Enjoy. The ads know us better than we know ourselves.
10 signs you're invading someone's personal space.
Okay.
Sorry, bro.
I know a Brendan Ferris that has a twin
You're in a
that's
bad place
gay.
yesterday. It's only weird if you make it weird.
At CDW, we get you're always looking to modernize.
Yeah, I'm just not sure office
Oh.
drones were the way to do
Oh wait,
it.
Brendan Ferris was dating Corey?
Our market share looks good, but where are the bagels?
Well,
I know
CDW
Corey.
can help modernize your company the right way with a scalable infrastructure from HPE making you more
Yo,
efficient.
dating Corey?
Great. Let's find a different room.
For transformation that works, you need Hewlett-Packard Enterprise and IT
Does
orchestration
he
by
work at
CDW. People
a
who
car,
get it.
auto
When
used
we
car
first
shop?
opened our doors, it didn't take us long to realize.
We weren't in the
Yo,
car
he-
business.
At Lexus,
Dang.
we're in the people business.
Yeah, he's cheating on my
To be
friend.
helpful
Respectful,
and compassionate.
To treat people like guests.
It's what we all signed up for.
And now when people need this most, we will do
That's your stepbrother?
what we've always done.
Take care of people first.
the rest will follow.
Ferris.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
We're all home right now. That's why
He's a-
Verizon
he's a
is giving you more of the
bodybuilder.
entertainment you
Ish,
want.
kinda.
Usually watching a TV show, and McKenna is almost always listening to music.
We love
And
Verizon.
he's
I get the shows I need when I need them.
Now, unlimited plans come with your favorite artists on Apple Music, shows and movies on Disney
Yeah.
Plus, and over 70 top channels of live TV with YouTube TV.
Music plays a huge role in our family. That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 so your family
Yo,
can mix,
Keithley was
match,
amazing.
and save.
That's-
Shop online today, only at Verizon.
Tonight on NFL Total Access after the
You
draft.
can't say that.
Four
You
words
can't
we've
say
been
that
waiting
though.
for. Every selection and
You
every
can't say
surprise.
Luke
Who
Kuechly is
winning
amazing,
and
but you
who's
can't say
still
he's the
waiting?
all-time
Tonight,
favorite.
After the draft.
I'm sorry,
Well,
but Bobby Wagner's better than Luke Kuechly.
We told you the last dance was coming last Sunday, and you showed out to the tune of over 6 million people watching the
I
first
can
two
grab you like Luke
episodes.
Kuechly.
And we're going to bring them back. Episodes 3 and 4 coming this Sunday.
Yeah, I know Robert Mathis.
They've got this whole promo card they want me to read. I'm just going to read you one sentence. Highlighted by Dennis Rodman. I mean, you don't really need to sell it any more than that. You're going to see all the crazy stuff Dennis Rodman did while winning championships with the Bulls. That's enough. Meanwhile, we are continuing here. What a night it's been, and we're all in this together in this virtual draft. Help us make a difference now. Huddle up for COVID-19 relief
so why do we
efforts for
retire young?
players, teams, fans, and communities around the world in the NFL Draft-a-thon. If we unite behind this cause, we can provide relief for those significantly impacted by the pandemic. Every dollar counts. Visit NFL.com, relief to donate now. Time to check in with the Bud Light Seltzer Virtual Huddle. Delighted to be working through this evening with Mel Kiper Jr., Louis Riddick, Booger McFarland, and our great friends in collaboration from the NFL Network, Daniel Jeremiah, you know him as Move the Sticks, and a couple of Hall of Famers, Kurt Warner and Michael Irvin. All right, the Dolphins' second draft pick is in the first round. Let's find out. Oh, we do? Okay. All right, so we got some time to figure out here what they're going to do with the Miami Dolphins, the second overall pick in the first round. They took Tua Tagovailoa with the 5th overall pick. This is the pick they got when they traded away Minkah Fitzpatrick to the Pittsburgh Steelers, the pick they got back there. And look, the Steelers are very happy with that trade. Minkah made a huge difference on defense, but the Dolphins are in rebuilding mode right now. Mel, as you look at what's available here to Miami, what makes sense to you?
Have some respect.
Well, you got to take offensive tackle. You got to protect Tua whenever he's the starting quarterback, and that offensive line's a big issue. You got to believe, even if you have to reach a little tray, offensive tackle.
All right, we'll see if that's the case. Brian Flores and son look very happy, as does Chris Greer. Now we can tell you officially the pick is in. Let's see if they do go up front.
We got good news for Tua here. We got good news for Tua. With the 18th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Austin Jackson, tackle, USC.
You know what just happened? Roger Goodell tipped the pick. He said we got good news for Tua. You knew it had to be an offensive lineman. And there is Austin Jackson, first team All Pac-12 out of USC as a junior last year. Ran the 40 at 5.07 at the combine at 6'5", 322 pounds. His
I see that.
grandfather, Melvin, was an offensive lineman at USC's national championship team in '74 and played 64 games for the Green Bay Packers. But as his family, Jackson donated bone marrow to his sister last summer. Autumn Jackson has a rare disease called diamond blackfan anemia, a genetic disorder that prevents her bone marrow from producing red blood cells.
He needs a good quarterback, and he can only run certain routes.
Match, but it was only about a 25% possibility that his marrow would match. There are 12 markers they use to designate whether or not someone's a good match. Austin Jackson was a perfect 12 for 12. And this was not an easy thing that they do. The extraction is done using a large needle with a handle.
Same with Austin Seferic and Jenkins.
Twist into the bone like opening a wine bottle with a corkscrew. But Austin did that for his sister. His sister's doing well. And now the Dolphins hope Austin does well with the Miami Dolphins. And as we said, it is a family affair for Austin Jackson. 6'4", 322 pounds. We mentioned his grandfather on the '74 championship team and went on to play all those games for the Green Bay Packers. Daniel Jeremiah from the NFL Network, what are they getting?
Well, I'll tell you what, they're getting a true left tackle with outstanding foot quickness and athleticism. And Trey, you did a great job telling the story about donating the bone marrow for his sister. But he did not have much of an offseason.
You make me take shots. I don't want to
early
look
on the year,
sideways.
and then he got more comfortable as the year progressed. He's only 20 years old. I don't know that he's able to step on the field right now and be an impact tackle. But Louis, the upside with this kid is off the charts because of his ability to bend his knees and move. He's an outstanding athlete.
He's unmatched in this draft at the offensive tackle position, or you could say at least he's on par with all the other top tackles in the draft. Tremendous set quickness, long arms, good punch, tremendous recoverability, and in the run game, he can play in a power scheme, he can play in a zone scheme, he can climb to the second level. He just needs to stay more consistent when he goes up against technically proficient pass rushers, because he had trouble with A.J. Epinesa, had a little bit of trouble with Bradley Anae, but this is a guy who's his best all ahead of him without a doubt.
So there you see it, Tua Tagovailoa under center, Austin Jackson protecting that man under center, the offensive tackle out of USC. We continue to work our way through the draft. We are up to pick number 19. And there you see Austin Jackson and family celebrating. And as we just told you, it is absolutely something that is very important to Austin Jackson family. Austin Jackson there went through that procedure, is now with Brian Flores. Thumbs up all the way around. As we agree, 2 really good picks for the Miami Dolphins, and Tua Tagovailoa and offensive tackle Austin Jackson. Meanwhile, we're up to pick 19 in the first round. It is the second of the 2 first-round picks for the Oakland Raiders. Remember, they dealt away Amari Cooper. They dealt away Khalil Mack. They had 3 first-round picks last year. One of them was a home run. Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Abrams was hurt, never really saw, and Cleveland Ferrell didn't really translate what they thought they'd get with the 4th overall pick. Meanwhile, what will they do with their second pick here in the first round? The pick is in. Let's go to the commissioner and find out what the Las Vegas Raiders are doing.
Why?
We thought it would be fitting here at pick 19, as the Las Vegas Raiders welcome their second selection, to make a special announcement. As you may know, we are scheduled to host a draft in in Vegas this year. And we thank so many for the effort they put forth to prepare that possibility. And we think you deserve another shot. So we're happy here to announce that tonight, the Las Vegas Raiders will host the 2020 NFL Draft. Congratulations to Mark Davis, the Raiders organization, and Raiders Nation. We look forward to being there in Las Vegas.
LeBron
and congratulations. And now, with the 19th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select
I'm a Kobe
Damon
fan.
Arnett,
I'm a Laker fan.
defensive back, Ohio State.
All right, first of all, congratulations to Las Vegas getting the mulligan. We'll be there in a couple years as we will do the draft from there. But this is a fascinating decision here on a lot of levels by Damon Arnett. This was a kid that had basically decided his college career was over a year ago at cornerback.
If
and
LeBron
didn't even
James stayed
show
in
up for some
Cleveland, stayed
season
there,
meetings with Ohio State. But then it was a conversation
over
with
LeBron,
his father,
MJ.
Chris
If he stayed in
Carter, the
Cleveland the whole
Ohio
time.
State Buckeye wide receiver and Hall of Famer, that said, you need to come
Listen,
back
the moment
for
he
another
left,
year
he
at
ruined his
school
legacy.
to be the best player you can be. And Mel, we thought we'd see a 2nd or 3rd round grade on Damon Arnett. How surprised are you
Because he didn't go to
that he's in the
university.
1st round?
Early 2nd round grade. I think you look at that 3rd corner, Trey. We have been saying,
I
who's the
agree.
3rd corner? You
I
could
agree.
never
I
build a
agree.
consensus on who that 3rd corner was. After
Yo.
Jeff Okuda, Ohio State, and C.J.
Yo,
Henderson,
100%,
Florida,
100%,
DJ. You just couldn't find that guy. Who that 3rd corner was. A.J. Terrell's already been taken by Atlanta, maybe a little higher.
I'm
than we
on
thought.
his side.
Here, Damon
I'm
Arnett,
on
he
his
played
side.
through that injury. He tackled well, and when you're opposite Jeff Okuda, you're going to have action, and he held up very well. So I think the corners are reaching a little bit, DJ, because they're forcing these needs. Because, like I say, that 3rd corner was very much up in the air.
Yeah,
I'm
and for me, Mel,
sorry,
was my
but
8th corner, so I think people
LeBron
have that
James can
3rd
never be
corner in all
considered as
different
the GOAT
orders. You know,
of
one thing I'll say about
basketball.
Arnett, while I was
There'll
surprised
always
that he
be-
went this high,
there'll always
he's
be
very
Michael
competitive,
Jordan,
and that fits
and
with
the close-
what they've tried to do in building this team over the last couple of years. A very
Thank
physical,
you.
very
Thank
competitive
you.
kid who can really
Thank
find
you.
and play the football, which you've got
Number
to have
2
at that
is Kobe.
position, Lewis. Look, his kid is tough, he's physical, and he can find the ball. I just thought it was a little bit
Okay,
earlier than
you
I
can go fuck
expected.
yourself.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit earlier than a lot of people expected. But when you watch the film and you watch Jeffrey Okuda and then you watch Damon Arnett, look, I can tell you this: he actually plays from a
Kobe
technique
Bryant.
standpoint
I'm
just
sorry.
as well
It's
as
Kobe
Okuda
Bryant.
in many respects, especially when you're talking about playing press coverage. He's very good at staying patient at the line, very physical with his
it goes
hands, very
MJ,
physical
it's
down
MJ,
the field
Kobe,
as far
Will
as not
Chamberlain.
allowing wide receivers to create separation with their body. And he is a guy who's a finisher. I think it's a
I'm
little bit
watching.
higher than maybe some people expected, but when you really break down his game, he really is a good cover corner who really should develop into a very good pro.
Well, listen, he was a guy that listened to the people that were telling him, you need to come back and you will improve your draft status. And that's exactly what he did. We thought he was going to be improving to a 2nd or 3rd round pick.
You're missing it.
Instead,
You're talking about the
he
most
goes to the Raiders
dominant,
with the 19th overall
the
pick
most dominant
in the first round.
NBA player
By
in
the
the
way,
league.
2nd time in the last 4 drafts, the Buckeyes have had at least 2 first-round defensive backs and had 3 back in 2017. Put your feet up, John. You're done for the night.
Shaquille O'Neal.
You're watching the 2020 NFL Draft.
No.
Presented by
No, because
Lowe's.
he was the most dominant player in the NBA.
Right now, we're all having to adapt. So it's only right that at BMW, we adapt the way we support you. Which is why, if you need a vehicle, we're offering special financing options. Just choose the model that best suits you by shopping online. And for the safety of our customers, we're now providing service with at-home pickup and drop-off. Because in times like these, we need to do more than just adapt with each other. We need to adapt for each other. We're offering no payments for 90 days on a new financed BMW.
Since 1926, Nationwide has been on your side.
We've been there in person during trying times.
Today, being on your side means staying home.
Nationwide Office of Customer Advocacy.
But we can still support you and the heroes who are with you.
We're giving refunds on auto insurance premiums.
Assisting customers with financial hardships.
And our foundation is contributing millions of dollars to charities helping with COVID-19 relief.
Keeping our promise to be on your side.
Hello?
Appliance now, the Home Depot has the appliance help you can count on. Complete your entire order online with ratings, reviews, and free delivery. Get special buy savings like the Samsung Top Load Laundry Pair. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
We could never do what they do, but what we can do is be a partner that never quits. Verizon is the most reliable network in America, built for interoperability and puts first responders first, giving their calls priority 24/7. We do what we do best, so they can too.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
We're all home right now. That's why Verizon is giving you more of the entertainment you want.
Daly is usually watching a TV show, and McKenna is almost always listening to music.
We love Verizon.
I get the shows I need when I need them.
Now, unlimited plans come with your favorite artists on Apple Music, shows and movies on Disney Plus, and over 70 top channels of live TV with YouTube TV.
Music plays a huge role in our family. That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 so your family can mix, match, and save. Shop online today, only at Verizon.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
The Heisman winner, the champion, Joe Burrow.
Chase Young.
He's an instant playmaker.
The legend of Tua has begun.
This draft, join the NFL and help make a difference at NFL.com/relief.
What up?
So glad to be a part of the Draft-a-thon and everybody doing what they can to help us get through the pandemic that has swept across this country, and why we're doing this draft virtually for the first time. But glad to be sharing a communal sport experience with all of you as we continue to weave our way through the first round of the 2020 NFL Draft. That was supposed to be in Vegas, but you heard Commissioner Goodell say just a few moments ago, they're getting the mulligan. We're going back in a couple of years after we go to Cleveland next year. Let's take a look at Mel's Best Available, brought to you by Lowe's. Mel, enlighten us.
Tell you, good football player still on the board. Xavier McKinney, a leader back there. Justin Jefferson had a phenomenal season at LSU. Eliminated the drops, became much more consistent. K'Lavon Chaisson is a guy who has pass rush ability, but has had some injury issues, some durability concerns with him. Kenneth Murray all over the field. And there's Jordan Love. We said this is no man's land for that quarterback that drops. He's still on the board for that reason.
Well, there you see the quarterback still a lot of people thought were going in, Jordan Love, but where's Jacksonville going?
With the 20th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select K'Lavon Chaisson, linebacker, LSU.
Well, there you see Kaylavon Chason and company getting set to know that they are moving down to Jacksonville. Kaylavon Chason is a tour de force. He played his best at the end of the season. Over the last 4 games, including the SEC Championship and the playoffs, 5 sacks. He returned onto the field for the season opener and did all kinds of things. But the thing about Kaylavon Chason you need to know is he's prepared to do anything. He said, when you hire somebody, do you want to hire someone who speaks 1 language or do you want to hire somebody who speaks 3? I speak 3. I do pass rush. I can drop into coverage and cover anybody you want me to cover, and I can play the run. No offensive lineman has ever just moved me off the ball. Booger, I think we need to understand what an exceptional athlete this kid was. He didn't play football his sophomore year because he wanted to focus on basketball. He got 6 offers before he ever played a snap of varsity football in high school.
Without a doubt, Trey. You talk about a guy that provides scheme versatility. 3-4, 4-3. He's at his best, though, when he puts his hand down. He has elite get-off coming off the edge, running twists, running stunts. In a 3-4, he could be an outside linebacker. In a 4-3, he can be a defensive end. An outside linebacker in a 3-4, they have to drop in coverage. Dave Aranda, who's now the head coach at Baylor, dropped him off in coverage also. Kaylavon Chason was the 2nd best pass rusher in this class, Lewis, and I think they got a steal right here at this point, getting such a dynamic player that has scheme versatility.
Yeah, what he is somebody who they can pair with Josh Allen now and really give you some heat off the edge. You got to assume that Yannick Ngakoue maybe not going to be on the roster here at some point, so they're planning for the future. And Chason, you're right. He's not a one-trick pony. He's not just somebody who's just a pass rusher. He will compete in the run game. And DJ, I think they really right now, they've set themselves up to once again have a young up-front group that can really get after the passer on the edges.
Yeah, very athletic up front now for the Jacksonville Jaguars, Lewis. And I'd also add this kid getting number 18 is a big deal at LSU, as you guys know, because of his leadership and because of his character. And when I talked to the coaches down there, they said when he hurt his knee, when he was rehabbing, he did not miss a single meeting. He was plugged into that program, one of the best leaders they had on that unbelievable LSU squad.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Kaylavon Chason, again, went to work out at a summer camp for LSU to watch a friend, and they said, you should get on the field. He borrowed cleats and got an offer from LSU. 5 more came. Meanwhile, we have the Philadelphia Eagles sitting there with 22. You thought they might go wide receiver. We've seen some wide receivers go off the board as you look at Doug Peterson, the head coach, and Howie Roseman, the executive VP and GM. But here's why they need wide receivers and what is a very deep wide receiver draft. The last 4 games of 2019, these are the wide receivers that they were throwing to, including a former running back in Greg Ward. They used to pick on J.J. Arcega-Whiteside a year ago. That really didn't work out. They had all kinds of injuries. So, Lewis, as you look at the Eagles and the lack of depth on their wide receiver depth chart, it certainly seems like this would be a need that they need to fill.
No, you're not. How old are you?
Yeah, it really is. They need somebody who can make plays down the field. Someone really, quite honestly, is a 3-position player, can play the X, the Z, and the E. They also need some linebacker help, and there's 2 linebackers on the board still right now, and Kenneth Murray and Patrick Queen. So you figure maybe they don't see the value at wide receiver here, although keep an eye on a guy like Brandon Ayuk from Arizona State. But the linebackers, the inside backers with speed and coverage ability are sitting right there. Maybe they pull the trigger on one of those.
Well, there you see Justin Jefferson, who had an unbelievable season at LSU. Michael Irvin, we've talked a little bit about some of these receivers, and the big 3 are off the board, but we're talking about a wide receiver draft class where there could be upwards of 15 to 20 that potentially have a first-round grade, including someone like Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, and Justin Jefferson is another guy that plays a lot in the slot. About 90% of his plays came out of the slot position, man, but he could make plays all over the field. I love watching him. He reminds me some of Keenan Allen, the kind of guy that you cannot stop no matter where he lines up.
All right, we'll see what happens. Again, sometimes you have to let the board talk to you, and if you are the Philadelphia Eagles, you know you need to get some sort of wide receiver for your help in Carson Wentz, who has obviously had his own issues the last couple of years, but you just saw the Dallas Cowboys load up in that division. Getting CeeDee Lamb to go with Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup and Zeke Elliott and everything else they've got going there. It's going to be a point-scoring lead. We're talking about Dak Prescott last season, who threw for almost 5,000 yards, 4,900.
Both of you, add me on
The Eagles
Facebook.
feel like they need to ramp up the offensive side of the ball. We've seen Howie Roseman make all kinds of trades when he feels like he needs to make a
Add me on
trade
Facebook.
and go out and get players. And Doug Peterson obviously has a system that works for him. It's been with him, and it's been with him when he was at Kansas City under Andy Reid. Translated that very nicely to what the Eagles have done here. And again, we've only had those top three wide receivers come off the board. There are the T. Higgins of the world. You heard Lewis mention Brandon Ayuk as well. And then we had Justin Jefferson. There are other players like Denzel Mims out of Baylor, Jalen Reagor out of TCU. All of these people are players that have first-round grades at wide receiver. But we're hearing the pick is in. Let's see if they do indeed go wide out.
Yo, add me on Facebook, though.
Before we announce the Eagles selection, I want to personally thank our fans for your contributions to the NFL Draft-a-thon. If you're able to give, we encourage you to go to NFL.com/relief to contribute to those most in need. And we thank you again for your support. With the 21st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Reagor, wide receiver, TCU.
What? Are you kidding me? We picked that wide
This is
receiver?
a player and a name, guys, who has been rising up a lot of draft boards since the end of the season. And if you're thinking, Reagor, that name sounds familiar, you are 100% correct. His father, Monte Reagor, was a defensive end who played 9 years in the NFL, including he was a member of the Indianapolis Colts when they won Super Bowl 41 in Miami 29-17 over the Chicago Bears. But Reagor, 5'10", almost 5'11", 206 pounds. And there you see Monte Reagor. And he was a guy whose job it was to get to the quarterback. And he put together a little pro day workout that he sent around to videos. And Michael Irvin, a lot of people were very impressed with Jalen Reagor.
Yeah, and I was impressed with him also. He's another one of those guys. Small guy, but can go when he get that football in his hands. He only ran a 4.47 at the combine, but he's faster than that clock shows. He has a 42-inch vertical, and we don't know what's happening with Deshaun Watson. They needed speed, and they went and got speed. Reagor is a great pick for the Philadelphia Eagles to go with Carson Wentz.
Yo, please bring it.
Michael, that's the one thing. 20.8-yard average, a punt return. He had fumbled the punt against Kansas. He scooped it up and went 80 yards for a touchdown. Tracks the deep ball exceptionally well. And on those underneath throws, he can take it the distance with his speed. He's a heck of a competitor. Very explosive. And I think that attitude, that approach that he brings, you got to like. And I think the versatility as well, he's a big-time punt returner added to his value.
Get used to seeing
Well, he left a lasting impression on someone. He had an incredible 65-yard touchdown on a jailbreak screen against Baylor. Matt Rule says, I still have nightmares about Jalen Reagor. And Howie Roseman is hoping that Jalen Reagor will provide nightmares for all the teams that have to play the Eagles in the NFC East.
Yo, I have my own every year. And then Taylor makes mine.
Together, we can do this. Our spirit is what unites us. It is what bonds us and reminds us we are all one. Which is why if you need a vehicle during this time, we are offering 0% financing for 84 months with no payments for 90 days. And the ability to shop and buy from the safety of your home. Better days are ahead, and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram will help you drive forward.
You know, new customers save over $1,000 on average when they bundle home and auto with Progressive.
Wow. And now, the Progressive Commercial Halftime Show, featuring Smash Mouth. Now enjoy the second half of the commercial.
Even renters can bundle and save.
Where'd that come from?
Your kitchen. It was halftime.
This is NFL Network, the place where football and culture collide. It's the collision of the GOATs and the MCs.
Tell me about the offensive side of the ball.
With the fashion and the food.
That's fantastic.
Slammed in with the fans, the stands, and the 12th man. Mashed up with the music.
It's a real big culture moment right now.
And the movies.
I started watching the show years ago.
Mixed in with the X's and O's and the oohs and ahs.
What a run by George Kittle!
It's the fantasy.
He's going to be your #1 quarterback. He's going to be your #1 scorer.
And the reality. It's the access.
People are going to count us out every week.
And the attitude.
Say it to management or shut your mouth and put your money on the line.
It's the trash talk.
Gotta do it quick.
And the crazy talk.
More bricks out of pile. Let's go.
It's all here, all day, every day. Because there's no such thing as too much football.
You know, to the people during this pandemic that's putting their lives on the line, for people that, you know, you don't even know, we all want to say thank you. Thank you for everything from top to bottom. Because you don't have to do what you're doing, and you're doing it out the kindness of your heart, and we appreciate it.
I'd also like to give a special shout out to all of the hard-working healthcare workers taking care of others. We appreciate you and thank you.
And don't forget, you can visit NFLshop.com tonight for official 2020 draft gear, caps, jerseys, and more, all shipped free. Also, the NFL is currently providing free complimentary access to NFL Game Pass. If we continue and watch more and sign up for complimentary access on NFL Game Pass. Time now for our Pizza Hut draft moment. Let's go back to the wild card game between the Vikings and the Saints as Minnesota did it again to New Orleans. Just 3 straight years, the Saints have had heartbreaking losses on the final play of the game as they got off early to a good start. Drew Brees and company rallied back. Taysom Hill on the reception there. But then Minnesota and company went to overtime after that kick. And then Kyle Rudolph, after Adam Thielen got him down there, comes up with the touchdown, 26-20. That's a 3rd straight playoff game the Saints had lost with the final score, the winning points coming on the final play of the game. That was our Pizza Hut draft moment. So, Kurt Warner, we look at Minnesota. This is the pick Minnesota got when they made Buffalo made the trade to take Stephon Diggs and take him to Buffalo. Where do we think Minnesota needs to go here? First of 2 picks they've got.
Yo, but like, honest.
Well, Trey, you're talking to a quarterback. Get me more weapons if I'm Kirk Cousins. And this was a team that was top 10 in rushing the football last year. We know we just saw they won a playoff game, but they were only 23rd ranked in the National Football League at throwing the football. You lose one of your biggest weapons in Stephon Diggs. You wonder if they take a page out of San Francisco's playbook. They traded away to Forrest Buckner. They draft a younger version, a cheaper version of that. Will Minnesota do the same after getting this pick from Buffalo for Stephon Diggs?
I got to say, I've really enjoyed looking inside the head coach's house. Mike Zimmer with a big fireplace and the fire roaring. Very Minnesota touch.
This year was the year that lined up for Philip Rivers.
Goodell is going full skull
full offensive team, full defensive team. Everything should have been lined up for them to make a huge push, and they couldn't.
With the 22nd pick
but at the
in the
same time,
2020 draft,
this was the year they were supposed to make it fast and potentially make it to the Super Bowl.
Wide receiver, LSU.
Well, here's where you're about to find out that sometimes drafting is kind of like high school recruiting. It's not an exact science. Justin, we apologize. ESPN gave you no stars coming out of high school. And you were listed as the number 308 receiver in the nation in the class of 2017.
Chargers were a good team.
You didn't even crack the top 50 in the state of Louisiana. Safe to say, you made up for it. Your season was incredible. A school record 111 catches. And if it hadn't been for teammate Jamar Chase's 20 touchdown grabs, you would have had the most last season in college football at 18.
Yesterday?
Of course, he's not the first Jefferson to play football at LSU. Jordan, his oldest brother, was a quarterback there. And Ricky, another older brother, was an LSU defensive back from 2013 to 2016. Michael Justin Jefferson was a late bloomer and came into this process a little later than some, and he has certainly made the most of it with an unbelievable career at LSU.
Yes, and hey, listen, I love this pick as a football player.
Ebron was
I'm
better
really
in
anxious to
Detroit,
see how Minnesota
even though he
will
dropped
work
passes.
this out. Because, you know, Adam Thielen works the slot a lot in Minnesota. Justin Jefferson was 99%
100%.
out of the slot at LSU. So seeing how they mesh this together is going to be very interesting. But this kid can flat out play football. He made great plays deep, made plays over top of people, and when he does get the ball in his hands, he can take short passes and make long plays out of them. Justin Jefferson going to Minnesota. I tell you, DJ, Mel, that's going to be a great pick.
Yeah, look, when you look at this player on tape, he reminds me so much of Keenan Allen and what he did in the slot, Mike. His ability to separate, he catches everything. He's always where he's supposed to be. He's a pro. And when I talked to the folks down at LSU, they said, look, his brother who played at LSU was roommates with Patrick Peterson. This kid was running routes against Patrick Peterson when he was a teenager. He's not going to be intimidated when he steps into an NFL locker room. And Mel, I had a buddy in the league that said this was Gary Kubiak's favorite receiver in the draft. He's going to catch 1,000,000 balls in Minnesota.
DJ, I'm surprised he was there. I thought he'd go more middle of the first round, that 13, 14, 15 area. The big game, Georgia, Oklahoma, Clemson. Late in the year, he had 30 receptions in those 3 football games. Then he ran 4.43
every year at
the combine when a lot of people thought he'd run 4.55. Joe Brady really improved, coaching up those receivers. He eliminated those drops, and Justin Jefferson became, like Joe Burrow, a completely different player in 2019 as he was in 2018. And that allowed him to move up from the second round into the first round.
Well, there you see GM Rick Spielman, and there is Justin Jefferson. Again, a replacement for what they lost when they got this pick, Stephon Diggs. That was part of a trade before the draft, but now let's go back to Adam Schefter. Adam, we're at pick 23, which would be the Patriots, but wait a minute, we've got a trade, don't we?
Well, Trey, yes, the New England Patriots have traded out of the first round, trading that pick, number 23, to the Los Angeles Chargers for second and third round picks. There are the details of the exact trade. Keep in mind, New England had traded its second round pick for Mohamed Sanu. So now the Patriots are left with 13 picks, and they can take the same player at 37 that they would have taken at 23. The Chargers, meanwhile, I think are looking for defensive help. They got Justin Herbert. On the other side of the football, there's a couple of linebackers sitting there right now that would make a lot of sense for the Los Angeles Chargers at this point in time. They're looking for a tackle
All right,
machine.
Adam,
They're
thanks.
looking
The
for
pick is in.
defensive
Let's
help.
find
That
out what
makes
the
sense.
Chargers are doing with their second first-round pick. No? Okay. The pick is not yet in. But again, not surprising that the Patriots moved back. Or not surprising that the Patriots moved back at all. This is what Bill Belichick has done as we're trying to see what Anthony Lynn, the head coach, and Tom Telesco, the general manager of the L.A. Chargers, are going to do. Listen, the Patriots are going to take a quarterback some point in this draft process, but it wasn't going to be in the first round, and what they're doing is gearing up for picks potentially to move and shake around a quarterback in the third or fourth round. But the Chargers got their quarterback for sure in the first round when they took Justin Herbert, 6th overall out of Oregon. We're still waiting on Jordan Love's situation, where that's going to shake down and maybe potentially have 4 quarterbacks go in the first round. But we're also waiting to figure out what the Chargers are going to do. Again, this was a team that is moving on from everything that happened with the Phillip Rivers era. There is Jordan Love, still waiting to hear his name called. Now let's find out what the Chargers are going to do.
The New England Patriots have traded the 23rd pick to the Los Angeles Chargers. With the 23rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Kenneth Murray, linebacker, Oklahoma.
Well, the Chargers have their Murray, as in Kenneth Murray, the linebacker from Oklahoma. This kid is fascinating. First of all, one of his first sports that he played well was golf. So he'll do very well in the Los Angeles area. Lots of great golf courses. But he is a fascinating guy, and he was a kid that people saw right away. His uncle said, I called him meat, because at the age of 2, I knew that was a man right there. And he has been a man on the field and a man off the field in so many ways. Lewis, take us through what the Chargers are getting in Kenneth Murray.
They're getting a 3-down linebacker, Trey, who absolutely can just wreak havoc from sideline to sideline. I thought his key and diagnose his eyes were where they needed to be at all times. He's a guy who inserted downhill with tremendous physicality on a consistent basis. He's a guy who played with a ton of energy. He's one of those guys who really does neutralize the second level of the field for the defense and can match up with running backs or tight ends. I love this pick for the Chargers. They needed an upgrade of speed and playmaking ability at the second level, and they've got it with Kenneth Murray for sure, Booger.
Without a doubt, and when you understand what defensive coordinator Gus Bradley wants to do in that 4-3, 3-deep zone scheme, he wants a guy that can see ball, hit ball. Kenneth Murray can definitely do that. But more than anything, when you drop back in zone coverage, can he find the zone? Can he look up the underneath receiver? Can he look up the tight end? Gus Bradley has coached some great linebackers in his days, coaching Derrick Brooks. He understands how to put that linebacker, whether it's a middle linebacker or a will linebacker, put him in the right position to make plays. This is a great fit for Kenneth Murray, and I know Gus Bradley and Anthony Lynn have got to be happy out in Los Angeles.
Well, listen, Kenneth Murray learned CPR when he was 12, and he used it to help save a life from someone on the Oklahoma campus a year ago. Tom Telesco and company are very, very happy. Lincoln Riley sees another one of his former Sooners go off the board as Kenneth Murray is now headed to the Chargers.
If you're over mac and cheese and PB&Js, have we got good news for you? Right now, get Pizza Hut's best delivery deal. Large pizzas with up to 3 toppings for just $9.99. Available for carryout or contactless delivery at pizzahut.com.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
We're all home right now. That's why Verizon is giving you more of the entertainment you want.
Daly is usually watching a TV show, and McKenna is almost always listening to music.
We love Verizon.
Because I get the shows I need when I need them.
Now, unlimited plans come with your favorite artists on Apple Music, shows and movies on Disney Plus, and over 70 top channels of live TV with YouTube TV.
Music plays a huge role in our family. That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 so your family can mix, match, and save. Shop online today, only at Verizon.
Right now, we're all having to adapt. So it's only right that at BMW, we adapt the way we support you. Which is why, if you need a vehicle, we're offering special financing options. Just choose the model that best suits you by shopping online. And for the safety of our customers, we're now providing service with at-home pickup and drop-off. Because in times like these, we need to do more than just adapt with each other. We need to adapt for each other. We're offering no payments for 90 days on a new financed BMW.
You know, you've already got a home team. Willie, Lauren, Steven, Deborah. 300,000 members of a team working hard to keep your home working for you. Because home is what unites us.
Tomorrow on the NFL Draft Kickoff Show, who won Day 1? The men, the moves, and the madness from the first round of the 2020 NFL Draft. Plus, Day 2 predictions and players to watch tomorrow at 5 Eastern.
This is an NFL helmet, and so is this, and this, and this. They may look the same, but they're not. These are some of the top-performing helmets players can choose from, with technology like this and this. To give players the best options, the NFL provides grants and data to the engineers and innovators working to build a more advanced helmet. Because raising the bar on helmet technology is building a better game.
I want to use my platform to speak out for people who can't speak out for themselves. Whether it was criminal justice reform, education disparity, police community engagement, it's like, let me do my part. It started with this bill to restore voting rights.
Players from the Saints helped that law get passed because they got involved.
When an athlete steps up, people listen.
It's the power of collaboration. That's how we create change.
Hi, I'm Sean Payton, head coach of the New Orleans Saints. As many of you know, I was diagnosed with COVID-19 a month and a half ago, and have been fortunate enough to have fully recovered. Many people across our country and across the world have not been as fortunate. My thoughts and prayers go out to all of those who have lost loved ones during this extremely difficult time. To all of our first responders, healthcare providers, and essential workers, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. You are the heroes who will get our country through this.
Sean Payton knows firsthand what COVID-19 can do, and here he was donating plasma on Monday to help COVID-19 patients. As you know, Payton was the first person within the NFL family to be diagnosed with COVID-19. People who've recovered from COVID-19 have begun donating their plasma because their antibodies may help other patients fight off the disease. And there's a sign outside our campus here on Bristol saying thank you to the frontliners and the first responders. So we take a look at the New Orleans Saints as there is the fully recovered Sean Payton getting set to figure out what they're going to do with the 24th selection in the first round. And, you know, they've had so much heartbreak over the last 3 seasons. The last 3 postseasons, they've lost games on which the winning points in that game were scored on the final play of the game. They've had some losses in the secondary. They did pick up Emmanuel Sanders, getting him over in free agency after he was let go by San Francisco. So where will the Saints go? What are we thinking about the possibilities here for them? Louis Riddick, what are you thinking?
That's it.
I think, Trey, they need playmaking ability at the second level of their defense at linebacker. So we see Kenneth Murray go off the board. Patrick Queen is there now. Their linebackers weren't very productive in terms of tackles across the league, in terms of pass breakups, forced fumbles. They really struggled in this area. So could they use a playmaking linebacker who could roam sideline to sideline on that defense to go along with a very good defensive front and an improving secondary? Absolutely. This is a team that's ready to challenge. They can really just take best player available, and Patrick Queen may be sitting there staring right at him.
All right, the pick is in. Let's find out where New Orleans goes with the 24th pick in the first round of the 2020 draft.
With the 24th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Cesar Ruiz, center, Michigan.
So there you see the very emotional reaction from Cesar Ruiz. He said a few years ago he was born to play center, and while that is his preference, he would do whatever is needed. And he is going through this draft process with a very, very heavy heart. Who you don't see in the picture there with Cesar Ruiz is his father, Cesar Edwin Ruiz. 31 career starts at Michigan. He's dedicated his career to his father, who in December of 21 pulled over on the side of a road, Route 55 in South Jersey, to help another car whose driver was trying to change a flat tire. He was then struck and killed by a driver who reportedly fled the scene of the accident. His father was 26 at the time. Ruiz was only 8 years old, and he said he knows his father would one day be proud of the man he is today. And that's why the reaction is there for Cesar Ruiz going to the New Orleans Saints. The emotion hitting him. This is some of the best part of what makes the draft the draft. Dreams fulfilled, and thinking so often about those who are not there to be with them in this time. Mel Kiper, simply as a player, what are the Saints getting in Cesar Ruiz?
Versatility, Trey. You got a guy who started at guard, 5 starts at right guard early on, then the last few years anchoring that Michigan Wolverine line. Appeared in 36 games, 31 career starts, 26 at center, 5 at right guard. Think about a guy as a run blocker. He went head up, we're on the move, he can pull, he gets to the second level. Pass protection, good technique, feet, face, he can mirror, he can re-anchor. Talk about versatility. I think that's the key here is the ability to fill a hole at center or guard, DJ. Cesar Ruiz, clearly the best center in the draft. As a guard, you could argue he was one of the top guys at that spot. I think it's a nice pick for a team in the interior of the offensive line with a veteran quarterback. Nearing the end of a great career for Drew Brees, get a guy like Cesar Ruiz to help the interior.
Yeah, Mel, I thought he was a top interior offensive lineman in this draft, regardless. You're talking about center or guard. He's just very firm. And you mentioned Drew Brees. Drew Brees has always required that up front. I just find it fascinating that last year they went and got a center in Eric McCoy, who played very well last year. and now you bring another player with the versatility to play a couple different spots there. Lewis, the Saints will just continue to reinvest in the middle of that offensive line. It served them well.
Yeah, remember back in their heyday, as far as offensive lines were concerned, when they had Jari Evans and Carl Nix at the offensive guard positions. Why? Just as you alluded to, DJ, to make sure that the pocket stayed secure. This just fortifies the interior of their offensive line. If Cesar has the ability to play two positions and he can move over and slide over to guard, and Eric McCoy can stay at center, it just fortifies this team inside out, which is a great fundamental way to build your roster. And really, they just took best player available for them, and you gotta give them credit for the pick here.
Yeah, Lewis, just so you know, I love what Ruiz had to say about his confidence. If you look at the film and look how I dominate people, I am very confident that I am a first-round pick. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the pick. And by the way, we have another trade in the first round here. Again, we had 6 trades in the first round last year. This is only the 3rd that we've had in this year. San Francisco has traded back in. So Minnesota, who had 2 first-round picks because of the trade they made when they sent Stephon Diggs to the Buffalo Bills, they're down to 1. San Francisco has traded back in to the first round. Remember, they were at 13 and 31. They still have 31, right? Do they still have 31? They still have 31. They just moved up in the San Francisco Tampa Bay swap. Let's go to Adam Schefter. Adam, what more can you tell us here? Adam, can you hear me?
Yeah, Trey. Here's the trade, basically. Moments ago, the San Francisco 49ers traded picks 31, 117, and 176 to Minnesota for the 25th overall pick. And what the 49ers were doing was, in this deep wide receiver class, they need to strengthen that position. They lost Emmanuel Sanders in free agency. Their only 2 healthy wide receivers right now are Deebo Samuel and Kendrick Bourne. Jalen Hurd is coming back off injury, last year's rookie. He could wind up playing tight end. They need wide receiver help. There's a lot of wide receivers out there, and the 49ers just have made the move right now to trade all those picks up to Minnesota's spot to take a wide receiver here, I believe.
All right, Adam, thanks very much. We appreciate that. So there you see Kyle Shanahan and company in a very cozy confine working through the virtual draft. But again, they give up that 31st pick, so they move up, 5 slots here to 25, or 6 slots rather, to take the 25th overall pick here, as John Lynch also trying to figure out. It does seem like wide receiver would be the play here, right, Daniel Jeremiah?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. My highest rated receiver that's left is Brandon Ayuk from Arizona State, who I think is outstanding. Another one that is outstanding after the catch. He's been working out with TJ Houshmandzadeh, and TJ told me he reminded him a lot of Chad Johnson, who he played with there in Cincinnati. So that's high praise for Brandon Ayuk. I think he'd be a great fit in that offense.
All right, Daniel, thanks. So the pick is in. San Francisco has moved up from 31 to 25. Let's see where they're going with another first-round pick.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 25th pick to the San Francisco 49ers. With the 25th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver, Arizona State.
All right, Daniel Jeremiah, nicely done. Brandon Ayuk is indeed the selection. So that's the 2nd straight year. Forks up, Herm Edwards, that an Arizona State Sun Devil wide receiver has gone in the first round. N'Keal Harry went there a year ago when he went into I believe the last pick to the New England Patriots. He's from Reno, Nevada. He transferred from Sierra College. But what's really interesting about Brandon Ayuk is the fact that he's basically just about 6 feet tall, but his wingspan is 81 inches. Let's put that in comparison, Michael Irvin. Megatron was 6'5", Calvin Johnson. He had an 82-inch wingspan. This guy is 5 inches shorter, and his wingspan is only 1 inch less. How is that possible?
I tell you, it's a blessing from God to have that reach. I call that an area code wide receiver. You put the phone anywhere, you put the ball anywhere in the area code, and he will make that play. And you match him up. You give Kyle Shanahan, that genius of an offensive mind, a guy like Brandon Ayuk, who can make plays with the ball, as you're watching right here on the screen. I mean, it's going to be a great combination to put with that young group they have in San Francisco.
Yeah, when you think about Brandon Ayuk, just think about this stat right here. His yards after catch per reception was better than even Henry Ruggs III. This guy's a big playmaker, a big play waiting to happen. They got him the ball on wide receiver screens as well as anybody in college football, and he was able to make guys miss and take it the distance. He was one of the best double move route runners in the NFL as well. A guy who also can return punts and really break the game open that way. This is a great pick for the San Francisco 49ers and gives them that home run hitter that they need.
All right, so that's the 6th wide receiver in the first round. Kyle Shanahan seems to be very happy about the fact that Brandon Ayuk is now a member of the San Francisco 49ers. John Lynch pleased as well. We'll see if the Niner fan base will be pleased when they see Ayuk on the field.
You're watching the 2020 NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's.
We could never do what they do, but what we can do is be a partner that never quits. Verizon is the most reliable network in America, built for interoperability and puts first responders first, giving their calls priority 24/7. We do what we do best, so they can too.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
We're all home right now. That's why Verizon is giving you more of the entertainment you want.
Daly is usually watching a TV show, and McKenna is almost always listening to music.
We love Verizon.
I get the shows I need when I need them. Now, unlimited plans come with your favorite artists on Apple Music, shows and movies on Disney Plus, and over 70 top channels of live TV with YouTube TV.
Music plays a huge role in our family. That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 so your family can mix, match, and save. Shop online today, only at Verizon.
If you need a new appliance now, the Home Depot has the appliance help you can count on. Complete your entire order online with ratings, reviews, and free delivery. Get special buy savings like this LG stainless steel refrigerator. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Hello?
What's the NFL's competitive edge? The Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed.
Can it help keep me asleep?
Yes, it senses your movements and automatically adjusts to keep you both comfortable.
So, you can really promise better sleep?
Not promise, prove. Sleep Number. This is not a bet. It's proven quality sleep from $9.99.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec? For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Oh, hey there. Didn't see you there. I'm George Kittle, and I'm here to bring you my top tips for the NFL Draft. We're going to be covering topics like acceptance speeches, awkward hugs, are sweatpants okay? This is a big moment, but you're in good hands. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the biggest moment of your life. Join Bud Light Seltzer in supporting the NFL Draft-a-thon for COVID-19 relief.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jimmy Kimmel. We miss entertaining you and ourselves in my hometown of Las Vegas.
But, of course, the most important thing to do now is to stay home and stay safe.
Your home happens to be an empty luxury resort that you own. Well, all the better for you.
So thank you for doing your part in the fight against COVID-19.
And on behalf of all of us at Caesars Entertainment, we also want to send our deepest thanks to all the medical professionals and first responders.
We're keeping us all safe and keeping our communities going.
You are our heroes.
We're going to get through this. And when we do, rest assured, all of us in Las Vegas will be ready to perform for all of you.
And there you see a live look of Vegas and Allegiant Stadium just off the strip there behind Caesars Palace. And we're looking forward to getting back there. Roger Goodell, the commissioner, made the announcement earlier tonight that Vegas will be the host of the 2022 draft. Again, it's 2021 in Cleveland, 2023 in Arrowhead. They had an empty year, and that will be Las Vegas in 2022. We are all in this together, folks. Help us make a difference now. Huddle up for COVID-19 relief efforts and join players, teams, fans, and communities around the country in the NFL Draft-a-thon. If we unite behind this cause, we can provide relief for those significantly impacted by the pandemic. Every dollar counts. Mel's Best Available, brought to you by Lowe's. Mel, what do you see?
Pure football player Xavier McKinney, that 4.6 340 at the combine may have hurt him a bit in prioritizing safety. Teams look at corners. A.J. Terrell, not the player McKinney is in terms of a pure football player, but he goes because he's a cover corner. You think about a guy like Cam Chancellor, Earl Thomas, what they meant to Seattle secondary. Safeties are important. Xavier McKinney is a great player. And Jordan Love, we knew who's going to take the quarterback once they start falling. Maybe Green Bay at the end of the first round or somebody trading back in is the only opportunity for the quarterback that ended up falling. And in this case, it was Jordan Love from Utah State. All right, we're still waiting to see where Jordan Love will go, as is everybody there at the house in Bakersfield, California. Meanwhile, we have another trade, our fourth of the first round, guys. Green Bay is now on the clock. Remember, they traded with Miami. This would have been the slot that Miami had from the Laramie Tunsil trade with Houston. As you see, Matt LaFleur and Brian Gutekunst, the general manager of the Green Bay Packers. So the Packers, guys, they were in the NFC Championship game, but they got shoved around in that game by San Francisco. As you look at this team, Mel, what do you think Green Bay is needing right now in the draft? Well, you know, wide receiver was all Devontae Adams, and tight end like Cole Kmet. You think about T. Higgins from Clemson, wide receiver still on the board that had that kind of ability, and a great tight end prospect like Cole Kmet as well. Mentioned Jordan Love. That was more of a luxury pick with Aaron Rodgers looking for weapons. It's all Devontae Adams. That's the only weapon they have in the passing game, and now you have, like I say, guys with size, that catch radius of a power forward like T. Higgins could be, and a tight end with the capability of Cole Kmet from Notre Dame.
Yeah, Cole Kmet's going to be an interesting one. He put on a show at the Combine and certainly upped his stock. Okay, apparently the pick is in for Green Bay, so let's find out what the Packers are going to do. Again, they moved up in a trade here with Miami. Miami will only have 2 first-round picks. Here is Green Bay. Let's find out where they go.
Wait all night for this. Let's go. The Miami Dolphins have traded the 26th pick to the Green Bay Packers. With the 26th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Jordan Love, quarterback, Utah State.
Okay, this is fascinating because I believe Aaron Rodgers is the same age as Brett Favre was in 2005 when they selected Aaron Rodgers in the first round, stunning Brett Favre. And you have to wonder how stunned Aaron Rodgers might be that a quarterback is going 26th overall when Aaron Rodgers went 24th overall in the 2005 draft. But there you have the 4th quarterback in the first round, and this was a guy who was a late bloomer. You see there, 5'6", 130 when he entered high school. He's now 6'3", 224 pounds, and he broke the records at Utah State. Let's go back to NFL Network's Kurt Warner, a Hall of Fame quarterback. Kurt, A, are you surprised by this move, first of all?
Well, yeah, I am surprised a little bit, Trey, is that obviously you have Aaron Rodgers, going to play a few more years, but wants to win now and wants to have some weapons around him to give him the firepower to be successful. But as you mentioned before, this worked out pretty well for him when they went and got Aaron Rodgers when Brett Favre had a couple years left. So now they're just building for the future. A lot of people compare this guy to a Patrick Mahomes. He's got that upside, that athleticism, the ability to make some of those special throws that Green Bay has seen for a number of years with Aaron Rodgers. So it's about preparing for the future, getting that next quarterback. But I am a bit surprised because I know Aaron Rodgers is thinking, get me some more weapons. I want to win more before I retire.
Yeah, it's philosophy. It's when you think about a quarterback that could be the heir apparent, or do you help Aaron Rodgers and get him weapons? And there's a lot of depth at wide receiver. You can find those guys into the 4th, 5th round. But for Jordan Love, he's a developmental quarterback. He needs time to learn in the transition. Obviously, coming off a rough year at Utah State, losing all those starters on the offensive line, losing the weapons around him, losing his offensive coordinator and his head coach. You go back 2 years ago, he looked like a top 10, top 15 pick, potentially DJ, but too much. You can't reload at Utah State, losing all they did. He tried to do too much, but the arm talent you cannot coach.
Yeah, no doubt, Mel. When you talk about the decision-making being concerning, that is absolutely true. But when you go look at the video and study this kid, he's got more talent than any other passer in this entire draft. Let me show you what I'm talking about when you see him. Watch him on the move, the roll, right, show you the touch, the accuracy to be able to get this ball up and down, very smooth, very easy on the road against Michigan State. How about the ability to rip a skinny post in here? Can you fit a ball in a tight window? Watch the triangle of defenders. He's able to squeeze that one in with premier velocity. Now, can you read the full field? He doesn't do a lot of it, but you see glimpses of it, like here against LSU, working right to left. His feet don't even follow his eyes. He still is able to whip the ball out there to the flat very smoothly. And then it's the creativity to be able to buy some time and to be able to throw on the move. LSU, think about the difference in talent between Utah State and LSU. This kid has a lot of ability, but he's got to clean up the decision-making.
Yeah, again, he was phenomenal 2 years ago. But again, real quickly, Aaron Rodgers is 36. Brett Favre was 35. So basically the same age when this happened. But Jordan Love's story is fascinating on a lot of levels. And for more on that, let's check in with our Susie Culp.
The Jordan Love story has been a wild card in this draft, and we're all surprised that Green Bay traded up to take you. Jordan, what about you?
Oh, I'm just super excited. Yeah, that's just all excitement right now.
Would you have ever expected this?
Hey, I mean, I didn't know what to expect coming into this, so I'm super excited. Had some good talks with coaching staff here at Green Bay, so I'm excited.
So what do you think you can learn from Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, I'm already knowing I can learn a lot from Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's one of the GOATs right there in the game, and I'm excited to be able to come back behind him and just learn as much as I can.
You know, especially now, we are all so appreciative of the people on the front lines and the people who protect us. Both your parents were in law enforcement. Tonight, you fulfill your father's vision. How do you feel you've done that?
I mean, just by all the work I put in to get here, the work that he got me here. I mean, really. So I definitely fulfilled my father's vision.
Jordan, congratulations. You're going to the Green Bay Packers.
Thank you. Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right, there you see Orban Love, Jordan's father, with him and some of his siblings. For those that don't know the story, Orban took his life on July 13th, 2013, 16 days shy of his 52nd birthday. He was a member of the police force in Bakersfield, California. But he had just had a change in his blood pressure medicine, and he began acting very strangely after that. Jordan and everybody in the family wanted to go out of the way to say he was not a depressed human being. He didn't have those problems. They had tried to change his blood pressure medication once before, and there were some other strange behavioral issues, so they went back to the old medication, but after it rose again, they tried another one, and not long after that, Orban Love took his life. And in the obituary, by the way, they wanted to make sure that they said he was, and I quote, taken by a medical demon. So it was the blood pressure medicine, the family believes, that caused some of that. So all of that, the background of Jordan Love, now the quarterback taken in the first round by the Green Bay Packers, coming off an NFC Championship game appearance. And again, it was in 2005 when Brett Favre was just about the same age. The Packers decided to take Aaron Rodgers in the first round at the 24th pick of 2005 draft. Okay, before we get to our next pick, we have a special message now from some people working very hard. No special message. Okay, we'll get to that a little bit later. It's going to happen at some point tonight. I apologize. Seattle is up on the board at 27. Obviously, the NFC West is a very, very difficult division. We've seen it top to bottom. And obviously, the Arizona Cardinals have improved themselves, they believe, with the picks they've made in the last couple of drafts, including Kyler Murray overall. So where do we think Seattle is going? Lewis, let's start with you as we take a look at the Seattle Seahawks at 27.
Well, I think the lines are really where maybe they would look to address right here, both offensively and defensively. Could they use another offensive tackle, particularly on the right side? Of course. Could they use another pass rusher? Look, they struggled generating pass rush on and putting pressure on the quarterbacks with 4 up front. Is there anyone that's really sticking out right now? I mean, really, you're just going to take best player available. But if they're going to go for positions, maybe they can address offensive tackle, see if they can get a pass rusher here that they can develop and really help put some heat on the passer like they used to back in the days when they were winning the Super Bowl.
All right, Lewis, thanks very much. So we'll see what happens with Seattle. Again, they have Russell Wilson. They've had issues on the offensive line as long as Russell Wilson has been there. They've tried to fix that a couple of times. That has not worked, but we're going to see what happens there. So we're going to go with what's going on in Seattle right now with the 27th overall pick. So now, before we get to the pick, we have a special message from some people working very hard on the front lines at CenturyLink Field in Seattle.
Hello, Chef Potato here at CenturyLink Field. Lately, our home here, like many, has been pretty busy. Right now, this kitchen is pumping out 3,500 meals for our community every day, and we are gearing up to do more by the day. Just like our Seahawks, we are about putting in the work and taking action. We are working hard to protect our community and the ones that are most vulnerable. Now, let's welcome a new face to our home. Go Hawks!
Thank you to everyone working so hard in Seattle and all over the country to take care of our most vulnerable. It's great to see our teams and stadiums helping those who need it the most in our communities. So with the 27th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jordan Brooks, linebacker, Texas Tech.
Well, this is interesting because I had one coach tell me this week, I wish people would stop putting Jordan Brooks in their mock draft. We love this kid. We don't want everybody to know him. But you look at the numbers there, 367 tackles. He led the Red Raiders in tackles 2016, 2018, and 2019. You look at what he's doing on the field, and the production, Lewis, has just been incredible.
Yeah, Trey, this is a super fast linebacker who basically lines up at Mike Backer in both base and sub. Now, he is a guy who really can get after it from a point of attack standpoint and coming downhill. Now, he's a guy who in coverage, I struggled with him a little bit as far as his zone coverage awareness and his man coverage exposure. You don't see him doing a lot of that, but when he is able to key and diagnose like you see right here, he can come and he will bring it and he will bring the wood and make some physical, impressive tackles. Mel, what did you see when you evaluated Brooks?
Tackling machine. I tell you, when he was out there, that Red Raider defense, he was their best player. He jumped out at you, and I think you look at a 6', 240-pounder coming off a shoulder injury. He runs at the combine 4.54. This kid can fly around the field. Now he's got the durability concern with the shoulder injuries, but when he's on the field, you can see when he wasn't on the field, DJ, against Texas, they rolled up over 600 yards. So he was a difference maker. He's a good football player. I thought he'd go no later than the mid-second round, and there were a lot of teams that thought very highly of Jordan Brooks, DJ.
Yeah, that 4.54 speed, Mel, shows up on tape. And just think about this pick for the division. When you have San Francisco, the Rams, and the Arizona Cardinals, they're going to force your linebackers to play out in space. Well, you don't get any more space than playing in Lubbock and playing in the Big 12. This guy's had his whole existence in space, so it makes sense for the fit inside the division where they got to play those teams twice.
Yeah, the NFC West is just unbelievable. Pete, very happy. A lot of room in Pete Carroll's virtual setup there in Kirkland, Washington. Pete seems very happy. Sure, John Schneider is happy as well. Yeah, there he is. The draft continues now as we're getting close to the end of the first round.
You're watching the 2020 NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's.
Since 1926, Nationwide has been on your side.
We've been there in person during trying times.
Today, being on your side means staying home.
Nationwide Office of Customer Advocacy. Nationwide.
But we can still support you and the heroes who are with you.
We're giving refunds on auto insurance premiums.
Assisting customers with financial hardships.
And our foundation is contributing millions of dollars to charities helping with COVID-19 relief.
Keeping our promise to be on your side.
I'm a road driver here at FedEx Freight. And what we do here is very important to people's lives every single day. With the current situation that we're in, it's not going to stop us. We continue to deliver medical supplies and equipment to our hospitals. We'll continue to deliver essential goods to our stores. And it takes great teamwork. And I feel very fortunate to have that here.
Strength. What we deliver by delivering.
Would you like to share what's upsetting you? I'm trying to make this work, but you are so distant.
I'm dead. I had a great life. Now I live in this weird digital afterlife.
Unexpected uploads often have trouble adjusting, especially when you're young and hence, healthy. You know you can walk on water whenever you want.
Let's go.
Little help here?
Tonight on NFL Total Access after the draft, the 4 words we've been waiting for.
With the first pick.
Every selection and every surprise. Who is winning and who's still waiting? Tonight after the draft.
Number 8, Dwayne Harris.
Wow. Well, first, I want to thank my mom and my dad for always just showing me love all these years, believing in me. You know, I'm going to play here my last time tonight. And I want to go on and do great things. But I won't. Next year, I'm going to blow up my knee. I'll be prescribed opioid painkillers, and I'll become addicted. A couple years from now, I'm going to overdose on heroin on the bathroom floor of a person I don't even know. But I want you all to know that tonight is one of the best moments of my life. Thank you.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth.
As jobs get cut, we are there. As plates go empty, we are there. As beds disappear, we are there. Thanks to your generosity, we are there. With hope, kindness, and without discrimination. Today and always. Please consider giving what you can to help our most vulnerable.
Absolutely delighted to be part of the NFL draft on here, doing whatever we can to raise money for COVID-19 relief. Okay. There's Antoine Winfield, of course, waiting to see if he'll hear his name called, as his father, Antoine Winfield, was, I believe, the 23rd pick overall in the 1992 draft. There's Grant Delpit out of LSU. Jim Thorpe Award winner for the best defensive back this past season. And also Patrick Queen, the linebacker out of LSU. So we're waiting to see when their names will indeed be called. So the 32 young men drafted tonight will obviously go on to do great things on the field, but they'll also make tremendous impacts in their communities. Nobody exemplified that more than Walter Payton. Tonight, we're proud to have a special mention from Calais Campbell.
This past season, I was truly honored and humbled to be named the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year. It's very special to me. I want to send a special thank you to the NFL, the Payton family, and Nationwide for shining a big spotlight on all the players across the league who are making a difference in their communities. Now I'm excited to be joining the Baltimore Ravens for the next chapter of my NFL career. In Baltimore, I'm excited to be a part of the family Let's welcome our newest member to the Baltimore Ravens. Be ready to go, and let's get it.
Thank you, Calais, for your excellence on and off the field. The Walter Payton Man of the Year Award is our highest honor, and you, Calais, are truly a role model to all of us. And congratulations on being a Raven. With the 28th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Patrick Queen, linebacker, LSU.
Well, I guess it's not a surprise that we're seeing a draft dominated by Alabama and LSU players, is it? Patrick Queen made game-changing plays when they mattered most. It was his interception right before the half that led to LSU's halftime lead over Alabama, 33-13. Had a sack in each of the regular season finale against A&M and the SEC championship game. And he was all over Clemson in the national title game. 2.5 sacks for loss and have half a sack to go along with 8 tackles. Boog, he was the defensive MVP, and he was a guy on a mission this year for LSU.
Well, without a doubt, Trainer, and I think his best football is still in front of him. Young player, but he plays sideline to sideline. He may not be the biggest guy at only 6 foot and 229 pounds, but his ability to drop back in coverage, see ball, hit ball, diagnose play, and go and put a thumping on a running back was evident in the game against Clemson. I just love his coverage ability. There are several times in the game against Clemson where it was a screen play, whether it was in zone coverage, where he made a tackle that if he didn't make it, it was a touchdown. The Baltimore Ravens, with their big beef up front, with Calais Campbell, Brandon Williams, and now adding Derek Wolfe, they're going to have an undersized linebacker that's going to be clean. He's going to be able to go sideline to sideline and stay clean and make plays in that defense for Baltimore.
And Boog, I'll tell you what, when I watched this kid, having spent 4 years in that Ravens organization, I wrote down, this guy plays like a Raven. He was my 15th overall player, so you're getting tremendous value. His ability to make plays sideline to sideline and just the energy that he plays with fits the Baltimore Ravens organization. And Boog, your alma mater is celebrating. I don't know if Ozzie Newsome went to the bathroom or not, but Eric DeCosta took an LSU player, the first time the Ravens have ever drafted an LSU player. And with Ozzie Newsome being an Alabama guy, I think he might have stepped out of the room for a minute.
Yeah, I think this Patrick Queen, he matches up as far as the cerebral part of the game and the physical part of the game. The guy plays smart. He diagnoses instantly, and he's a guy who then can get off the spot, and he is flying. He may be undersized, but when it comes to measurables as far as his speed is concerned and how it transfers to the field, there's no wonder he makes plays in the run game and even more importantly in the passing game. A 3-down player that'll hide behind that big defensive line. And Mel, I think this is a great pickup for what they need on the second level of that defense down there in Baltimore.
Hey, I contend they may not even win a national title without this guy because the offense was so great. The defense had struggled. Remember, Grant Delpit had been banged up with the ankle, and this guy was the most improved defensive player. Came out of nowhere. Dave Aranda had said, defensive coordinator, most improved player by far on that defense. And for the Ravens, C.J. Mosley was such an integral part of that defense. And you think about the need area at inside linebacker was right there. Number one need area on this football team. To see Patrick Queen fall there, New Orleans really did him a favor by taking Cesar Ruiz because I thought that was a spot maybe Queen would go after Murray had gone. So now all of a sudden the Ravens sit there, don't have to trade up and get a guy that fills a major hole and as a guy can be an immediate starter behind, as you say, that veteran defensive line.
Well, you saw that home where they were celebrating in Ventress, Louisiana. His mom knew, as we get a virtual high five here from John Harbaugh and Eric DeCosta in separate places. His mom knew at a very early age he was going to be something special. When he was 4 years old, she saw this light out of the corner of her eye swinging back and forth, and she looked up, and as a 4-year-old, Patrick Queen had jumped up and was just hanging out on the chandelier. So he was a little rambunctious as early as 4 years old, and now he's going to be rambunctious on the field for the Ravens, going with the 28th pick in the first round. Now, the Tennessee Titans are on the clock, and of course, they're drafting late because they made it all the way to the AFC Championship game, and they did it by taking down the King. There's Mike Vrabel, Titans head coach, and John Robinson, the executive vice president GM. They both, of course, came through the Patriots organization, and it was this team with that guy Derrick Henry that took down the defending Super Bowl champions, holding the Patriots to just 13 points. And Logan Ryan, a former Patriot, picked off Tom Brady to end the game, the last pass Tom Brady would ever throw as a Patriot. Derrick Henry, of course, then went on to maul the Ravens 28-12, 195 rushing yards and a touchdown. Lamar Jackson was limited in that game. Yeah, he put up a bunch of yards, but a lot of them came late when the game was out of reach. And they were up big on Kansas City, but everybody was up big on Kansas City until Patrick Mahomes says, no, it's winning time. And they won the AFC Championship game 35-24, despite the fact that they were up by double digits twice in that game. And Mike Vrabel's probably not very happy watching those highlights. Sorry, Mike, we just had to recap the season the best way we saw it. As we look at Kurt Warner here, Ryan Tannehill is there. What do we think we need to see around them going forward with this pick?
Well, I think, Trey, they want to continue to build and be the team that they were last year. Ryan Tannehill was at his best when they ran the football, they ran play action, and they attacked down the field. And so Jack Conklin is gone now. Do they try to rebuild that offensive line? Do they get another weapon on the outside? Of course, they've got some defensive needs as well. But you know they want to play the same brand of football. They want Ryan Tannehill. They brought him back to play that same brand of football. It was the best football he played of his career. So I believe they can rebuild on the offensive line if they want, or get him another weapon. I wouldn't be surprised if they went defensive line as well.
Well, it was really interesting the way they constructed that team, because it was going to go as far as Derrick Henry would take them. And during the regular season, Tannehill was actually a stud. When they made the move from Mariota to Ryan Tannehill, that offense clicked, especially down in the red zone. They became one of the best red zone offense in football. Didn't quite translate that way in the postseason, but Tannehill is their guy going forward at quarterback. Where are they going with pick 29? Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 29th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Isaiah Wilson, tackle, Georgia.
They're going beef, so that's the second offensive lineman from Georgia off the board. You saw Andrew Thomas go much earlier. Now they go guard with Isaiah Wilson. So many of those offensive linemen out of Georgia were some of the best in the country. At one point, their offensive line this season just absolutely looked massive. Mel, what do we like about Isaiah Wilson?
Yeah, 6'6", and a half, 350, huge. We talk about Mekhi Becton, how big he is. And Isaiah Wilson, not quite as light on his feet as Becton is, but as a run blocker, can be dominant driving defenders off the ball when he has the proper leverage. Again, capable of getting to the second level. Results are a little mixed at times. And pass protection, he has decent feet. Better footwork at times is needed, hand placement, pad level, all those things are coming. I thought he needed another year at Georgia. Go back, work on some things technique-wise, and maybe be a top 15 pick next year. He slides into the late first, opposite, obviously, at right tackle, opposite Andrew Thomas. DJ, when you look at Isaiah Wilson, I think another year would have really helped him. He's raw. They had Dennis Kelly there at right tackle. He can maybe challenge or be a guy that can learn from Kelly, obviously taking over for Conklin. So I think he needed another year. He's a little bit of a developmental guy, but he's got some upside.
Yeah, he's going to be the first one off the bus, though, Mel. I can promise you that. I mean, he looks like he's a wrestler. I mean, he is enormous, and we saw him move really well at the Combine. I'm with you in terms of what you see in the run game. He can displace people at the line of scrimmage. Georgia loved to run the football, but in pass protection, I thought he really struggled to sink his weight and play low, got a little bit too high. So there's some work to go with him, needs some development, but you are going to be able to pound the ball with Derrick Henry running behind him.
Well, you mentioned a wrestler. He was a wrestler. He also played lacrosse at Brooklyn Poly Prep in New York. And now Isaiah Wilson is headed to Tennessee to try and protect Ryan Tannehill and block for Derrick Henry.
Dear team members, for 30 years I've been a pizza guy, delivering door to door and family to family. But now the world has changed, and we do more than bring pizza to the door. We help make people feel connected. We bring a sense of normalcy. Yes, we are the pizza guys, and we're proud to serve.
right now, we're all having to adapt. So it's only right that at BMW, we adapt the way we support you. Which is why, if you need a vehicle, we're offering special financing options. Just choose the model that best suits you by shopping online. And for the safety of our customers, we're now providing service with at-home pickup and drop-off. Because in times like these, we need to do more than just adapt with each other. We need to adapt for each other. We're offering no payments for 90 days on a new financed BMW.
If you need a new appliance now, no matter what kind of appliances you need, the Home Depot has the help you can count on. Complete your entire order online. Check ratings and reviews. Schedule free delivery. And get the appliances you need without even leaving home. Go online now to see special buy savings like this LG stainless steel refrigerator. Only from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Apartments.com puts more renters in new homes than any other website. How? By sniffing out more listings than anybody else. Really?
Things are going really well with us. My lease is up on the 1st, and I think he wants me to move in with him.
What? I've got a potential lead on a vacancy.
What's up with this dog? Is that your dog?
Good boy.
What's up with the cone?
I told you this would work. Apartments.com, the most popular place to find a place.
I was sent a tape of a 16-year-old kid from Nigeria named Prince Tega. I asked him to come play for us here in Alabama. He said yes.
When Tega moved in with us, I promised his mom that we would treat him like one of our own. He's our family.
Once he hit the turf, that was it. He was ridiculous. Tega made a great sacrifice in pursuit of his dreams, and now that's about to pay off.
The 2020 NFL Draft is presented by Lowe's, the official home improvement sponsor of the NFL, and in part by Burger King. Get 8 original chicken nuggets for just $1, only at Burger King.
Well, we continue in the draft. Tua Tagovailoa's night came to an early conclusion as Miami decided the hip was good. They took him at 5th, but of course that's just one of 3 picks that they had. If you have a quarterback, you want to make sure you protect him, and they went with the All Pac-12 selection, Austin Jackson, with the 18th overall pick out of USC. There was some trading back and forth, but now we're back on the Miami Dolphins. As you look at Tua and Austin Jackson, both going in the first round already, but they have another pick. Let's take a look at Mel's best available, brought to you by Lowe's. Mel, we see a lot of defensive backs and running backs on the board here.
Yeah, the safeties, Trey, not the corners. The safeties will last a little longer, but these are good football players. McKinney and Winfield are outstanding. Then the running backs. I wouldn't take one I say in the first round unless their grade is where it should be. You see where they are. Late first round guys. Jonathan Taylor, Wisconsin, is very close to Swift and Dobbins. In fact, I think he could go maybe to Kansas City. Kansas City maybe looking running back. And then Michael Pittman Jr., all he does is get open and catch the ball in contested situations at 6'4". He ran 4.52, which was better than Juju Smith-Schuster's 4.54. Juju Smith-Schuster, second round. Devontae Adams, second round. Jarvis Landry, second round. Michael Thomas, second round. So if Michael Pittman goes second round, he's following in some very good footsteps of guys who dropped into the second because they didn't run the 4.4 or faster.
Yeah, and those players turned out to be pretty good, by the way, at the next level, Mel. All right, for more on this, let's go back to ESPN Insider extraordinaire Adam Schefter. Adam, what are you hearing about what Miami might be thinking?
Well, Trey, here's the interesting part right now. We're at the point of the draft where you could finally see a running back sneak into the back portion of the first round. Essentially, no guarantees it happens. But we got Miami up at 30, Kansas City up at 32, and you have the top running backs all on the board still. DeAndre Swift, J.K. Dobbins, all out there at this point in time, waiting to be picked. We'll see whether one of these teams pulls the trigger on one of those running backs right now. But there is some running back talent on the board without a single running back being selected so far in the first round, Trey.
No, absolutely. And let's not forget Jonathan Taylor, one of the most productive running backs we've ever seen. And then there's J.K. Dobbins out of Ohio State, the first ever Ohio State running back to top 2,000 rushing yards in a season. How successful was Dobbins at Ohio State? The only player that ran for more yards? Archie Griffin. You might have heard of him. Won back-to-back Heismans in 1974 and 75. So what do we think Miami is doing as Brian Flores and Chris Greer are working the board one more time? Let's go to Daniel Jeremiah here at the NFL Network. Daniel, we've seen a quarterback and we've seen an offensive tackle to protect that quarterback. Where do you think Miami needs to go here?
Well, they have some needs on the defensive side of the ball. I thought maybe trying to find another pass rusher, whether that's inside or on the perimeter. Yetur Gross-Matos from Penn State has a ton of production. You also have Ross Blacklock, who can give you some interior pass rush. So if they wanted to go along the defensive line, there's a couple good options there. But I'm with the guys in terms of I'm curious to see, do we see a running back come off the board? Because DeAndre Swift, he sticks out like a sore thumb as my best available player.
Yeah, listen, especially with the way the running back position has sort of evolved outside of Derrick Henry, who was the leading rusher last year as a power downhill runner. Most teams are looking for running backs the likes of the Christian McCaffreys of the world, which is something that DeAndre Swift does very well, running and catching the ball out of the backfield. So for the third time, we believe the pick is in here for Brian Flores. Listen, Brian, I get it. Coffee, caffeine, it's important right now. We understand. Chris Greer, the general manager, also trying to figure out what is happening. But we believe that the pick has finally been handed into the commissioner. So we're going to find out after taking Tua Tagovailoa, 5th overall, then taking Austin Jackson, 18th overall, where the Miami Dolphins go here with their third first-round pick. Let's go back to Commissioner Goodell.
With the 30th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Noah Igbenogany, defensive back, Auburn.
Okay, somewhat of a surprise here because remember, they paid Byron Jones and Xavier Howard all that money to be the top 2 paid corners in the NFL, and now they take another corner, Noah Igbenogany, out of Auburn. Now, let me tell you something. If you want to talk about good stock, both of Noah Igbenogany's parents are Olympians. His father, Festus, ran track at Mississippi State and competed in the triple jump for Nigeria in the '96 Olympics. And then there's his mother, Faith, a sprinter at Alabama, completed in 1992 and 1996 Olympics for Nigeria, and won the 1996 bronze medal in the 4x100 meter relay. His sister Hope is a freshman runner at Auburn, and Noah was named to the Alabama Boys Track Athlete of the Year in 2017. Noah Igbenogany is an athlete, Mel, but he goes to a loaded backfield in Miami.
Yeah, you can make a strong argument. I did. He's the third best cornerback in this draft. He's a former wide receiver turned corner, so he's still a little raw, but the kid's got a lot of talent. He's a phenomenal kick returner. You get those XFL rules, when you get the kick return game back in, he can be a huge weapon, but he's got recovery speed, improving cover skills. You think about a guy excelled in press coverage. He did a good job in terms of showing physicality, made some nice plays on the ball underneath. You can do a better job at times, locating the ball on the deeper routes. He was a little inconsistent there. Instincts people were critical of, DJ. I thought he showed decent instincts for a kid who was a former wide receiver with limited experience. And I'll say another thing, DJ. Gus Malzahn said he was one of the most competitive players, if not the most competitive player on that team, and a very hard worker. That coaching staff was a big fan of Igbenogany.
Yeah, that shows up, Mel, the toughness, the physicality, the wanting to get involved in the run game. He's going to play inside, in my opinion, with the Miami Dolphins. They'll put him at the nickel. You have Xavier Howard on one side. You'll have Byron Jones on the other. He can work in the slot. He does a nice job of finding the football, but you quickly realize why he's a former wide receiver. He's got 18 pass breakups over his career and only 1 interception. That's the problem. He just can't catch. But he's always in position. He can find and knock the ball away.
Raise your hands up. Raise your hands up.
I can tell you the reason that Brian Flores loves this guy, because of the amount of man-to-man they play in Miami, one of the top 5 teams in the National Football League as far as the amount of man coverage they play. And this guy loves to get up in your face and be physical. And DJ, I agree with you. He's going to play inside, but you add him to Byron Jones and Howard. Now they have 3 guys that can play man-to-man, and there's never enough corners or DBs that can play man-to-man in that Brian Flores scheme.
A couple of quick things. He's from Auburn, so he's the 14th player from the SEC taken in the first round. 13 was the record just a few moments ago, and now we've added another one. His high school coach said, I've been doing this for 41 years. I've never had an athlete whose parents were both Olympians. And someone said, hey, coach, you're doing a great job with Noah. And he said, brother, listen, I just tell Noah when the bus is leaving. The rest of it is up to him. I don't get in his way. So we'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, the Minnesota Vikings are now up with the penultimate pick in the first round. Let's go to Commissioner Goodell.
You got to get that horn up. With the 31st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jeff Gladney, defensive back, TCU.
All right, Lewis, tell a little bit us about Jeff Gladney, the cornerback out of TCU. He's been dealing with some knee injuries, but obviously people feel pretty strong about what his ability is.
Yeah, this is another guy who has a lot of upside, a lot of potential, a lot of speed. He just really needs to, again, develop his ability to finish on the football the last third of the down. But you can see here, just pinning the wide receiver to the sideline, staying in phase, going up high and high point in the football. And he's one of those guys that can get up on the line of scrimmage and press. He's shown pretty good zone coverage awareness. He'll tackle against the run. I like the development potential here. Look, you have a good athlete that really right now just needs some more coaching, needs some more refinement, but that's exactly what you're going to find at this point in the draft in a corner like Jeff Gladney.
To me, I saw a little bit of Denzel Ward with just how quick and feisty and competitive he was. When you watch him in off coverage, he's very fluid, he's quick, he can drive on the football. He's an outstanding blitzer, and I think that toughness is what's going to endear him to his new team because that's the way they play on that side of the ball. I think this is a nice fit there with the Minnesota Vikings.
What do you think, Mel?
I like that draft. I mean, Justin Jefferson fell with them at 22. I didn't think he'd be there. Jeff Gladney is a guy, he's a smart football player. He knows how to use his hands, not get penalties. You say, well, he can be handsy. Well, he's smart. He knows how to get in there, still be physical, yet not draw penalty flags. I love his savvy, and I love the fact that he's already a guy coming into the NFL who should be a rookie starter and help that secondary, which is what Minnesota needs at that cornerback spot. I think the Vikings did a really good job with those first 2 picks.
Okay, so those are their first 2 picks, but that leads us to the champs, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, Andy Reid's wearing a Hawaiian shirt. What else would he be wearing? And there's Brett Veach, the general manager of the Kansas City Chiefs. And of course, they're sitting in the catbird seat because 3 years ago they moved up to take that guy. Future Hall of Famer Patrick Mahomes, drafted 10th overall in 2017. Safe to say, that turned out well for Kansas City. He was the MVP his first full year as a starter, threw for 50 touchdown passes, the only other players to do that, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. He had 3 10-point comebacks in the 2019 playoff run, and the weirdest thing about that, they went on to win all of those games by at least 10 points, including Super Bowl 54. They were down 10 with 7.5 minutes to go, and Patrick Mahomes said, hold my beer, and brought them across the finish line. And listen, the Chiefs with Brett Veach and Andy Reid have done a remarkable job of retaining their talent. They have almost all of their starters back from last year, and now they're sort of in a luxury situation here about what they want to do and how they can add to a team that is going to be, right now, the favorite to maybe get back to a Super Bowl 55, which will be played in Tampa this year. So let's start with you, Mel Kiper Jr. The Kansas City Chiefs addressed a lot of the defensive needs last year that got them to the Super Bowl, and now they're sitting with a luxury almost.
They are, and that running back is there, whether it be DeAndre Swift from Georgia, who's a complete running back. I think you look at a guy like J.K. Dobbins, the way he fiercely attacks the line of scrimmage, outstanding pure runner, receiving a little inconsistent. He had a couple drops this year. Ball security's gotten a little bit better. I think you look at Jonathan Taylor, the best runner when he's holding on to the football. If he didn't have the fumbles, despite not being a great receiver, I think he'd have been a top 20 pick. He's a phenomenal pure runner. Great speed, great instincts, and tremendous production. He's got tread on the tires, but he hasn't been hurt. I just hope he keeps improving as a receiver, and he's got to eliminate the fumbles. 18 in his career, 15 lost. But Jonathan Taylor, J.K. Dobbins, DeAndre Swift, 3 really good backs. And if you're going to take one, this is a spot to do it if you're the Kansas City Chiefs. And I make a prediction for tomorrow. Second round, I think 5 to 6 running backs go off the board in round 2.
Noted. 5 to 6 running backs off the board in round 2. Booger, it might be a little early, but when you talk about what the Chiefs do, and you saw what he did in Joe Brady's offense, I know we're talking about DeAndre Swift, but Clyde Edwards-Helaire is a fascinating look here as well.
Well, definitely, and I think what we're talking about right now, Trey, is we're talking about 3 down running backs to go in this offense with Patrick Mahomes and the Legion of Zoom on the outside. But also, if you're Kansas City, think about this. Chris Jones wants a new contract. Defensive tackle, pushing the pocket inside. There's some quality defensive tackles, Ross Blacklock, Neville Gallimore, Elliott on the inside, guys that can push the pocket, and maybe there's some leverage there. If you don't want to pay Chris Jones $22 million, whatever he's asking, maybe you take one of these young guys here, last pick of the first round, you get that 5th-year option. Maybe Brett Veach and Andy Reid are thinking that way also. But you're right, this is a luxury pick. Running back, defensive line, I don't think they can go wrong.
Players, DeAndre Swift is my 16th overall player, Ross Blacklock at 19. So that could be the decision. Do you take the running back or do you take the defensive tackle? It's a big choice here for Andy Reid and Brett Veach and company. But, man, I tell you what, it's nice when you're making these selections when you've got number 15 ready to play with whoever you pick.
Lewis, you know these guys and you know this front office as well as anyone. With the way the team is presently constructed, with so many of their guys back from the championship run of a year ago, where do you think they might be leaning?
Yeah, I can see running back being a position that they're taking a look at. And, I mean, I know there's some quality running backs there that they will like. I think they need to have more speed and even more playmaking ability at the linebacker level. Maybe even a corner could sneak up here. Look, they really are in a luxury situation where Brett Veach and Andy Reid can really sit there and go, hey, look, we can just take whoever we want here. Who really is the guy who's sticking out for us? That doesn't necessarily have to play right now, but we can develop. And I think there's a lot of guys who fit the bill here. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is a position like linebacker or corner, which is something I know they would like to continue to build depth at.
All right, so we'll see what happens. And again, this is the final pick of the first round, and we are waiting to see what Andy Reid and Brett Veach are going to come up with. But again, you know, we've seen some of the safeties out there, and we knew that they're looking at potentially trying to get the back end of that defense shored up. I know you mentioned Chris Jones. They're going to put the franchise tag on him. That could get awkward, but I'm not sure if there's someone at this point in the draft that you'd feel comfortable, because Chris Jones was such a beast for them last year when he was healthy. A little nicked up in the postseason as well, but he was healthy enough to get things going. So the Kansas City Chiefs are close to closing out the first round. And ladies and gentlemen, the pick is in. Where will the champs go? Let's find out now.
You guys aren't super fans for nothing. Let's go. Come on. With the 32nd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs select Clyde Edwards-Helaire, running back, LSU.
Sometimes you just have a hunch. Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a fascinating running back for them this past season. How about this? Despite only 14 grabs his first 2 years for the Tigers, he had a school record 55 catches for 453 yards. And clearly Clyde Edwards-Helaire is a car guy, because he said, if you're a car guy, I'm like a Pirelli P0 tire fresh off the market. That's my thing. My lifespan is pretty long right now. Only 370 carries in his 3-year career. And his name is Clyde Edwards-Helaire, based on his birth father, Clyde Edwards, and his adopted stepfather, Shannon Helaire. Clyde Edwards is his biological father, but in 2000 he was arrested and sentenced to 30 years in prison when Clyde was 11 months old. Clyde's mother met Shannon Helaire and eventually became a stepfather to Clyde, and he kept both of their names to honor both of them for what they've meant. Boog, we talked about it. What a fit for the offense Andy Reid and company like to run.
Well, it's definitely a scheme fit. You think about Clyde Edwards-Helaire last year in the LSU offense. It's going to be a very similar offense with Patrick Mahomes. He can cut inside and outside as far as hiding behind those big offensive linemen. He's only 5'8", but if you look at his change of direction, the ability to get in and out of his cuts, and then the area where I think he's going to be big and pay huge dividends for the Kansas City Chiefs, catching the football out of the backfield, tough runner, but he's a three-down player, and this is what you have to have in today's NFL. Not just a runner inside or outside, but you better have somebody that can catch the football. Now, he needs to work on his pass protection, which I'm sure Andy Reid and Brett Veach knows, but they got a really, really good football player in Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Lewis?
Yeah, Coach Reid has always had multi-dimensional running backs on his roster. He's always been someone who's been able to find guys who can run between the tackles, outside the tackle box, and really they can feature him in the screen game. I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire, when you combine him with Damian Williams, you have a heck of a 1-2 punch, DJ, that's going to make them even more lethal on offense.
No doubt, Lewis. And to me, when I watched him, I compared him to Priest Holmes. I haven't seen so much of him in the AFC when I was scouting. And how about that? Chiefs fans, they know what they're getting with what they had with Priest Holmes. I think this is another version of what Priest was able to do on those Chiefs teams. He is going to be a high-volume pass catcher in this offense, Trey.
Yeah, listen, this you want to talk about, and Louis Riddick said this when they drafted Patrick Mahomes a couple of years ago. It was a perfect fit for what they want to do. When you saw what Clyde Edwards-Helaire did in that Joe Brady offense, who's now the offensive coordinator with Matt Rule in Carolina, you could just see him projected into what Kansas City wants to do offensively, and it's going to be fascinating to watch Andy and company work with all those weapons. Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Williams, who was a big part of the Super Bowl win, and now Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Well, that is all 32 picks in the first round, but before we say goodbye, let's go back one more time to the commissioner, Roger Goodell.
6, 5, 4. That brings us to the conclusion of round one of the 2020 NFL Draft. Before we close, I want to take a moment to express my gratitude for joining us this evening. Thus far, the NFL family has raised more than $85 million, including millions still being raised for COVID-19 relief efforts during the draft-a-thon. And we've only just begun. So keep the donations coming, and you can keep the booze coming too. Please be sure to join us back here on ABC, ESPN, ESPN Deportes, and the NFL Network tomorrow night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for being with us.
Roger, thanks very much. So what a night and what a showing for the SEC. Again, 14 players from the SEC conference taken in the first round. That was an absolute record. We saw the quarterbacks go almost as chalk as Miami Dolphins decided not to repeat the history of what happened with Drew Brees in 2006 when they didn't clear his shoulder. And, of course, Herbert goes right after that to the L.A. Chargers. This has been a lot of fun. We had a super team with us tonight. Our regular guys from ESPN, and great time having the guys from the NFL Network here, including Daniel Jeremiah, Kurt Warner, and Michael Irvin. Listen, guys, this was a blast. Boog, Mel, Lewis, you know I love you, but don't go anywhere. We're going to come back and do it again because the draft is so much fun and the emotion is such a big part of it. It started with Joe Burrow off the top, and it didn't stop there. Again, we've got all those cameras set up with 60 players across the landscape. Mr. Kinlaw was feeling himself for sure. And there, of course, Brandon Ayuk. So much still to come. Cesar Ruiz feeling the moment. We'll be back with you tomorrow night. A virtual hug from the commissioner, but coming on next Sports Center with Scott Van Pelt.
As expected, Joe Burrow went #1 overall to Cincinnati. But one quarterback selection had everybody wowing at home. We'll break it all down next on NFL Total Access.
Hi,
Hi, everybody, and welcome to NFL Total Access presented by Ram Trucks. I am Chris Rose. So round one is in the books, and I don't know how you spelled it at home. I spelled it S-E-C, as 15 of the 32 first-round picks came from the Southeastern Conference. That included the number 1 pick, Joe Burrow, and the final pick, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who went to the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. And yes, another member of the SEC went 5th overall to the Miami Dolphins with the first of their 3 first-round selections. Tua Tagovailoa, bad hip and all, celebrate. And why not? He is off to Miami to try and do something to the ghost of Dan Marino. Since Marino retired in '99, the Dolphins have started 21 different starting quarterbacks. And somebody was paying attention to the draft, like Dwayne Wade, who said the last 5th overall pick in Miami did some good things as well. Of course, Dwayne Wade went 5th overall to the Miami Heat in the 2003 draft and ended up hanging a championship banner just a few seasons later. All right, for more on this, we bring in our Charles Davis. But Steve Smith, let's start with you. How much credit do we give to the Dolphins, their hierarchy in Chris Greer and Brian Flores, for actually pulling the trigger on the Tua move?
Me or Chris? Well, I think it's a good move for the Miami Dolphins. However, I'm just not really sure that he should start immediately. Obviously, when a player gets hurt to his magnitude and what he has sustained throughout his college career, just want to make sure that everything is working out and allow that time to really let him heal up and not rush him. This is the long haul for Coach Flores, and so you don't need to rush him onto the field immediately.
And Steve, when you're talking about that long haul for Coach Flores, it got a little bit more rope, I believe, last year by how they played and responded for him, considering all the outside world was talking about tank for Tua all season long. Yet that team went out and won so many games that people thought, oh no, you're out of range to get Tua. And they didn't even have to move up. They were able to stay at 5, do their homework on Tua as a quarterback and as a person, do as much medical as possible. And back to your point about whether or not he should start, well, that's still to be determined. But the beauty is Ryan Fitzpatrick is there. So if they do need to use him and have him take a redshirt year and heal up, they've got a guy in place that allows them to get that done. And as you said, for the long haul, for Brian Flores and crew, make sure Tua is right. And to help him, they went ahead and got Austin Jackson, the USC tackle, with the 18th pick in the first round. So you see how it gets paired. It's like Matt Ryan when he came out. Atlanta traded back in and got Sam Baker, get him a protector to get things started.
So, Charles, you made the point that with their second first-round pick, which was number 18 overall, they did go with the offensive tackle, the youngest player in the draft, a 20-year-old offensive lineman out of USC. That's Austin Jackson. They originally had the 26th pick as well, but Green Bay traded up to make a move, and we'll talk more about that in just a bit. So with the 30th overall selection, they went with the Auburn corner, Noah Igbenogany. His parents are track stars, so this kid can run. But, of course, they already have a couple of fine defensive back in Byron Jones and Xavier Howard. So the pieces to the puzzle, at least offensively, they brought in Jordan Howard to run the rock. They had the last-ranked rushing offense a year ago. Devontae Parker seems to have come in his own. Mike Gesicki, Penn State, tight end, second-rounder a couple years ago. We'll see if he can continue to develop as well. So, Charles Davis, if you look ahead to Friday here, they've got 2 more picks in the second round, a third-rounder as well. How do they fill out the offensive side of the football around Tua?
Well, they've got to get another runner. Jordan Howard coming in is a very good thing for them, especially as he continues to get healthy after the last couple of seasons where he's been dinged a little bit. But you remember last year, and you already alluded to it, Chris, Caleb Ballage was their leading guy, and he averaged less than 2 yards a carry. That's obviously not going to cut it, and also that's not just on the offensive line. They've got to come back and get a runner, and by the way, this is a running back deep draft, and only 1 runner went in the first round, so there'll be a lot of targets for Miami. Plus, get some more guys on the perimeter to help out Devontae Parker. Gesicki has to continue to develop, but get a couple of darts out there who can get the ball to who Tua can get the ball to an open space and quickly and let them make plays downfield.
But if you're a Miami fan, you look at what you did in the first round, you feel like, okay, we're pointing in the right direction. And in fact, after a terrible start in 2019, we won 5 of our last 9 games. That was a better record than the New England Patriots, so they seem to be pointed in the right direction. All right, for more on this story, let's bring in our NFL media insider, our very own rap sheet, Ian Rappaport. All right, Ian. There was a lot of bluffing going on here. We heard that the Dolphins love Justin Herbert. We heard that maybe they were going to trade up with Detroit at number 3. Eventually, they end up staying at 5 and taking Tua. Why instead of Herbert?
Yeah, they had very serious talks with the Detroit Lions, and at one point it looked like a trade was going to get done. They just could not settle on the compensation when it got down to it, and in the end, Detroit stuck with number 3, and the Miami Dolphins, I'm sure they were a little bit nervous there, but they end up getting the quarterback that they have wanted all along. And there was so much talk about were the Dolphins tanking for Tua, and they did get a kick out of it a little bit, but certainly there was some nerves inside the organization, and everybody would know that they would take him and someone would leap up. The reason why they took him is really very simple. The Dolphins were fine with the medical at the combine. They loved where he is rehab-wise. And then they saw the virtual workout that he posted, the pro day essentially, and that was a good indication for them that he was on the right track. He may not play right away. I would be surprised if he did. They don't have to rush him, but this is someone they believe is their quarterback of the future.
Well, somebody who will definitely not start unless there's an injury in 2020, that would be Jordan Love. The Green Bay Packers traded up from 30 to 26 in order to make the selection of the Utah State quarterback. And I'm sure Aaron Rodgers is sitting at home going, how's this working out? What was the game plan here with Green Bay?
Well, Jordan Love was always on Green Bay's radar. In fact, they did a virtual FaceTime with him a couple of weeks ago, raised some eyebrows when I reported it at the start of the pre-draft process. But Brian Gutekunst, the general manager, who was in the building when they took Aaron Rodgers, by the way, this pick he called courageous. Well, this was courageous, too. The most surprising Packers pick since Rodgers. And Rodgers was quoted on local radio a couple of weeks ago as saying he had confidence in himself to beat out whoever they ended up taking. Well, now he's going to get the opportunity to prove that. Obviously, no issues this year, but Rodgers is in his mid-30s. This is a developmental quarterback prospect who does not have to play right away. Nothing wrong with investing at the quarterback position, especially if you hit it big and this is your franchise starter for the next 15 years.
All right, Ian Rappaport, thank you very much. You mentioned the 2005 draft. Back then, Brett Favre was 35 years old and still continuing that consecutive game streak. And he was like, wait, we took a quarterback with our 24th overall pick? Well, yeah, they did. Aaron Rodgers is actually older than Brett Favre was when the Packers took Rodgers in 2005. All right, what we really needed was a home cam fixated on Aaron Rodgers tonight. So, Steve Smith, do you like the move, or are you sitting there kind of shaking your head saying, well, Green Bay won 13 games a year ago. They played in the NFC title game. Just give Aaron Rodgers more help.
They're going to be able to give Aaron Rodgers more help. There's a big run on DBs at the end of the first round, so that tells me that the second and third round teams are going to be willing and dealing to move up to get the guys that they really want. But when we talk about the Green Bay Packers, right, we talk about all these quarterbacks and moving up to get their guy. Just because you get your guy in the first round doesn't mean you have to play him in the first round. You know, the coaches that I've spoke to at Utah State had nothing but great things to say about him, about Jordan Love. And the one thing they did say is, again, 3 different offensive coordinators in that system in his career at Utah State. So he's learned a lot of different systems, which means he has a football acumen. But that doesn't mean that he's been coached by any NFL head coaches and offenses yet. So he needs some time to settle in. And why not settle in with the gunslinger himself with Aaron Rodgers? He can learn so much by just watching. Aaron doesn't have to speak to him. He could just learn by and absorb how he works, what he thinks of how to understand the defense. All of that stuff plays in a part, so I really love that. And I really think this is a great positive thing for the Green Bay Packers moving forward.
It's interesting, Steve, because the Dolphins taking Tua really spoke to what their owner, Stephen Ross, said prior to last year when he said the goal isn't to patch things up and get to 9-7. The goal is to get to the playoffs and compete for Super Bowls. That's why they went for Tua. They decided to reach for the greatness and take a little bit of a gamble with the injury. With Green Bay, this smacks of what happened before. Brett Favre was there in his prime. No one expected him to take a quarterback. Somehow Aaron Rodgers kept falling and came to them. In this case, Green Bay moved up slightly, but doing the same thing. And the part that I laugh about a little bit, and I love what you said, Jordan Love does not have to have Aaron Rodgers speak to him. He'll speak to him by how he carries himself, how he does things in practice, how he watches tape in a meeting, how he does all those things. Because we remember when Brett Favre was there was all that talk that Brett didn't treat Aaron all that well. Well, we don't know that Aaron's going to treat Jordan Love poorly, but Jordan Love better go in there ready to do things, because I know one thing about Aaron Rodgers. He's exacting about his teammates and what he wants from them. Go in there, be ready to learn, be ready to do the things you need to know, and he'll have a chance down the road. But this is such a Green Bay move, and what a great point Ian made about Brian Gutekunst, the GM, being in the building the last time and seeing this happen. History repeating itself in Green Bay.
All right, so Charles, let's keep this in mind. Aaron Rodgers gets drafted in 2005. He does not start a game in the NFL until 2008. In fact, he threw 37 passes in Brett Favre's scrub time, if you will, those first 3 seasons. This might be a good move for the Packers, but do they have to smooth over the ego of Aaron Rodgers a little bit here?
My guess is that the Green Bay Packers, as this thing was happening, there was a conversation already. You know, the good organizations do that. When they're thinking that might be a possibility, they let their main guy know so that when it does actually happen, he may still have a reaction to it. He may still be unhappy, but he can't say that he was flat out surprised. If we find out later that Aaron Rodgers was sitting on his couch and saw that come across and no one from Green Bay had contacted him, that would be stunning to me. I think he knew this was coming. He may not love it, but it would be shocking to me that Brian Gutekunst and Matt LaFleur wouldn't have reached out ahead of time and said, hey, big fella, just so you know. And by the way, as Steve mentioned earlier, they can get receivers to help Aaron Rodgers, starting with a run in the second round. Steve mentioned the run on DBs in the first round. Mm-hmm. That means there's more receivers available going into the second round, and Green Bay can continue to build around him. Look, of Laviska Shenault, he could be a big-time player in Green Bay's offense in the second round if they could get him.
Yeah.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers turns 37 in the month of December. He has 4 years and $78 million left on his deal.
With the 6th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Justin Herbert, quarterback, Oregon.
Let's go. So Justin Herbert, the kid that grew up in Eugene, Oregon, and stayed there to play his college ball, remains on the West Coast. He will be now the face, at least, of the future of the Los Angeles Chargers as they move into a brand new building in 2020. This is a real interesting team because offensively, for the first time in over a decade, Phillip Rivers will not be under center. Tyrod Taylor has the job, at least for the time being. They've got a Pro Bowl wideout in Keenan Allen. Hunter Henry, they've tagged him. Mike Williams as well. Austin Eckler is back, although Melvin Gordon has since moved on. Bring back in Charles Davis and Steve Smith. But Steve, let's start with you. This is a team that looks like they're ready to win now. Even though they lost 11 games a year ago, 9 of those were only by 1 score. Is Justin Herbert a guy that will start week 1, or is this Tyrod Taylor's team?
This is Tyrod Taylor's team. I mean, it's really hard to sit here and give the reins to a young quarterback in the current climate that we're in, not allowing guys to be able to get in the building, not being able to go over plays. And also, too, you said it, this is a team that's ready to win now. So they moved up and got a defensive player to solidify the defense. And the only way you can make a better offense is if you can slow teams down and give your offense more opportunities. And that's what they're doing. Justin Herbert will be a fantastic player, but I don't believe that they are thinking he will be that player right now, tomorrow, because they don't need him to be.
Steve, excellent point about, in this climate, maybe not getting into the building. And that works for them because of Tyrod Taylor. Tyrod Taylor being there, because you have to remember, the tie with him is Anthony Lynn, the head coach, was his play caller in Buffalo when they went to the playoffs and got beat by Jacksonville. People remember that a few years ago. So there's a trust factor between head coach and quarterback. Young rookie can come in and not have to be the guy right away. But what does experience tell us all about drafting a quarterback high? We say it all the time that a guy will sit. Aaron Rodgers, notwithstanding with Brett Favre, for the most part, you don't sit beyond games 3, 4, 5. Like Eli sat to game 10, 8, 9, or 10? That was late in the season. That doesn't happen very often. So for Tyrod Taylor to keep that job, the Chargers will have to really get off to a hot start, and you can't afford to take him out. Otherwise, young kids tend to play, and if they get off to a rocky start, coronavirus and not being in the building notwithstanding, they've got to sell tickets, start new life. He would be on the field early. So he'd be well advised to try and find out what that playbook is as fast as he can.
Hey, Charles, let me ask you this. We keep seeing we're drafting all these quarterbacks, and our first initial question is, will he start now? Isn't the purpose of getting a franchise quarterback is to evaluate what you have and then equip your team with other playmakers around him methodically over time to see what he does good and bad so he can be successful?
Steve, that's the perfect blueprint. I mean, I wish you were in charge of some of these teams because that's the way it should go. But rarely do we see it go that way. Too many factors from the outside come into play. Number one, you had to convince the person signing the checks that you're going to go get that quarterback high and pay him big money. Two, he's going to be all the talk, all the media, all everything, and your fan base gets stirred up. So if things don't go swimmingly with your previous guy right out of the gate, your owner's in there, hey, that kid, any chance? Maybe, and stuff starts to happen and pressure kicks in. You're exactly right. You're supposed to build around them. Brett Favre was able to hold off Aaron Rodgers for all those years because he was Brett Favre. Very few guys are in that spot when someone gets drafted behind them, especially when they're drafted in the top 10.
By the way, one other note, Justin Herbert, the first quarterback taken by the Chargers in the first round since Eli Manning. Went number 1 overall in 2004. Never suited up for him, was traded for Philip Rivers later that night. All right, we got more draft coming your way on Friday. Rounds 2 and 3. Who will be the teammates of these guys? They can't wait to find out. Remember, it's an hour earlier. Gets going at 7 o'clock Eastern right here on NFL Network, on ESPN, and ABC as well. All right, took a while to get the wide receivers off the board, but after that, boy, they started rolling off. So who got the best of the bunch? Raiders? Broncos? How about them Cowboys? Steve Smith tells you next.
NFL Total Access is presented by Ram Trucks, built to serve.
Together, we can do this. Our spirit is what unites us. It is what bonds us and reminds us we are all one. Which is why if you need a vehicle during this time, we are offering 0% financing for 84 months with no payments for 90 days. And the ability to shop and buy from the safety of your home. Better days are ahead, and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram will help you drive forward.
Bud Light Seltzer, unquestionably good.
Big day of closet organizing and jigsaw puzzling? Get Pizza Hut's Big Dinner Box. 2 medium pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of pasta or wings. Sealed for your safety, all in one box. Choose contactless delivery or new curbside pickup at pizzahut.com.
Rule 12, Section 2, Article 7. This prohibits the blindside block. Rule 6, Section 2, Article 1. This eliminates the wedge block. And this is Dr. Jeff Crandall, the expert whose research helps change rules. Through innovations in equipment, smarter preseason routines, and improvements to the rules of the game, the NFL's health and safety initiatives help to reduce injuries on kickoff by 26%. So players spend less time off the field and more time doing things like this.
Azalea is my world. When I heard that she had a tumor, everything just became dark. When I came to St. Jude, I started to get back some light in my life.
On top of first-class best care, you will never receive a bill, so that you can zoom in and just focus on this child. The only thing we had to worry about was just keeping Azalea comfortable. St. Jude saved her life, and it saved us as a family.
Hope you got a chance to tune in for part of the NFL Draft-a-thon on our social media channels, hosted by Rich Eisen and primetime Deion Sanders. It was phenomenal. Most importantly, they've raised almost $4 million so far, so keep it going. I tuned in for a while early on. At one point, they had Michael Strahan, DJ Khaled, Kevin Hart. They're all just busting chops. It's a ton of fun, and it goes for a great cause. Keep doing your thing.
So with the 12th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Henry Ruggs, wide receiver, Alabama. Congratulations, Raiders. Congratulations, Henry.
Okay, if you're busting out a bathrobe on night one, you're a baller. I don't care. You know what? We're all at home. I say for the rest of the show, we all just wear bathrobes. Steve Smith, Charles Davis, go get them. Go get them and put them on, because you want this guy's swag. He tried to break, I don't know, John Ross's record of 40 at the Combine. It didn't happen, but Mike Mayock's like, that's our guy. And John Gruden's happy because he's drawn up plays with really strange names on them right now, just for Henry Ruggs III, the speedster out of Alabama. Yeah, you should be excited. He was the first of a half dozen wide receivers to get their names called in the first round. We had to wait for a while. We were wondering. There were a couple guys that surprised us. Some teams moved up for their receivers. Some fell right into the laps of others. All right, Steve Smith. Henry Ruggs III. This is like an old Al Davis pick. The guy loved speed. I know he's much more than just a speedster. He's a route runner as well. What do you think of the fit, Henry Ruggs III, to the Las Vegas Raiders?
Well, in these positions with the wide receivers for the first, for a first pick, they must immediate impact. And all of these guys have an immediate impact. And I'm not talking about, just the more you can do playing on special teams. I mean, these young men can just flat out ball. They can run great routes. But all these guys at some point throughout the season will have to deal with some adversity because they have never really played in the NFL, and the NFL has not really seen them. So there are going to be some surprises out there, but then there are going to be some dog days that these young men are going to go through. They're going to figure it out. But each one of these guys will be impactful for their team, no doubt about it. Doesn't matter what I say. You could just watch and tune in once the season starts. Watch them just make play after play and run by guys. But also, too, have a little jam session when they get a little accosted at the line of scrimmage because it is the NFL and our corners are a little bit more physical than some of the corners in college.
He had my favorite reaction, putting on the robe after getting drafted in round one. He had the second most swag of the evening. Jerry Jones had the most because he was in that all-white room, which I think he had built just in case there was a virtual draft at some point in the century. CeeDee Lamb, speaking of the Cowboys, he's the newest Dallas Cowboy. I'm sure they were shocked that he was available at 17. You kept hearing edge rusher, maybe a safety, but the Oklahoma star was available, and they were like, we got to get him. You kidding me? And why not? Dude had 32 touchdown receptions. So, Dak Prescott, you got a ton of toys to play with. You got a great running back in Ezekiel Elliott. You brought back Amari Cooper for $100 million. Michael Gallup's a solid receiver as well. Charles, you look at this offense and you're like, man, oh man, how's the rest of the NFC East going to stop this thing, right?
It's a great question, and I think for you and obviously for Steve, as I look at this, I'm starting to see the NFL establishing a pattern, and we go back typically to the team that rules the league, and right now that's Kansas City, and we joke all the time about the KC Track Club, right? Well, we've seen tonight a number of teams, instead of making the decision to try and slow people down, they're trying to run with people. They're trying to speed things up, to go with more of those receivers and guys who can make plays out in open field, and Dallas was no different. They had a chance to fill some needs on the defensive side of the ball at their pick, but because Lamb fell to them, they changed up that strategy. And to me, watching all these receivers, a lot of really good fits here. Lamb going to Dallas with a quarterback who's improvisational in Dak Prescott. He did that at Oklahoma with Kyler Murray and Jalen Hurts. You've mentioned the franchise fit for for the Las Vegas Raiders. Ruggs, speed, that's in the franchise DNA. You can go right down the line, and it seems like there's a fit for all of these receivers with their current team. A lot of these choices really made sense. For Dallas, Lamb was used to moving around, finding open space, finding a place to go, and then turning it into a big play. Dak does that for him as well.
Charles, you're absolutely right. And one of the big things that I was just kind of thinking about is like you kind of look at CeeDee Lamb, you say, how's he going to fit with the Cowboys? Well, if you really start to think about it, they have Amari Cooper, they have Michael Gallup, and now who do they have? CeeDee Lamb. I'm missing a guy, Ezekiel Elliott. Think about this. Just go down this memory lane or this new future lane with me with Ezekiel Elliott. Can you imagine Ezekiel Elliott getting the last of his touches near the third and the fourth quarter? That is wear down time. Now all of a sudden you've been chasing CeeDee Lamb, you've been chasing Amari Cooper, you've been chasing Dak Prescott, you've been chasing Michael Gallup, and now you have to willingly want to tackle Ezekiel Elliott, who's pretty fresh right now because the Cowboys have been throwing the ball around. All of a sudden, they now have broken you down physically, and now with Ezekiel Elliott, here's the cherry on top. Now they have broken you down mentally, and that, my friend, is how you destroy a team from inside out. And I'm excited to see how they can do this moving forward.
You should be, because CeeDee Lamb is a guy that led all of college football in receiving yards since 2017. Yet another weapon for Dak and Jerry and Mike McCarthy, their new head coach as well. All right, time right now to Ask the Aces. This is presented by Ace, the helpful place. And for this, we bring in our resident Super Bowl general manager, Charlie Casserly. I'm here, safe at home, and he's there, safe at his home.
And I'm there.
All right, Charlie, what was your favorite... I'm there. So what was your favorite pick of the night and why?
Hey, Javon Kinlaw, South Carolina, excellent defensive tackle, goes to San Francisco 49ers. Had him rated right there with Derek Brown. In fact, some people have him ahead of Derek Brown. A quick, explosive, perfect fit in that 4-3 defense where you want the penetrating defensive tackle. Now, let me tell you a story. Head coach Kyle Shanahan, he needs a receiver. What's he do? He keeps the defense strong, replacing DeForest Buckner with another high first-round pick. But that's not surprising to me. When we were in Houston, my last draft, 2006, Mario Williams versus Reggie Bush was the discussion in the room. All the coaches were there, the scouts were there. I turned to the youngest coach in the room. It was that kid, Kyle Shanahan. He's just a kid coaching wide receivers. What do? You take Bush or you take Mario Williams? You figure he's going to take Bush? Mario Williams, he's the better player. You win with defense. Young guy there, he can see the big picture. He's older now. He still sees the big picture. They win there because of that defensive line. Good job, Kyle.
And good job by you, Charlie Casserly. Thank you very much. Of course, the Niners, they actually moved back one slot because there was a team that really wanted a specific player. That would be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They added an offensive lineman. Do they have enough now to knock off the Saints in the NFC South?
Bud Light Seltzer, unquestionably good.
Hello?
Thanks for coming in.
No problem.
Since one of our laptops got hacked on a business trip, everyone's been a little paranoid.
At CDW, we get there are threats wherever your people go. So we create a customized solution using the HP Elite Book with built-in security features. It'll help protect your people and your data.
Spy! 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 They're actually very nice people.
You need IT orchestration by CDW and HP, featuring the Intel 8th Generation Core processor.
Upload's that way, OR's the other way. What do you want to do?
Upload. Anytime you need me, I'll be here for you. In-app purchase required.
I'm not even supposed to be here.
You think I wanted to fall into the Grand Canyon?
I saw that video. You dabbed on the way down.
That's how you hit the lights.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
She's listening to music, he's watching the news.
Verizon is giving you more entertainment, like Apple Music, Disney Plus, and YouTube TV. Unlimited plans start at $35. Shop online, only at Verizon.
This is kind of a first for all of us. But maybe this is a time to put other things first, like being the first to check in, or the first to try your hand at the culinary arts, or all the arts. Be the first to volunteer, or the first to say it's all going to be okay. And when the day comes where we're no longer looking at our worlds from the inside out, it will be what we did in here that will make us stronger out there.
We live in uncertain times. However, there is one thing you can be certain of: the men and women of the United States Postal Service. We're here to deliver cards and packages from loved ones, and also deliver the peace of mind of knowing that essentials like prescriptions are on their way. Every day, all across America, we deliver for you, and we always will.
Welcome to the NFL Draft. This is what an MVP does. There goes Barkley. Oh, baby!
He's the best pass rusher in this year's draft.
The Heisman winner, the champion, Joe Burrow, arguably the best college football season ever.
Chase Young.
He's tough. He's an instant playmaker.
The legend of Tua has begun with the first pick in the NFL Draft.
This draft, we're all in it together. Join the NFL and help make a difference at NFL.com/relief.
Plenty of big names still to be had on night 2 of the NFL Draft. It's coming your way live right here on NFL Network and ESPN and ABC as well. Who will be the teammates of these 4 quarterbacks that were taken in the first 26 picks? You'll find out on Friday night. Cliff Kingsbury. Oh, man. I want that gig. Actually, I want that house. That is the best-looking war room ever. War room 2.0. You better throw a few more zeros behind that. And then his former college quarterback, Patrick Mahomes. I'm trying to have a crib like Cliff. Don't worry, my man. Your time will come very, very shortly. Bruce Arians in his second draft with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Man, this is how it is. This is how he rolls. He's making a call. Why? Because the Buccaneers wanted to move up a spot from 14 to 13, so they traded with the San Francisco 49ers. Why? Because they had to get the last of the big 4 tackles, and this guy is truly big. It's Tristan Wirfs out of Iowa. He was the first true freshman tackle to ever start under Kirk Ferentz. And my man was super excited because guess what? He is blocking for TB12.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about. Because Tom Brady's been in the league since 2000. I was born in 1999, so he's been in the league almost as long as I've been alive. So it's pretty, it's pretty cool, get to protect him.
All right, time now for our next gen stats powered by AWS. And Tom Brady, listen, he's in his mid-40s, so just keep the guy upright, right? So his completion percentage when he's under pressure, not so good. Man can't move his feet like he once did. We get it. You give that guy time, he is going to pick you apart. So if your offensive line does the job, don't worry. He got plenty of weapons in Tampa Bay. They already had 2 Pro Bowl wideouts in Evans and Godwin. Now they add Wirfs to the mix. And, oh, yes, they also bring in the 24/7 WWE champion, Rob Gronkowski, via trade yesterday, his old buddy. So, Charles Davis, tell us a little bit about the number 13 overall pick, Tristan Wirfs, and how he helps out.
Well, it goes into part of the whole puzzle that Tampa Bay is putting together, right? Tom Brady was tremendous recruiting and opportunity. Gronk was manna from heaven. And now you're talking about Tristan Wirfs. That's scouting and GM agility and aggressiveness to go up on the board, because obviously San Francisco convinced them that either they could take a tackle there because Joe Staley's uncertain, or someone else was interested in coming up and getting Tristan Wirfs. So they were aggressive to go get their guy. Mainly a right tackle at Iowa. He's going to switch to left tackle. We saw him at the Combine with the athleticism. At worst, he can go inside the guard and be a Pro Bowler like a former Hawkeye named Brandon Sheriff, who's with Washington now. But I think he's going to be that left tackle for them. He'll get trained very quickly. And Donovan Smith, who's been their left tackle, who they signed to a contract last year, he'll move over to the right side. They'll get bigger and stouter up front to keep the GOAT on his feet and healthy and ready to go.
Well, Chris, you already stated that no quarter, that Tom Brady under pressure, he's not very good. Well, newsflash, I haven't met a quarterback who's very efficient under pressure in any league. That's why the offensive lineman is there. That's why left tackles and right tackles are premier athletes and get paid a lot of money, because they need to keep those guys clean. But be watchful for this. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers will do some moving and shaking, I believe, in the second round to move up, to possibly get a running back as well, but not just any running back, a running back that can help Tom Brady, that can be adjusted in that shotgun formation, that can get out in coverage and block, but also catch passes, be an outlet. So look for him to get one of those explosive running backs that is a threat in both aspects, not just a guy that's a workhorse. Someone that can be what Tom Brady loves to do, is have all cards on deck and be able to use every single outlet. And that's what I love about what's going on with Gronk coming in there and everything that's going on with Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is moving up.
Well, you make a great point about the running back. In fact, our Daniel Jeremiah, he said, I'm begging for Clyde Edwards-Helaire to fall to 45 in the second round. Didn't happen. He was the final selection of the first round. Speaking of guys from LSU that went in the round 1, Justin Jefferson. Essentially, the Vikings took him to replace Stephon Diggs. Is that a surprise to our guys or not? That's coming up.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
Hello?
In nearly 100 years serving the military community, we've seen you go through tough times.
And every time, you've shown us you're much tougher.
Your heart, courage, and commitment has always inspired us.
And now it's no different.
So we're here with financial strength, stability, and experience you can depend on.
And the online tools you need. Because you have always set the highest standard.
And reaching that standard is what we're made for.
Bud Light Seltzer, unquestionably good.
Tomorrow on the NFL Draft Kickoff Show. Who won Day 1? The men, the moves, and the madness from the first round of the 2020 NFL Draft. Plus, Day 2 predictions and players to watch. Tomorrow at 5 Eastern.
This is NFL Network, the place where football and culture collide. It's the collision of the GOATs and the MCs.
Tell me about the offensive side of the ball.
With the fashion and the food.
That's fantastic.
Slammed in with the fans, the stands, and the 12th man. Mashed up with the music.
It's a real big cultural moment right now.
And the movies.
I started watching the show years ago.
Mixed in with the X's and O's and the oohs and ahs.
What a run by George Kittle!
It's the fantasy.
He's going to be your #1 quarterback. He's going to be your #1 scorer.
And the reality. It's the access.
People are going to count us out every week.
And the attitude.
Say it to management or shut your mouth and put your money on the line.
It's the trash talk.
Brother, don't quit.
And the crazy talk.
More bricks on the pile. Let's go.
It's all here, all day, every day. Because there's no such thing as too much football.
With the 5th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Tua Tagovailoa, quarterback, Alabama.
What a relief for Tua and for Miami Dolphins fans as well. They've been waiting, it feels like, for, well, a really long time to get their hands on a quarterback like Tua Tagovailoa. They've had 21 different starting quarterbacks since Dan Marino called it quits following the 1999 season. All right, time right now for Draft Facts, presented by Ram Trucks. That's right, 4 Bama players selected in the top 20. First school to have that happen since USC, and oh, it has been a while. And 6 SEC players went in the top 10, 15 of them overall. Pretty darn impressive. All right, guys, biggest surprise of night 1. Steve Smith, let's start with you on this one.
Biggest surprise for me is the San Francisco 49ers. They didn't have a lot of picks. They had 2 picks in the first round, and they had immediate impact players. Obviously in the offense, they lost Emmanuel Sanders. Marquise Goodwin is on the trading block, and they get Brandon Ayuk, who is such an impactful player who's going to really pair well with Deebo Samuel. And then they go ahead and get the D lineman as well. We're losing DeForest Buckner and his impact. They already have a strong defensive line. You add that young man who gets to learn and also impact. So the San Francisco 49ers won with using 2 picks in the first round and don't have another pick to 156. That would be in the 5th round, just in case you were wondering.
So you're saying, Steve, that they made the most of those 2 picks, didn't they? I mean, they really went out, were aggressive, knew what they wanted to get done, knew what they wanted to accomplish, and got it done, being able to get that big defensive lineman to replace Buckner. And we know how big they are on their defensive front. And then to come back and get that receiver who fits what Kyle Shanahan does so well on offense perfectly in Brandon Ayuk. For me, the surprise is the Las Vegas Raiders taking the corner in their 2nd pick. Not because they took a corner, but it was who they took. Damon Arnett, the cornerback from Ohio State. Because on a number of people's boards, as we did this mock stuff all the way through, we were wondering, where's Christian Fulton from LSU? He doesn't get drafted. Jalen Johnson, one of my favorites from Utah, he's not drafted in the first round. You would have thought they would have been rated ahead of Arnett. But Mike Mayock, with his eye for talent, he also has conviction about what he's looking for. And in 2 drafts now, we're starting to get the pattern that the Las Vegas Raiders, when they like a person, they're going to go out and get that guy because he fits what they're looking for. That is one competitive SOB. He is going to get after it. He's going to do his thing. He is going to be something. That's exactly what they want. Competitiveness out on that corner. Damon Arnett fits that bill really well. Remember, he was opposite Jeff Okudah, the number 1 corner, had a lot of balls thrown his way, and he really developed this last season.
Yeah, Charles, so those 2 corners, 2 of 6 cornerbacks that actually went in the first round on night 1. What are you convinced of, Steve?
Just the way he sold that pick. I mean, he was rated second or third round pick.
Okay, I got it.
Just the way that Charles just broke it down, I'm over there like, man, go get him. Great pick, Mike.
Okay. All right. See, hey, that's what Charles Davis does, man. He can sell. Plenty of guys that are going to end up having their name called on Friday, and really, really good players. There's a bunch of running backs. Only one went in round 1. Ross Blacklock, defensive tackle out of TCU. He is a stud. And then there's a ton of safeties available in rounds 2 and 3. You got to imagine that you're going to end up seeing a run at that position very early on Friday night. All right, for more on this, we bring in our resident Super Bowl GM, Charlie Casserly. Charlie, who is the best player available there in round 2?
Well, I'll give you a 2-for-1 special here. My top-rated guy, Xavier McKinney, safety from Alabama. New England, the Giants, perfect fit for either one of them. And DeAndre Swift. Now, there's a lot of teams like him. Miami's number 1. But, hey, Houston's there. Tampa's there. Number of teams, top of that second round. He'll fit any of them. 2 guys, first-round grades.
Very good. Very good. What do you think of DeAndre Swift? I mean, is he a guy that can definitely be a 3-down running back in this league?
Yeah, Chris, I think he can. You can see the speed here, quickness to get to the outside, but you don't see a lot of it in college. But what I saw, I like. I thought the guy could catch the ball. I think he can run after the catch. We alluded to what Tom Brady could use with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Hey, make another trade, Bruce. Okay, sit down there, make another trade. Get this guy. Be tough for Miami because he's coming right to Miami, but Houston's behind him. And to me, they need a running back. I don't think David Johnson can do it anymore. But really, Tampa Bay, you're all in here. Get this guy. Now you got that explosive guy on the outside to help you as far as threatening the defense. Now you got another guy it's hard to cover one-on-one. Now, I think this guy can do both, Chris. I think he can run first, second down, catch on third down.
Very good. A lot of fireworks coming your way, perhaps early in round 2 on Friday night. Jalen Hurts, he expects to hear his name called early in round 2. Will he be the next quarterback off the board? And if so, who should get him? Our guys will let you know. But first, here's a look at the new comedy Upload, streaming on Amazon Prime Video May 1st.
Settling in okay?
Yeah. Are you both,
dead?
Yeah.
Yep.
Welcome to Lakeview, a digital afterlife environment. Enjoy.
The ads know us better than we know ourselves.
10 signs you're invading someone's personal space.
Sorry, bro.
So I understand you were in a bad place yesterday. It's only weird if you make it weird.
Service isn't just a department. It's a voice on the other end of the phone.
A note to say you're on our mind. A willingness to come to you.
The world and how we interact with each other is changing, but that will never change who we are at Lexus.
Now, more than ever, you and your needs come first.
Find out what service options are available in your area at lexus.com/people first.
We're at the movies and we need to silence our phone. Who knows where that button is?
I don't have silent.
Everyone does, right up here.
It happens to all of us. We buy a new home and we turn into our parents. What I do is help new homeowners overcome this.
Was that an adjustable spanner? Good choice, Steve.
Okay, don't forget, you're not assisting him. You hired him. You have nowhere to sit. You have too many. Who else reads books about submarines?
My dad.
Yeah.
Oh, those are...
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at that.
Looks good.
Sure, I'll be happy with that.
At FedEx, our people are our strength. Even during these unprecedented times, we are delivering medical supplies, test kits, and the things you need every day, helping the world move forward together. Strength. What we deliver by delivering.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
We're all home right now. That's why Verizon is giving you more of the entertainment you want.
Daly is usually watching a TV show, and McKenna is almost always listening to music.
We love Verizon.
I get the shows I need when I need them.
Now, unlimited plans come with your favorite artists on Apple Music, shows and movies on Disney Plus, and over 70 top channels of live TV with YouTube TV.
Music plays a huge role in our family. That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 so your family can mix, match, and save. Shop online today, only at Verizon.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
Path to the draft. Get our experts' take on every key pick from draft weekend.
This kid is the best in this year's draft, and I expect him to start day one.
With in-depth analysis and draft grades for every team.
He has all the things that you look for in the National Football League. He's physical. He plays with unbelievable effort. I think he's got tremendous upside at the next level.
Find out which stars are set to shine in their new home.
And he will take it all the way.
Path to the Draft, Monday at 8, only on NFL Network.
Do what you can to support your small businesses by ordering to go, by buying gift cards, and by shopping local online. You can visit Verizon.com/payitforwardlive for more information. Rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft coming your way Friday night right here on NFL Network, on ESPN, and on ABC. Plenty of big names still to be had. And remember, start time an hour earlier than it was on Thursday. It kicks off at 7 o'clock Eastern on Friday night. And it's going to be a busy, busy evening for several teams, including the New England Patriots, who traded out of the first round on Thursday. They picked up a second-round pick and a third-round pick as well. So they got 5 selections overall. The Broncos, Rams, and Ravens each with 4 on Friday night. All right, guys, one of the bigger names out there that could be had is Jalen Hurts. Started his career at Alabama, transferred to Oklahoma, finished runner-up in the Heisman Trophy race. Steve Smith, which team does it make sense for to go up and get this guy?
For me, I really like the New England Patriots moving up, or the Colts, because the New England Patriots are right there and the Colts are right there. So the New England Patriots have 5 in the top 100. So I can see them leveraging some of the 100th or the 91st pick that they have to kind of move themselves up to get in front of the Colts to get Jalen Hurts. That's just kind of my thought while kind of doing a little quick math right there.
I like it, Steve. It makes a lot of sense. When you got capital, you can make a move. I think Jacksonville will be interesting to watch because we want to see if they want to still play with just Gardner Minshew. And the second one, wild card, the Atlanta Falcons. Get someone for Matt Ryan and see if they can get someone moving forward. Not for next year, but for down the road. Because at some point, remember, Matt Ryan's 35 years old. So that's my wild card, is Atlanta in the second round, possibly surprising us with a quarterback.
That was a good one, Charles Davis. I like that one. Nobody with Indianapolis at 44. They're going pretty early in the second round. No?
But I think Steve talked about Indianapolis possibly coming up and making that move. I thought I heard him say the Colts.
Right, possible.
They're
all right, just
34. 34. Right. Atlanta's 47, but I think New England can creep up.
All right. We got more fun and games coming your way right after rounds 2 and 3 on Friday night. More tears will be shed as we get into the homes of the draftees. We will see you again Friday night.
Hello?
Bud Light Seltzer, unquestionably good.
Right now, we're all having to adapt. So it's only right that at BMW, we adapt the way we support you. Which is why, if you need a vehicle, we're offering special financing options. Just choose the model that best suits you by shopping online. And for the safety of our customers, we're now providing service with at-home pickup and drop-off. Because in times like these, we need to do more than just adapt with each other. We need to adapt for each other. We're offering no payments for 90 days on a new financed BMW.
Modernization today, where the future workplace of today starts tomorrow.
Eliminate employee downtime with the Motivational Lanyard, delivering a friendly jolt of inspiration when they need it most.
At CDW, we get better ways to modernize. Like the Surface Laptop 3 with enterprise-grade security, powered by the 10th Gen Intel Core processor. Microsoft Surface and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
If you're over mac and cheese and PB&Js, have we got good news for you? Right now, get Pizza Hut's best delivery deal. Large pizzas with up to 3 toppings for just $9.99. Available for carryout or contactless delivery at pizzahut.com.
I was sent a tape of a 16-year-old kid from Nigeria named Prince Tega. I asked him to come play for us here in Alabama. He said yes.
When Tega moved in with us, I promised his mom that we would treat him like one of our own. He's our family.
Once he hit the turf, that was it. It was ridiculous. Tega made a great sacrifice in pursuit of his dreams, and now that's about to pay off.
As expected, Joe Burrow went #1 overall to Cincinnati, but one quarterback selection had everybody wowing at home. We'll break it all down next on NFL Total Access. Hi, everybody, and welcome to NFL Total Access presented by Ram Trucks. I am Chris Rose. So round 1 is in the books, and I don't know how you spelled it at home. I spelled it S-E-C, as 15 of the 32 first-round picks came from the Southeastern Conference. That included the number 1 pick, Joe Burrow, and the final pick, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who went to the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. And yes, another member of the SEC went 5th overall to the Miami Dolphins with the first of their 3 first-round selections, Tua Tagovailoa, bad hip and all, celebrating. And why not? He is off to Miami to try and do something to the ghost of Dan Marino. Since Marino retired in '99, the Dolphins have started 21 different starting quarterbacks. And somebody was paying attention to the draft, like Dwayne Wade, who said the last 5th overall pick in Miami did some good things as well. Of course, Dwayne Wade went 5th overall to the Miami Heat in the 2003 draft and ended up hanging a championship banner just a few seasons later. All right, for more on this, we bring in our Charles Davis. But Steve Smith, let's start with you. How much credit do we give to the Dolphins, their hierarchy in Chris Greer and Brian Flores, for actually pulling the trigger on the Tua move?
Me or Chris? Well, I think it's a good move for the Miami Dolphins. However, I'm just not really sure that he should start immediately. Obviously, you know, when a player gets hurt to his magnitude and what he has sustained throughout his college career, just want to make sure that everything is working out and allow that time to really let him heal up and not rush him. This is the long haul for Coach Flores, and so you don't need to rush him onto the field immediately.
And Steve, when you're talking about that long haul for Coach Flores, it got a little bit more rope, I believe, last year by how they played and responded for him, considering all the outside world was talking about tank for Tua all season long. Yet that team went out and won so many games that people thought, oh no, you're out of range to get Tua. And they didn't even have to move up. They were able to stay at 5, do their homework on Tua as a quarterback and as a person, do as much medical as possible. And back to your point about whether or not he should start, well, that's still to be determined. But the beauty is Ryan Fitzpatrick is there. So if they do need to use him and have him take a redshirt year and heal up, they've got a guy in place that allows them to get that done. And as you said, for the long haul, for Brian Flores and crew, make sure Tua is right. And to help him, they went ahead and got Austin Jackson, the USC tackle, with the 18th pick in the first round. So you see how it gets paired. It's like Matt Ryan when he came out. Atlanta traded back in and got Sam Baker, get him a protector to get things started.
So, Charles, you made the point that with their second first-round pick, which was number 18 overall, they did go with the offensive tackle, the youngest player in the draft, a 20-year-old offensive lineman out of USC. That's Austin Jackson. They originally had the 26th pick as well, but Green Bay traded up to make a move, and we'll talk more about that in just a bit. So with the 30th overall selection, they went with the Auburn corner, Noah Igbenogany. His parents are track stars, so this kid can run. But, of course, they already have a couple of fine defensive back in Byron Jones and Xavier Howard. So the pieces to the puzzle, at least offensively, they brought in Jordan Howard to run the rock. They had the last ranked rushing offense a year ago. Devontae Parker seems to have come in his own. Mike Gesicki, Penn State, tight end, second rounder a couple years ago. We'll see if he can continue to develop as well. So, Charles Davis, if you look ahead to Friday here, they've got 2 more picks in the second round, a third rounder as well. How do they fill out the offensive side of the football around Tua?
Well, they've got to get another runner. Jordan Howard coming in is a very good thing for them, especially as he continues to get healthy after the last couple of seasons where he's been dinged a little bit. But you remember last year, and you already alluded to it, Chris, Caleb Balaj was their leading guy, and he averaged less than 2 yards a carry. That's obviously not going to cut it, and also that's not just on the offensive line. They've got to come back and get a runner, and by the way, this is a running back deep draft, and only 1 runner went in the first round, so there'll be a lot of targets for Miami. Plus, get some more guys on the perimeter to help out Devontae Parker. Gesicki has to continue to develop, but get a couple of darts out there who can get the ball to who Tua can get the ball to an open space and quickly, and let them make plays downfield.
But if you're a Miami fan, you look at what you did in the first round, you feel like, okay, we're pointing in the right direction. And in fact, after a terrible start in 2019, we won 5 of our last 9 games. That was a better record than the New England Patriots, so they seem to be pointed in the right direction. All right, for more on this story, let's bring in our NFL media insider, our very own rap sheet, Ian Rappaport. All right, Ian. There was a lot of bluffing going on here. We heard that the Dolphins love Justin Herbert. We heard that maybe they were going to trade up with Detroit at number 3. Eventually, they end up staying at 5 and taking Tua. Why instead of Herbert?
Yeah, they had very serious talks with the Detroit Lions, and at one point it looked like a trade was going to get done. They just could not settle on the compensation when it got down to it, and in the end, Detroit stuck with number 3, and the Miami Dolphins, I'm sure they were a little bit nervous there, but they end up getting the quarterback that they have wanted all along. And there was so much talk about were the Dolphins tanking for Tua, and they did get a kick out of it a little bit, but certainly there was some nerves inside the organization, and everybody would know that they would take him and someone would leap up. The reason why they took him is really very simple. The Dolphins were fine with the medical at the combine. They loved where he is rehab-wise. And then they saw the virtual workout that he posted, the pro day essentially, and that was a good indication for them that he was on the right track. He may not play right away. I would be surprised if he did. They don't have to rush him, but this is someone they believe is their quarterback of the future.
Well, somebody who will definitely not start unless there's an injury in 2020, that would be Jordan Love. The Green Bay Packers traded up from 30 to 26 in order to make the selection of the Utah State quarterback. And I'm sure Aaron Rodgers is sitting at home going, how's this working out? What was the game plan here with Green Bay?
Well, Jordan Love was always on Green Bay's radar. In fact, they did a virtual FaceTime with him a couple of weeks ago, raised some eyebrows when I reported it at the start of the pre-draft process. But Brian Gutekunst, the general manager, who was in the building when they took Aaron Rodgers, by the way, this pick he called courageous. Well, this was courageous, too. The most surprising Packers pick since Rodgers. And Rodgers was quoted on local radio a couple weeks ago as saying he had confidence in himself to beat out whoever they ended up taking. Well, now he's going to get the opportunity to prove that. Obviously, no issues this year, but Rodgers is in his mid-30s. This is a developmental quarterback prospect who does not have to play right away. Nothing wrong with investing at the quarterback position, especially if you hit it big, and this is your franchise starter for the next 15 years.
All right, Ian Rappaport, thank you very much. You mentioned the 2005 draft. Back then, Brett Favre was 35 years old and still continuing that consecutive game streak. And he was like, wait, we took a quarterback with our 24th overall pick? Well, yeah, they did. Aaron Rodgers is actually older than Brett Favre was when the Packers took Rodgers in 2005. All right, what we really needed was a home cam fixated on Aaron Rodgers tonight. So, Steve Smith, do you like the move, or are you sitting there kind of shaking your head saying, well, Green Bay won 13 games a year ago. They played in the NFC title game. Just give Aaron Rodgers more help.
They're going to be able to give Aaron Rodgers more help. There's a big run on DBs at the end of the first round, so that tells me that the second and third round teams are going to be willing and dealing to move up to get the guys that they really want. But when we talk about the Green Bay Packers, right, we talked about all these quarterbacks and moving up to get their guy. Just because you get your guy in the first round doesn't mean you have to play him in the first round. You know, the coaches that I've spoke to at Utah State had nothing but great things to say about him, about Jordan Love. And the one thing they did say is, again, 3 different offensive coordinators in that system in his career at Utah State. So he's learned a lot of different systems, which means he has a football acumen. But that doesn't mean that he's been coached by any NFL head coaches and offenses yet. So he needs some time to settle in. And why not settle in with the gunslinger himself with Aaron Rodgers? He can learn so much by just watching. Aaron doesn't have to speak to him. He could just learn by and absorb how he works, what he thinks of how to understand the defense. All of that stuff plays in a part, so I really love that. And I really think this is a great positive thing for the Green Bay Packers moving forward.
It's interesting, Steve, because the Dolphins taking Tua really spoke to what their owner, Stephen Ross, said prior to last year when he said the goal isn't to patch things up and get to 9-7. The goal is to get to the playoffs and compete for Super Bowls. That's why they went for Tua. They decided to reach for the greatness and take a little bit of a gamble with the injury. With Green Bay, this smacks of what happened before. Brett Favre was there in his prime. No one expected him to take a quarterback. Somehow Aaron Rodgers kept falling and came to them. In this case, Green Bay moved up slightly, but doing the same thing. And the part that I laugh about a little bit, and I love what you said, Jordan Love does not have to have Aaron Rodgers speak to him. He'll speak to him by how he carries himself, how he does things in practice, how he watches tape in a meeting, how he does all those things. Because we remember when Brett Favre was there was all that talk that Brett didn't treat Aaron all that well. Well, we don't know that Aaron's going to treat Jordan Love poorly, but Jordan Love better go in there ready to do things, because I know one thing about Aaron Rodgers. He's exacting about his teammates and what he wants from them. Go in there, be ready to learn, be ready to do the things you need to know, and he'll have a chance down the road. But this is such a Green Bay move, and what a great point Ian made about Brian Gutekunst, the GM, being in the building the last time and seeing this happen. History repeating itself in Green Bay.
All right, so Charles, let's keep this in mind. Aaron Rodgers gets drafted in 2005. He does not start a game in the NFL until 2008. In fact, he threw 37 passes in Brett Favre's scrub time, if you will, those first 3 seasons. This might be a good move for the Packers, but do they have to smooth over the ego of Aaron Rodgers a little bit here?
My guess is that the Green Bay Packers, as this thing was happening, there was a conversation already. You know, the good organizations do that. When they're thinking that might be a possibility, they let their main guy know so that when it does actually happen, he may still have a reaction to it. He may still be unhappy, but he can't say that he was flat out surprised. If we find out later that Aaron Rodgers was sitting on his couch and saw that come across and no one from Green Bay had contacted him, that would be stunning to me. I think he knew this was coming. He may not love it, but it would be shocking to me that Brian Gutekunst and Matt LaFleur wouldn't have reached out ahead of time and said, hey, big fella, just so you know. And by the way, as Steve mentioned earlier, they can get receivers to help Aaron Rodgers, starting with a run in the second round. Steve mentioned the run on DBs in the first round. Mm-hmm. That means there's more receivers available going into the second round, and Green Bay can continue to build around him. Look, of Laviska Shenault, he could be a big-time player in Green Bay's offense in the second round if they could get him.
Yeah.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers turns 37 in the month of December. He has 4 years and $78 million left on his deal.
With the 6th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Justin Herbert, quarterback, Oregon.
Let's go. So Justin Herbert, the kid that grew up in Eugene, Oregon, and stayed there to play his college ball, remains on the West Coast. He will be now the face, at least, of the future of the Los Angeles Chargers as they move into a brand new building in 2020. This is a real interesting team because offensively, for the first time in over a decade, Phillip Rivers will not be under center. Tyrod Taylor has the job, at least for the time being. They've got a Pro Bowl wideout in Keenan Allen. Hunter Henry, they've tagged him. Mike Williams as well. Austin Eckler is back, although Melvin Gordon has since moved on. Bring back in Charles Davis and Steve Smith. But Steve, let's start with you. This is a team that looks like they're ready to win now. Even though they lost 11 games a year ago, 9 of those were only by 1 score. Is Justin Herbert a guy that will start week 1, or is this Tyrod Taylor's team?
This is Tyrod Taylor's team. I mean, it's really hard to sit here and give the reins to a young quarterback in the current climate that we're in, not allowing guys to be able to get in the building, not being able to go over plays. And also, too, you said it, this is a team that's ready to win now. So they moved up and got a defensive player to solidify the defense. And the only way you can make a better offense is if you can slow teams down and give your offense more opportunities. And that's what they're doing. Justin Herbert will be a fantastic player, but I don't believe that they are thinking he will be that player right now tomorrow because they don't need him to be.
Steve, excellent point about, in this climate, maybe not getting into the building. And that works for them because of Tyrod Taylor. Tyrod Taylor being there, because you have to remember, the tie with him is Anthony Lynn, the head coach, was his play caller in Buffalo when they went to the playoffs and got beat by Jacksonville. People remember that a few years ago. So there's a trust factor between head coach and quarterback. Young rookie can come in and not have to be the guy right away. But what does experience tell us all about drafting a quarterback high? We say it all the time that a guy will sit. Aaron Rodgers, notwithstanding with Brett Favre, for the most part, you don't sit beyond games 3, 4, 5. Like Eli sat to game 10, 8, 9, or 10? That was late in the season. That doesn't happen very often. So for Tyrod Taylor to keep that job, the Chargers will have to really get off to a hot start, and you can't afford to take him out. Otherwise, young kids tend to play, and if they get off to a rocky start, coronavirus and not being in the building notwithstanding, they've got to sell tickets, start new life. He would be on the field early. So he'd be well advised to try and find out what that playbook is as fast as he can.
Hey, Charles, let me ask you this. We keep seeing we're drafting all these quarterbacks, and our first initial question is, will he start now? Isn't the purpose of getting a franchise quarterback is to evaluate what you have and then equip your team with other playmakers around him methodically over time to see what he does good and bad so he can be successful?
Steve, that's the perfect blueprint. I mean, I wish you were in charge of some of these teams because that's the way it should go. But rarely do we see it go that way. Too many factors from the outside come into play. Number one, you had to convince the person signing the checks that you're going to go get that quarterback high and pay him big money. Two, he's going to be all the talk, all the media, all everything, and your fan base gets stirred up. So if things don't go swimmingly with your previous guy right out of the gate, your owner's in there, hey, that kid, any chance? Maybe, and stuff starts to happen and pressure kicks in. You're exactly right. You're supposed to build around them. Brett Favre was able to hold off Aaron Rodgers for all those years because he was Brett Favre. Very few guys are in that spot when someone gets drafted behind them, especially when they're drafted in the top 10.
By the way, one other note, Justin Herbert, the first quarterback taken by the Chargers in the first round since Eli Manning. Went number 1 overall in 2004. Never suited up for him, was traded for Philip Rivers later that night. All right, we got more draft coming your way on Friday. Rounds 2 and 3. Who will be the teammates of these guys? They can't wait to find out. Remember, it's an hour earlier. Gets going at 7 o'clock Eastern right here on NFL Network, on ESPN, and ABC as well. All right, it took a while to get the wide receivers off the board, but after that, boy, they started rolling off. So who got the best of the bunch? Raiders? Broncos? How about them Cowboys? Steve Smith tells us.
NFL Total Access is presented by Ram Trucks, built to serve.
Together, we can do this. Our spirit is what unites us. It is what bonds us and reminds us we are all one. Which is why if you need a vehicle during this time, we are offering 0% financing for 84 months with no payments for 90 days. And the ability to shop and buy from the safety of your home. Better days are ahead, and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram will help you drive forward.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
We're all home right now. That's why Verizon is giving you more of the entertainment you want.
Daly is usually watching a TV show, and McKenna is almost always listening to music.
We love Verizon.
I get the shows I need when I need them. Now, unlimited plans come with your favorite artists on Apple Music, shows and movies on Disney Plus, and over 70 top channels of live TV with YouTube TV.
Music plays a huge role in our family. That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 so your family can mix, match, and save. Shop online today, only at Verizon.
What's up, everybody? Tony Gonzalez here.
What's good, everybody? Derwin James here.
Stay home, stay strong.
Stay inside, stay strong.
We're going to be all right. I promise you that.
The NFL season is 17 weeks, 32 teams, 256 games, plus preseason and playoffs. That's over 50,000 plays. Like this one, each generating thousands of data points that can help the NFL understand player health and safety like never before. With Amazon Web Services technology, we'll simulate in-game scenarios millions of times to pinpoint where and how we can advance player safety. And that's building a better game.
On October 18th, 2015, my cousin Corey was killed by a plainclothes police officer.
There's just some things that are bigger than football. And I felt like starting the Players Coalition and affecting change in this country was one of those things.
We focused on police community relations, education and economic advancement, and criminal justice reform. The best way to inspire change is to be it.
Hope you got a chance to tune in for part of the NFL Draft-a-thon on our social media channels, hosted by Rich Eisen and primetime Deion Sanders. It was phenomenal. Most importantly, they've raised almost $4 million so far, so keep it going. I tuned in for a while early on. At one point, they had Michael Strahan, DJ Khaled, Kevin Hart. They're all just busting chops. It's a ton of fun, and it goes for a great cause. Keep doing your thing.
So with the 12th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Henry Ruggs, wide receiver, Alabama. Congratulations, Raiders. Congratulations, Henry.
Okay, if you're busting out a bathrobe on night one, you're a baller. I don't care. You know what? We're all at home. I say for the rest of the show, we all just wear bathrobes. Steve Smith, Charles Davis, go get them. Go get them and put them on, because you want this guy's swag. He tried to break, I don't know, John Ross's record of 40 at the Combine. It didn't happen, but Mike Mayock's like, that's our guy. And John Gruden's happy because he's drawn up plays with really strange names on them right now, just for Henry Ruggs III, the speedster out of Alabama. Yeah, you should be excited. He was the first of a half dozen wide receivers to get their names called in the first round. We had to wait for a while. We were wondering. There were a couple guys that surprised us. Some teams moved up for their receivers. Some fell right into the laps of others. All right, Steve Smith. Henry Ruggs III. This is like an old Al Davis pick. The guy loved speed. I know he's much more than just a speedster. He's a route runner as well. What do you think of the fit, Henry Ruggs III, to the Las Vegas Raiders?
Well, in these positions with the wide receivers for the first, for a first pick, they must immediate impact. And all of these guys have an immediate impact. And I'm not talking about, just the more you can do playing on special teams. I mean, these young men can just flat out ball. They can run great routes. But all these guys at some point throughout the season will have to deal with some adversity because they have never really played in the NFL, and the NFL has not really seen them. So there are going to be some surprises out there, but then there are going to be some dog days that these young men are going to go through. They're going to figure it out. But each one of these guys will be impactful for their team, no doubt about it. Doesn't matter what I say. You could just watch and tune in once the season starts. Watch them just make play after play and run by guys. But also, too, have a little jam session when they get a little accosted at the line of scrimmage because it is the NFL and our corners are a little bit more physical than some of the corners in college.
He had my favorite reaction, putting on the robe after getting drafted in round one. He had the second most swag of the evening. Jerry Jones had the most because he was in that all-white room, which I think he had built just in case there was a virtual draft at some point in the century. CeeDee Lamb, speaking of the Cowboys, he's the newest Cowboy. I'm sure they were shocked that he was available at 17. You kept hearing edge rusher, maybe a safety, but the Oklahoma star was available, and they were like, we got to get him. You kidding me? And why not? dude had 32 touchdown receptions. So, Dak Prescott, you got a ton of toys to play with. You got a great running back in Ezekiel Elliott. You brought back Amari Cooper for $100 million. Michael Gallup's a solid receiver as well. Charles, you look at this offense and you're like, man, oh man, how's the rest of the NFC East going to stop this thing, right?
It's a great question, and I think for you and obviously for Steve, as I look at this, I'm starting to see the NFL establishing a pattern, and we go back typically to the team that rules the league, and right now that's Kansas City, and we joke all the time about the KC Track Club, right? Well, we've seen tonight a number of teams, instead of making the decision to try and slow people down, they're trying to run with people. They're trying to speed things up, to go with more of those receivers and guys who can make plays out in open field, and Dallas was no different. They had a chance to fill some needs on the defensive side of the ball at their pick, but because Lamb fell to them, they changed up that strategy. And to me, watching all these receivers, a lot of really good fits here. Lamb going to Dallas with a quarterback who's improvisational in Dak Prescott. He did that at Oklahoma with Kyler Murray and Jalen Hurts. You mentioned the franchise fit for for the Las Vegas Raiders. Ruggs, speed, that's in the franchise DNA. You can go right down the line, and it seems like there's a fit for all of these receivers with their current team. A lot of these choices really made sense. For Dallas, Lamb was used to moving around, finding open space, finding a place to go, and then turning it into a big play. Dak does that for him as well.
Charles, you're absolutely right. And one of the big things that I was just kind of thinking about is like you kind of look at CeeDee Lamb, you say, how's he going to fit with the Cowboys? Well, if you really start to think about it, they have Amari Cooper, they have Michael Gallup, and now who do they have? CeeDee Lamb. I'm missing a guy. Ezekiel Elliott. Think about this. Just go down this memory lane or this new future lane with me with Ezekiel Elliott. Can you imagine Ezekiel Elliott getting the last of his touches near the third and the fourth quarter? That is wear down time. Now all of a sudden you've been chasing CeeDee Lamb, you've been chasing Amari Cooper, you've been chasing Dak Prescott, you've been chasing Michael Gallup, and now you have to willingly want to tackle Ezekiel Elliott, who's pretty fresh right now because the Cowboys have been throwing the ball around. All of a sudden, they now have broken you down physically, and now with Ezekiel Elliott, here's the cherry on top. Now they've broken you down mentally, and that, my friend, is how you destroy a team from inside out. And I'm excited to see how they can do this moving forward.
You should be, because CeeDee Lamb is a guy that led all of college football in receiving yards since 2017. Yet another weapon for Dak and Jerry and Mike McCarthy, their new head coach as well. All right, time right now to Ask the Aces. This is presented by Ace, the helpful place. And for this, we bring in our resident Super Bowl general manager, Charlie Casserly. I'm here, safe at home, and he's there, safe at his home.
And I'm there.
All right, Charlie, what was your favorite... I'm there. So what was your favorite pick of the night and why?
Hey, Javon Kinlaw, South Carolina, excellent defensive tackle, to San Francisco 49ers. Had him rated right there with Derek Brown. In fact, some people have him ahead of Derek Brown. A quick, explosive, perfect fit in that 4-3 defense where you want the penetrating defensive tackle. Now, let me tell you a story. Head coach Kyle Shanahan, he needs a receiver. What's he do? He keeps the defense strong, replacing DeForest Buckner with another high first-round pick. But that's not surprising to me. When we were in Houston, my last draft, 2006, Mario Williams versus Reggie Bush was the discussion in the room. All the coaches were there, the scouts were there. I turned to the youngest coach in the room. It was that kid, Kyle Shanahan. He's just a kid, coaching wide receivers. What do? You take Bush or you take Mario Williams? You think he's going to take Bush? Mario Williams, he's the better player. You win with defense. Young guy there, he can see the big picture. He's older now. He still sees the big picture. They win there because of that defensive line. Good job, Kyle.
And good job by you, Charlie Casserly. Thank you very much. Of course, the Niners, they actually moved back one slot because there was a team that really wanted a specific player. That would be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They added an offensive lineman. Do they have enough now to knock off the Saints in the NFC South?
Enjoy lower carbs. Enjoy lower calories. Enjoy the perfectly balanced light beer. Corona Premier.
I think the time is right.
This is Khalil Mack, and this is what Khalil Mack does. Textbook. Want to see more of that? Yeah, us too. Picture perfect form. That's why the NFL created Way to Play, using science, research, and data to promote proper technique. To teach better tackling, we helped make this happen. Smarter equipment so that we can have smarter play from the NFL down to JV.
That's what I'm talking about.
For a future that looks a lot like Khalil Mack.
And Doug.
Give me your hand! I can save you! Lots of money with Liberty Mutual. We customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At Sprint, our priority is keeping our customers, employees, and communities safe. During these uncertain times, we want you to get the great service you expect without leaving the safety of your home. Sprint.com makes shopping easier by offering free next-day shipping and no activation fees on our best new phone deals, like the amazing iPhone 11 for just $15 a month when you switch. For now, Sprint.com is the best way to learn about our plans, buy new phones, and get the services you need. Stay healthy and go to Sprint.com today.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is what an MVP does. There goes Barkley. Oh, baby. He's the best pass rusher in this year's draft.
The Heisman winner, the champion, Joe Burrow, arguably the best college football season ever.
Chase Young.
He's tough. He's an instant playmaker.
The legend of Tua has begun.
With the first pick in the NFL Draft.
This draft, we're all in it together. Join the NFL and help make a difference at NFL.com/relief.
Plenty of big names still to be had on night 2 of the NFL Draft. It's coming your way live right here on NFL Network and ESPN and ABC as well. Who will be the teammates of these 4 quarterbacks that were taken in the first 26 picks? You'll find out on Friday night. Cliff Kingsbury. Oh, man. I want that gig. Actually, I want that house. That is the best-looking war room ever. War room 2.0. You better throw a few more zeros behind that. And then his former college quarterback, Patrick Mahomes. I'm trying to have a crib like Cliff. Don't worry, my man. Your time will come very, very shortly. Bruce Arians in his second draft with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Man, this is how it is. This is how he rolls. He's making a call. Why? Because the Buccaneers wanted to move up a spot from 14 to 13. So they traded with the San Francisco 49ers. Why? because they had to get the last of the big four tackles, and this guy is truly big. It's Tristan Wirfs out of Iowa. He was the first true freshman tackle to ever start under Kirk Ferentz. And my man was super excited because guess what? He is blocking for TB12.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about. You know, 'cause Tom Brady's been in the league since 2000. I was born in 1999, so he's been in the league almost as long as I've been alive. So it's pretty, it's pretty cool. Get to protect him.
All right, time now for our Next Gen Stats powered by AWS. And Tom Brady, listen, he's in his mid-40s, so just keep the guy upright, right? So his completion percentage when he's under pressure, not so good. Man can't move his feet like he once did. We get it. You give that guy time, he is going to pick you apart. So if your offensive line does the job, don't worry. He got plenty of weapons in Tampa Bay. They already had 2 Pro Bowl wideouts in Evans and Godwin. Now they add Wirfs to the mix. And, oh, yes, they also bring in the 24/7 WWE champion, Rob Gronkowski, via trade yesterday, his old buddy. So, Charles Davis, tell us a little bit about the number 13 overall pick, Tristan Wirfs, and how he helps out.
Well, it goes into part of the whole puzzle that Tampa Bay is putting together, right? Tom Brady was tremendous recruiting and opportunity. Gronk was manna from heaven. And now you're talking about Tristan Wirfs. That's scouting and GM agility and aggressiveness to go up on the board, because obviously San Francisco convinced them that either they could take a tackle there because Joe Staley's uncertain, or someone else was interested in coming up and getting Tristan Wirfs. So they were aggressive to go get their guy. Mainly a right tackle at Iowa. He's going to switch to left tackle. We saw him at the combine with the athleticism. At worst, he can go inside the guard and be a Pro Bowler like a former Hawkeye named Brandon Sheriff, who's with Washington now. But I think he's going to be that left tackle for them. He'll get trained very quickly. And Donovan Smith, who's been their left tackle, who they signed to a contract last year, he'll move over to the right side. They'll get bigger and stouter up front to keep the GOAT on his feet and healthy and ready to go.
Well, Chris, you already stated that that Tom Brady under pressure, he's not very good. Well, newsflash, I haven't met a quarterback who's very efficient under pressure in any league. That's why the offensive lineman is there. That's why left tackles and right tackles are premier athletes and get paid a lot of money, because they need to keep those guys clean. But be watchful for this. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers will do some moving and shaking, I believe, in the second round to move up to possibly get a running back as well. But not just any running back, a running back that can help Tom Brady, that can be adjusted in that shotgun formation, that can get out in coverage and block, but also catch passes, be an outlet. So look for him to get one of those explosive running backs that is a threat in both aspects, not just a guy that's a workhorse. Someone that can be what Tom Brady loves to do, is have all cards on deck and be able to use every single outlet. And that's what I love about what's going on with Gronk coming in there and everything that's going on with Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is moving up.
Well, you make a great point about the running back. In fact, our Daniel Jeremiah, he said, I'm begging for Clyde Edwards-Helaire to fall to 45 in the second round. Didn't happen. He was the final selection of the first round. Speaking of guys from LSU that went in the round 1, Justin Jefferson. Essentially, the Vikings took him to replace Stephon Diggs. Is that a surprise to our guys or not? That's coming up.
When you think of a bank, you think of people in a place. But when you have the Chase mobile app, your bank can be virtually any place. So when you get a check, you can deposit it from here. And you can see your transactions and check your balance from here. You can save for an emergency from here. Or pay bills from here. So when someone asks you, where's your bank? You can tell them, here's my bank. Or here's my bank. Or here's my bank. Because if you download and use the Chase mobile app, your bank is virtually any place. Visit chase.com/mobile.
At CDW, we get that trying to simplify data storage can get very complicated. But CDW will assess your needs and implement a Dell EMC Unity XT All-Flash Unified Storage Platform. It delivers speed and efficiency while providing simplicity and flexibility. For unified storage platforms, you need Dell Technologies and IT orchestration by CDW.
I just love hitting the open road and telling people that Liberty Mutual customizes your insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tomorrow on the NFL Draft Kickoff Show. Who won Day 1? The men, the moves, and the madness from the first round of the 2020 NFL Draft. Plus, Day 2 predictions and players to watch. Tomorrow at 5 Eastern.
Path to the Draft. Get our experts' take on every key pick from draft weekend.
He's the best for this year's draft, and I expect him to start Day 1.
He has all the things that you look for in the National Football League.
Touchdown! Path to the Draft. Monday at 8, only on NFL Network.
Number 8, Dwayne Harris.
Wow. Well, first, I want to thank my mom and my dad for always just showing me love all these years, believing in me. You know, I'm going to play here my last time tonight. And I want to go on and do great things. But I won't. Next year, I'm going to blow up my knee. I'll be prescribed opioid painkillers, and I'll become addicted. A couple years from now, I'm gonna overdose on heroin on the bathroom floor of a person I don't even know. But I want you all to know that tonight is one of the best moments of my life. Thank you.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth.
Do what you can to support your small businesses by ordering to go, by buying gift cards, and by shopping local online. You can visit Verizon.com/payitforwardlive for more information. Rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft coming your way Friday night right here on NFL Network, on ESPN, and on ABC. Plenty of big names still to be had. And remember, start time an hour earlier than it was on Thursday. It kicks off at 7 o'clock Eastern on Friday night. And it's going to be a busy, busy evening for several teams, including the New England Patriots, who traded out of the first round on Thursday. They picked up a second-round pick and a third-round pick as well. So they got 5 selections overall. The Broncos, Rams, and Ravens, each with 4 on Friday night. All right, guys, one of the bigger names out there that could be had is Jalen Hurts. Started his career at Alabama, transferred to Oklahoma, finished runner-up in the Heisman Trophy race. Steve Smith, which team does it make sense for to go up and get this guy?
For me, I really like the New England Patriots moving up, or the Colts, because the New England Patriots are right there and the Colts are right there. So the New England Patriots have 5 in the top 100. So I can see them leveraging some of the 100th or the 91st pick that they have to kind of move themselves up to get in front of the Colts to get Jalen Hurts. That's just kind of my thought while kind of doing a little quick math right there.
I like it, Steve. It makes a lot of sense. When you got capital, you can make a move. I think Jacksonville will be interesting to watch because we want to see if they want to still play with just Gardner Minshew. And the second one, wild card, the Atlanta Falcons. Get someone for Matt Ryan and see if they can get someone moving forward. Not for next year, but for down the road, because at some point, remember, Matt Ryan's 35 years old. So that's my wild card, is Atlanta in the second round, possibly surprising us with a quarterback.
That was a good one, Charles Davis. I like that one. Nobody with Indianapolis at 44. They're going pretty early in the second round. No?
Well, I think Steve talked about Indianapolis possibly coming up and making that move. I thought I heard him say the Colts.
Possible. All right, just making sure.
34. Right. Atlanta's 47, but I think New England can creep up.
All right. We got more.
The Next Gen Stats draft model has run the numbers for which prospects are most likely to become starters and make the Pro Bowl by evaluating their production, athleticism, and size against previously drafted players. Unfortunately, offensive linemen are omitted as we do not have a great way to track their college production. With that said, let's kick it off with number 25, Justin Jefferson, wide receiver, LSU. Jefferson caught a school record 111 passes for the national champion Tigers. His blazing fast 4.4340 at the Combine made him one of 5 receivers to have a score of 75 plus in athleticism, production, and size. Number 24, Jeff Okudah, cornerback, Ohio State. Okudah only started for 1 season in college, which hurt his production score. He did have a strong showing at the Combine, though, running a 4.4840 and earning a 96 athleticism score. Purdue tight end Bryson Hopkins is 23rd due to his 98 production score. Hopkins caught 61 passes in 2019 and had 16 career TD receptions with the Boilermakers. Oklahoma quarterback Jalen Hurts checks in at number 22 and cracks the list based on his 95 athleticism score. Hurts ran a 4.59 40-yard dash at the Combine after going 38-4 in his college career. Safety Grant Delpit is the second national champion LSU Tiger to make the list. The Jim Thorpe Award winner finished with the second highest production score among safeties after tallying 8 interceptions and 7 sacks in 3 seasons at LSU. Another corner, Amik Robertson from Louisiana Tech, checks in at number 20. Robertson has a 98 production score, the highest of any corner in the last 2 drafts, due to his 14 career interceptions. Clemson safety Kayvon Wallace lands at number 19 due to his 96 athleticism score after running a 4.43 40-yard dash and jumping 38 inches in the vertical. Michigan State's pass rusher Kenny Willekes is number 18 according to Next Gen Stats based on his 88 production score after finishing his college career with 26 sacks and 51 tackles for a loss. Justin Madubuike is 17th on the list after his 4.83 40-yard dash at 293 pounds. That, along with his 7.373 cone, resulted in an athleticism score of 96. Christian Fulton earned athleticism and production scores over 80 due to his 4.4640 and 23 pass breakups in his 2 seasons starting at LSU. That's good enough to land him at number 16. Number 15 goes to Cam Akers from Florida State. Akers is one of 3 running backs in this class with a score of 85 or better in both athleticism and production. The other 2 are still to come. Anthony Jennings, a 3-year starter at Alabama, sits at number 14. Jennings earned an 84 production score after leading Alabama in sacks and tackles for loss in 2019. The corner most likely to make a Pro Bowl in the draft, according to Next Gen, is Tulsa's Reggie Robinson. Robinson was the only corner to have athleticism, production, and size scored above 75. Oregon's Justin Herbert lands at number 12 as he has the highest athleticism score among 2020 quarterbacks after running a 4.6840 with a 35.5-inch vertical and a 10-foot 3-inch broad jump at the Combine. His size and athleticism compare well with that of Bill's Josh Allen. Clemson's T. Higgins is one of 4 wide receivers in the top 11 according to Next Gen Stats. Higgins has an 89 production score after hauling in 25 TD receptions in his last 2 seasons with the Tigers. Alabama's Jerry Jeudy kicks off the top 10 with a 94 production score. In his 2 seasons starting with the Crimson Tide, Jeudy racked up almost 2,500 yards and 24 touchdowns. Minnesota's Tyler Johnson led all wide receivers in production score. Johnson caught over 160 passes the last 2 seasons and set Minnesota's single-season records in receptions, yards, and TDs in 2019. Ohio State's J.K. Dobbins is the second most likely running back to make a Pro Bowl at number 8 overall. Dobbins has a 97 production score after rushing for almost 4,500 yards in his 3-year career, including setting a school record with 2,003 rushing yards in 2019. Number 7 on the list is Isaiah Simmons, the do-it-all defender from Clemson. Simmons has a 99 athleticism score when compared to other linebackers and safeties. Simmons ran a 4.3940 at the Combine after tallying 107 tackles, 8 sacks, and 3 interceptions in 2019 for the Tigers. Alabama's Tua Tagovailoa comes in at number 6 according to Next Gen. Tua earned a 99 production score after throwing 87 TDs to just 11 interceptions in 3 seasons with the Crimson Tide. His record as a starter in college was 22-2. The fourth and final member of the 2019 national champion LSU Tigers to make the list is quarterback Joe Burrow. Like Tua, Burrow earned a 99 production score as he completed more than 3/4 of his passes and threw 60 TDs en route to the Heisman Trophy in 2019. Oklahoma's CeeDee Lamb comes in at number 4 after earning a score of 94 in both athleticism and production. Lamb ran a 4.50 40-yard dash after compiling almost 3,300 yards and 32 touchdowns in his 3 seasons in Norman. Ohio State's Chase Young earned a 97 production score, the highest of any edge rusher in the class of 2020. Young led the FBS in sacks with 16.5 despite missing 2 games in 2019. He had 27 sacks in 26 games during his final 2 seasons at Ohio State. The number 2 prospect, according to Next Gen's model, is running back Jonathan Taylor from Wisconsin. Taylor earned a 98 production score after rushing for over 2,000 yards in consecutive seasons. What caught some by surprise was Taylor's 4.39 40 and 36-inch vertical at the combine, leading to an athleticism score of 96. And the prospect most likely to become a starter and make a Pro Bowl, according to Next Gen Stats, is Missouri tight end Albert O. Albert O not only leads all FBS tight ends with 23 touchdown receptions since 2017, but he also put on a show at the Combine. He earned an athleticism score of 99 after running a 4.49 40 at 258 pounds.
From former Detroit quarterback Chuck Long to DAZN's very own A.J. Hawk.
I'm A.J. Hawk.
The league has been a place for a variety of unique names over the years. In this alternative draft preview, we'll bring you the names you'll want to be hearing for years to come. First up on the list, DJ Dallas, running back, Miami. Projected as a late-round pick, everyone will be hoping that DJ will end up in Dallas and live up to his name.
His game is about vision and balance and power between the tackles.
Or will he go the way of the last Dallas to be drafted and end up elsewhere in the NFC East? Jet Anderson, running back, TCU. Another player whose marketing agents will be hoping he lands with a particular team is Jet Anderson out of TCU. Over 40 yards, he finished in the middle of the pack, not living up to his name in the process, but he will still be hoping to sneak into the second round of this year's draft.
He's an elusive runner, too. You talk about being able to make people miss. He can do that.
JaMycal Hasty, running back, Baylor. JaMycal Hasty finished 12th in the 40 among running backs at the NFL Combine. And while that put him in the top half of his position group, he'll be hoping that teams are quick to get his signature post-draft, as he is expected to go undrafted.
Got to have a fast time if you're Hasty, right?
CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver, Oklahoma. While CDs are a thing of the past, this CD will be hoping to be the future of one team. The Oklahoma standout is projected to be one of the first wide receivers taken in a strong draft class. He will no doubt want to fast forward to draft night so he can keep his career spinning in the right direction.
On after catch, get the ball, accelerate, beat people one-on-one. He's a big play guy.
Prince Tega Wanogho, offensive tackle, Auburn. This year's draft also features royalty. Kinda. Prince Tega Wanogho is Nigerian-born and is expected to go within the first 2 rounds. The 6'7", 310-pound athlete will be hoping he can land somewhere where eventually he can become king of the offensive line and anchor it down at the left tackle position.
Yes, Prince Tega Wanogho, big, powerful dude.
Jordan Love, quarterback, Utah State. Every year someone will ask who the next Patrick Mahomes is. Well, this guy could be it. Jordan Love is projected to be drafted in so many different rounds, it's hard to keep up. But his unorthodox style and ability to throw the ball in many different ways is most comparable to the Super Bowl MVP. Will someone fall in love with Jordan and take him in the first round?
There are some that say he's the next Mahomes. You're going to be sorry if you don't take him in the top 10. There are others who say, I don't know, maybe top of the second.
Lamar Jackson, cornerback, Nebraska. No, this isn't a mistake. Lamar Jackson will be entering the 2020 NFL Draft. The tall cornerback, that is, projected as a mid to late round pick. The other Lamar Jackson will be hoping to make a name for himself at the next level. But will that be in Baltimore with the Lamar Jackson we already know?
I'm trying to drive that Bentley today.
And if you think that's the only name you'll recognize in this year's draft, then think again. A.J. Green, cornerback, Oklahoma State. A.J. Green is also entering this year's draft and projected to be a mid to late round pick. But will he end up in Cincinnati as a teammate of the OG AJ? Or will he end up covering him on a rival team?
I think the Bengals should draft Lamar Jackson and the Ravens should draft AJ Green.
Find out when the NFL Draft begins live on DAZN.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Adnan Burke. Thanks so much for checking this out here on DAZN. That's right, a mock NFL draft for 2020. First and foremost, hope everybody's staying safe and staying at home. We will get through this one step at a time. And the good news for all of us as NFL fans is we get this respite here. We get to look at the NFL draft and focus on what's going to happen. Our Crackerjack team has assembled predictions when it comes to not only who's going to get drafted, but also some trade thrown as well. So let's get right to it. With the first pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Joe Burrow. That's right, a new face of the franchise now to quarterback this team. The national champion, defending Heisman Trophy winner, will be the guy to lead the Cincinnati Bengals team. Now, it's not that pound for pound he's not the best available guy, but let's be real. In terms of a quarterback who has poise and composure and who's delivered at the biggest level in college football, well, the Bengals know that Burrow is an absolute no-brainer. With the second pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, we believe the Washington Redskins will select defensive end Chase Young out of Ohio State. Now, there's some thought to whether or not they could grab a quarterback. I mean, certainly look at what, honestly, the Cardinals did a season ago in drafting Kyler Murray and then flipping Josh Rosen. But we believe the Redskins have seen enough from Dwayne Haskins that they believe that they can continue to build around him, and in this case, get a stud defensive player in Chase Young, and he can make the kind of impact that his former teammate Nick Bosa did for the 49ers in his inaugural season in the NFL. With the third pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, we believe that in this instance, a trade happens. That's right, the LA Chargers trade up from the Detroit Lions and select their man in Tua Tagovailoa. Hold on, you're saying, what about all these injuries, all those concerns about Tagovailoa? Well, in this case, the Chargers say, you know what? We need a big-time quarterback, and they will go with Tua, who obviously was a stud at Alabama before injuries curtailed his effectiveness, and that's why now people are concerned as to what's going to happen with Tua. But the Chargers say, why not? Let's avoid the past history when it comes to major picks that we've made in this instance. Eli Manning refused to play for them, and of course, Ryan Leaf is one of the biggest draft busts of all time. On to the fourth pick, and the New York Giants select Isaiah Simmons, a defensive player that can do it all for them. Listen to these stats and listen to his versatility all over the field. 200-plus snaps at quarterback, he had 100-plus at inside/outside linebacker, 71 as a pass rusher, and 17 as a perimeter corner last season. Clearly, the New York Giants need to get better defensively, and Dave Gettleman realizes by drafting a guy like Isaiah Simmons, he can fill a lot of holes right away. Therefore, we believe he goes number 4 to the Giants. On to the fifth pick, and in this instance, that's right, another quarterback gets taken, the third one so far. We think it's going to be Justin Herbert taking his talents to South Beach. Clearly, Herbert is a guy that looks the part. He looks like an NFL quarterback. Strong, big arm, poise, etc. He can make plays with his arm and with his legs, and now this will give Chan Gailey a franchise quarterback to build around. Now, the Dolphins have lots of picks in the first round. Will they add some weapons as well in addition to drafting Herbert? Stay tuned. On to the sixth pick, which is owned by the Detroit Lions, and we believe they will take quarterback Jeff Okudah from Ohio State. The Lions just traded Darius Slay to the Philadelphia Eagles, so clearly they need to shore up their cornerback position. And you look at a guy like Okudah, I mean, Ohio State, when it comes to first round, fifth quarterback in the last 5 years for the Buckeyes, drafted in the first round, joined the likes of Marshawn Lattimore and Denzel Ward. Here's a guy that Matt Patricia will love to have in his backfield. Clearly for us, Okudah to the Lions feels like a no-brainer. The Panthers hold the 7th overall pick, and we believe they'll take defensive tackle Derek Brown from Auburn. The Panthers lost Gerald McCoy in free agency to the Dallas Cowboys, and they replaced him by taking a unanimous All-American selection at number 7. Carolina's drafted 3 defensive linemen in the first round since 2013, and we believe that they will continue this trend right here. At number 8, the Cardinals take the first offensive lineman off the board. This guy's an absolute mountain of a man. Straight out of Louisville, and it's Mekhi Becton. How big is he? 6'7", 360, and that is one large human being, but he's also got some speed. How about a 5.1 40-yard dash at the combine? That certainly is impressive. And when you look at the Arizona Cardinals right now, they know they have Kyler Murray as their star quarterback. Cliff Kingsbury knows you got to protect him. Therefore, we think Becton goes to the desert and the Cardinals. On to the 9th pick in the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, this is an interesting conundrum. They traded away a lot of their star players, so in what direction are they going to go? Well, in this instance, we believe that they're going to select Javon Kinlaw, the defensive tackle from South Carolina. Calais Campbell's gone to the Ravens. They need a freakish athlete, a guy with size and athleticism, and therefore we feel like Kinlaw is the pick at number 9 going to Jacksonville. And rounding up the top 10 in part 1 of our mock draft, the Cleveland Browns. That's right, the Browns in this instance are going to select Jedrick Wills out of Alabama. Now, since 2010, think about the Browns' history in terms of what they've done with the draft and just how ineffective they have been. They have more first-round picks than any other franchise with 15, and they only picked one offensive tackle in the first round since 1973, and that is an absolute stud in Joe Thomas. They can only hope this will be another Joe Thomas-type player who can protect Baker Mayfield as the Browns move forward. That's it for part 1 here, the 2020 mock draft in the Zone. Don't forget to tune in to part 2 coming up tomorrow. And the NFL Game Pass page here in the Zone has lots of great stuff. Daniel Jeremiah, Bucky Brooks, Path to the Draft, Total Access, and of course, Good Morning Football. We got you covered when it comes to all your great football action. Hello and welcome to part 2 to Zone's mock draft. I'm Adnan Burke. It is great to have you with us. For part 1, no real surprises out of the gate as we had Joe Burrow out of LSU going number 1 to the Cincinnati Bengals, and at number 2, Chase Young going to the Washington Redskins. But at number 3, things got interesting. If you haven't yet seen part 1, we encourage you to do so now. In the meantime, we continue with part 2 of our mock draft. Here's the pick at number 11. The Jets are on the clock, and we have them going with a wide receiver, back-to-back Bama picks, as in this instance, they take Jerry Jeudy. The Jets obviously need a playmaker. Jeudy is the kind of guy that can stretch things down the field, and he helps them replace Robbie Anderson. With the 12th pick, the draft moves to Las Vegas, where, of course, the draft was supposed to be taking place, and now this virtual reality world is going to be a little bit different. But when it comes to Mike Mayock, John Gruden, the Raiders, what do they love? They love wide receivers. They love speed. So, of course, they're going to take CeeDee Lamb out of Oklahoma, and they'll hope that can help out Derek Carr or Marcus Mariota, whoever the quarterback's going to be. For the third time in 5 seasons, the San Francisco 49ers have 2 first-round picks in the first round. Now, when John Lynch took over, he wrote out a mission statement and wrote out the 49er way. And one of the key attributes he was looking for was speed. If you look at the 49ers this season, the fact that they were able to make the Super Bowl, of course, speed was critical, and that's why speed will be the answer here when it comes to who are they going to select with their first-round pick. We have them picking Henry Ruggs. I mean, Ruggs with the 13th pick, he is by far the fastest wide receiver in the draft. He's got comparisons to Tyreek Hill. That will make head coach Kyle Shanahan very happy. So after a run on wide receivers, Tampa Bay at number 14, listen, they already got Tom Brady. What do they need? They need some guys to protect Tom Brady. Listen, they could get a running back, certainly help shore up that position. The wide receivers are set, but honestly, we think it's going to be an offensive lineman. Therefore, we think it'll be Georgia's Andrew Thomas. Tampa Bay has not drafted an offensive lineman since guard Davin Joseph in 2006, but now that Brady is there as an aging quarterback, mobility is a question. That's what we feel that there's no doubting Thomas. The Denver Broncos pick at 15, and clearly they've addressed some of their issues in the offseason, Melvin Gordon, of course, being a part of that. So they could go in a variety of directions. We feel like they're going to focus on defense and getting a really important piece here with LSU and the outside linebacker, Clavon Chason. Von Miller's got contract issues looming large after the season, and so therefore we feel like the Broncos can take Chason and not worry about what's going to happen with Von Miller. You say contract issues, how big is it? Well, he's due $17 million after the season. That would make him a lot more expendable if they just draft Chason here. Atlanta has some holes to fill. Certainly, they're going to look at their secondary and their cornerbacks. That's what we believe with their pick at number 16. They're going to take C.J. Henderson to replace Desmond Trufant. You look at Dan Quinn, he realizes he's on the clock. Forget about the team. He's got to win right now for the Atlanta Falcons. Therefore, they'll shore up that secondary. He made his name on defense when he was out there with Seattle. Now Atlanta, he's got to beef that up. That's why C.J. Henderson coming out of the Gators, replace Trufant, and help him out in the defensive end. The Dallas Cowboys have had a lot of success when it comes to the first round. They've had 7 Pro Bowlers in their last 9 picks, and they will hope to continue that trend by drafting LSU's Grant Delpit. You look at a guy like Delpit, this is a guy who won the Jim Thorpe Award. That's given in college football the best defensive back overall. This will help out the Cowboys shore up that secondary after the loss of Byron Jones, as Dallas feels that they can win now rather than later. And with that 18th pick, the Miami Dolphins take their quarterback of the defense for the future. That's Kenneth Murray out of Oklahoma. Brian Flores saw firsthand how important it is to have a guy who can be the MVP of your defense with Dante Hightower of the Patriots, and clearly Murray can be that guy. Sideline to sideline, he's a tackling machine. Therefore, Murray, coming from the Sooners, will be the answer for the Fish. At number 19, you know, Howie Roseman is no stranger to making some moves. So in this case, we feel like he's going to grab LSU wide receiver Justin Jefferson by moving up ever so slightly. This guy's a guy who is a slot receiver, great hands. He can easily replace Nelson Aguilar, be another weapon. Clearly for Carson Wentz, Eagles fans were wondering why they didn't make a move. Going out and getting a guy like DeAndre Hopkins. In this case, Roseman will try to appease the fans by getting Justin Jefferson from the Bayou Bengals. The final pick of Mach 2 of our draft here in the zone, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they will take T. Higgins, the wide receiver out of Clemson. Earlier with their pick, they got to focus on a defensive guy. This time you get Higgins. This fits the template of what they want with their wide receivers. Tall, rangy, and fast. It'll help out Gardner Minshew or whoever the quarterback will be there in Jacksonville. So that concludes part 2 of our mock drafts. You saw receivers coming off the board, and clearly the SEC is so critical when it comes to the draft, right? LSU, Florida, Alabama, and Georgia, key players there from those teams coming off the board. The last 12 picks of the draft are coming up. Mock 3 of our draft is coming out tomorrow right here on the Zone. Look forward to that. Hey, I'm Adnan Burke. It's the final section of our mock draft here on DAZN. Picks 21 through 32 are coming up. If you have not seen our picks so far for the first 20, please do so. I can tell you right now, we've had 5 wide receivers and 3 quarterbacks taken. Both those numbers are going to increase exponentially. So let's get right to it. The final 12 picks of the draft right now. Well, at 21, we have the Raiders making their second pick of the draft. They're making a trade there, the Eagles, and we believe they're going to take the DT Raekwon Davis out of Alabama. Here's what you need to know about Mike Mayock. He loves to take players from major schools. He did so in his first draft there, the Raiders, 3 players from Alabama and Clemson, and that's why this time he goes back to the Crimson Tide and goes deep down there in the trenches to get Davis. He's going to beef up the interior of the defensive line and allow Max Crosby and Cleveland Ferrell to really wreak havoc on the edge. Well, the 22nd pick of the draft goes to the Minnesota Vikings, and we believe they're going to take Laviska Shenault. That's right, replace Stephon Diggs, who was such a big playmaker for them, now gone to the Buffalo Bills. The Vikings have a history of selecting receivers in the first round, obviously Randy Moss, but also guys like Percy Harvin and Cordarrelle Patterson, players that can do a variety of different things. That's why we think it's Shenault, because he can line up in a variety of spots all over the field. He can mix and match and therefore give Kirk Cousins a different look here in the vertical passing game. At number 23, the New England Patriots are on the clock, but in this case, we have them trading out of the pick and the Green Bay Packers going against the grain. Normally, they like to stay put, but for the second consecutive year, they decide to move up, and this time they grab a linebacker in Patrick Queen at LSU. Clearly, their defense needed to be some improving, especially that middle part of the defense, and thus Christian Kirksey arrived in free agency to play one of those roles, and now Queen will be a playmaking linebacker. Think of all the great linebackers they've had over the years, whether it's Clay Matthews or A.J. Hawk. Queen from the Bayou Bengals is the latest addition to try to shore up what's happening right now for the Packers. The Saints are on the clock at number 24, and just like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did, aging quarterback, let's get some beef. How about Tristan Wirfs coming out of Iowa? I mean, this guy was tremendous at the combine. Everyone was talking about him. He's got a future there to help Drew Brees take one more run at a championship. You know, Wirfs is going to try to follow in the lines of other Iowa offensive linemen. Look at what Brandon Scherf was able to do, Brian Bulaga. Those guys had success at the NFL level. Wirfs will try to do so with New Orleans. Well, the Vikings are back on the clock at number 25, and we feel like here safety is going to be the key as they'll take the safety Xavier McKinney. McKinney is going to be the replacement here for Anthony Harris. The Vikings already franchised, but they couldn't come to terms here in a long-term deal. So look for Harris to get moved. McKinney comes in, and Mike Zimmer says, no problem, replace one guy, and we'll jettison the other, make things work here for this Vikings defense and with that secondary. McKinney's the pick for Minnesota. With the 26th pick in the NFL draft, the Miami Dolphins here take a running back, and that's right, DeAndre Swift coming out of Georgia. He's a really physical runner. You match him up with Jordan Howard, and all of a sudden, that can be a really strong run game and take the pressure off of Justin Herbert, who'll be taking his talents to South Beach, we believe, and all of a sudden, now you got a nice offense here. Swift and Howard in the backfield, and of course, Herbert at the quarterback. Look for Swift out of the Bulldogs to be the pick here. In the Pete Carroll era, no team has made fewer first-round picks than the Seattle Seahawks, but this time they're going to take Trevon Diggs to cornerback. That's right, he's the brother of Stephon Diggs. He can be a really key piece for the secondary. They're no longer the Legion of Boom, but this is a guy with ball-hawking skills who has great anticipation. Some might think this is a bit of a reach, but we think Trevon Diggs makes a lot of sense. When you look at Pete Carroll and his defenses and what they play, this will make sense. Diggs to Seattle. At number 28, with the Baltimore Ravens, is certainly drafted with skill positions at need in past years. Think about Lamar Jackson, think about Marquise Brown, Hayden Hurst. In this instance, though, they're going to draft the best player available. He's a stud defensive player to TCU. In this case, it's Ross Blacklock, who's the defensive tackle. You know, in free agency, they tried to make some moves here. They tried to get Michael Brockers. That deal fell through because Brockers was unable to take a physical. So in this case, Blacklock will be the answer for them. They'll find some space for him. He's an elite pass rusher. He'll likely form part of a three-man rotation and the Ravens' 3-4 scheme. They've also got Calais Campbell, of course, and Derek Wolfe. Into the final four picks at number 29, the Titans are on the clock. And in fact, this is their latest pick since 2009 when they took Kenny Britt. In this instance, how about a cornerback, A.J. Terrell out of Clemson? We all know the fact they've got to contend with the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, and clearly Sammy Watkins had a monster game in the AFC Championship. So get a cornerback in Terrell who can do some things, and the Titans feel like they can reload in 2020. And thanks to their trade with the Packers, the Patriots find themselves in a familiar position, the back end of the drafting. What do? Let's replace Tom Brady, and they're going to do so by drafting a quarterback out of Utah State. That's right, quarterback Jordan Love. You're hearing all these projections, all these proclamations that he could be Mahomes-esque. Clearly, he's a project. When you give Bill Belichick and Josh McDaniels time, you look at his arm strength, his capability, what he could develop into. Like I said, there's a lot of hype around this young man. Therefore, we think the New England Patriots say, you know what? You can one day hopefully be our next Tom Brady. Jordan Love is the pick for the Patriots out of Utah State. The 49ers are back on the clock, and this time make things a little bit different here. But he got them trading out with no picks again until the 5th round. The lure of acquiring more picks in the 2nd and 4th round is too much.